a complete course on affiliate marketing on Facebook from A to Z. I unload on you in this video and I show you everything step by step, how to build an affiliate marketing cash flow on Facebook. Not Facebook ads, just a simple Facebook profile. Chances are you're watching this, you have a simple Facebook profile right now. And I'm telling you, you can make money from your simple Facebook profile with affiliate marketing right now. And I'm not holding anything back. The recordings in here that you're about to see are from private client recordings. They're from coaching sessions that I had with clients years ago, and they paid me a lot of money to show them how to do this stuff, okay? I'm gonna release it to you for free. What is the catch? Here's the catch. I want you to start making money with affiliate marketing in the easiest and most simple and free way possible. Because once you gain some traction, once you start making some money with this stuff, you'll see that it's real, you'll see that it can really change your life, and you'll consider working with us at the Affiliate Franchise because we want you to start off and have some kind of a budget to run ads. That's what we're all about. We love ads. We love scaling up campaigns with ads with affiliate marketing, but we know that a lot of people starting off don't have a huge budget. So I want to release this to you for free right here, a full course, A to Z, how to do Facebook organic marketing with affiliate marketing, and you're going to make some money up front so that you have a budget for ads. So without further ado, make sure you save this video, watch it over and over again. I'm going to try to have timestamps down in the description below. I'm going to have all my links to all the resources, all the affiliate links, everything that you need to get yourself set up down below. And you're going to want to watch this over and over again. Save where you were, come back to it, and save the video and go through the timestamps, okay? Pay very close attention. This is high level stuff. This is stuff that I know for a fact there's a lot of big gurus in this space who charge $2,000 all the way to $5,000 for this information, and I'm gonna give it to you completely for free right now. So once again, I'm the infamous Joel, and your boss hates me because I show you how to live a life of freedom, passion, and fulfillment. And if you're infamous too, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Now let's go. Let's make some money with free Facebook organic marketing.
All right, guys, infamous Joel here, and today, or right now in this lesson, we're gonna talk about the Facebook funnel. The Facebook funnel. If you don't know what a funnel is, the basic diagram kind of looks like this. A funnel is not a new idea, even in the slightest, okay? It's not even, if you've heard of a funnel already, chances are you have this kind of branding idea in your head from like people like Russell Brunson with ClickFunnels and whatever other program you've done before. You think funnels is probably like a bunch of little websites and stuff like that. That is not what a funnel is. They've done a really good job of branding themselves to that name, and like every time someone thinks of the word funnel, now they think of like ClickFunnels or some other thing. But really a funnel is nothing but, all a funnel is a process, okay? It's a process by which someone who has no idea who you are, what product you sell, or anything, they go through a process of, they're a prospect, right? They're a lead, they are something like this. There are different ways to draw up a funnel, but not a lead. Too, they have like genuine interest and then they buy, okay? Like, a funnel is nothing but, if you think of anything you've ever bought in your entire life, yes, with the exception of like impulse buys, but even those, you can probably think back to like how the whole thing started. There's a process to which you buy something, right? There's you don't just go to a car lot and just go buy a car off a whim. Like you woke up one morning and you were like, gotta buy a car right now, right? Like usually, unless you're like a shopaholic or something, usually there's some kind of a process to that. Usually it's like, my car is getting old, it's broken down, it always makes a weird noise, or I don't have a car at all, or whatever's going on. You first have the spark, you have the idea, and then you're like, let me do some research here, or let me look up to see what kind of cars this lot in my neighborhood has in their inventory, and let me go on review sites and YouTube and Reddit and all this stuff to see what cars are the best cars, or what's a good deal. You're kind of shopping around, and at that point you become a prospect, right? You become a prospect and you're kind of prospecting Just like, it's kind of like the gold rush people, right? Prospectors. They used to call them prospectors when they would go out to California and the western states and stuff way back in the day. And they would use their sifters, their prospecting tools, to go in the dirt and sift around looking for gold. That's what you're doing in this beginning stage of like buying something. You know, if you're going out and you're buying a house, same thing. You're doing research on like what neighborhood should we live in, what this and this and this. Your leads, your people, your audience, the people you're ultimately going to sell to are no different. They start off as a prospect, okay? And in a minute, I'm going to break down exactly how to find those prospects, okay? Then they become a lead. A lead is like they've jumped up in interest a little bit more. They've taken another step, right? They've opted in. They've given you their email, or they've sought out information. Give me a cheat sheet. Give me a playlist. Give me I'm watching the YouTube channel now. I'm in a Facebook group. They're actively now taking this a little bit more seriously, and they're actually going deeper in research now. They're much deeper research mode. They're looking at the competition. They're looking at different products that solve the same problem. They're looking at all kinds of stuff, and they're a real lead now, and they've actually become a lead for your business, right, in some way, shape, or form. Next, we have real interest. Real interest is like they're at the finish line, right? You've probably been here before. You are pretty much sold on the product. You're thinking, oh, this is probably the right choice, but maybe they have a few other questions. Maybe they're kind of like, well, I know this is probably what I'm looking for, but there's some other questions I have. They have some real deep, genuine interest, and this is where just a few like little questions and answers back and forth pushes them over the line, and they ultimately become a buyer, which means commissions for you, right? Make it rain, be super happy. That's supposed to be a happy face. It was horrible. But that's basically what a funnel is. So when we talk about Facebook funnel, it's just about taking that same process to take someone who is a prospect, they have no interest, they don't know you, they don't know me, they don't know anything, they don't know nothing, right? No matter what product or service or anything that you're being an affiliate for, they're kind of like in prospect mode at this point. So I'm going to show you in the following sections how to find these prospects. Right? They're all gathered in specific places on Facebook. It's really easy to find them. How to turn them into a lead, right? How to nurture that lead so that they become very interested in a way that's not like salesy or like being pushy. Please, for the love of God, don't do that. That's the opposite of what you want to do. And then ultimately they buy, okay? And it's much simpler than a lot of other programs and gurus. And I promise you, by joining this program, you're going to learn the right way, the proper way, and the most effective way. And you're going to make commissions very, very, very quickly. It is not that hard, okay? So what does a Facebook funnel look like? Let's look at Facebook. And this is all we're going to do. We're going to use Facebook as a funnel. And the first place that we're going to go to is we're going to find our leads. And we're going to go to Facebook groups, okay? Why Facebook groups? We join Facebook groups, and there's going to be another section on which Facebook groups to join, how to find the right ones. But we join Facebook groups because you're already giving yourself a head start as far as lead flow and getting people interested in your offer and the thing that you're being an affiliate for. How? Because when people join a Facebook group, they already have the intent to look up information to get help with a specific problem, right? If I join a Facebook group called How to Escape the 9-to-5 in Affiliate Marketing, welcome to the Facebook group. If I join that group, chances are, not all the time, but chances are, right, I raise my hand, I'm saying, hey, I need help with this. If I join a Facebook group called How to Get into Real Estate for Beginners, right, I'm raising my hand and saying, hey, this is something I'm interested in. I'm shopping around, I'm a prospect, okay? So someone come along and help me. If I'm joining a Facebook group called How to Lose 50 Pounds in the Next 90 Days, hey, I have that problem. I'm interested in that. I'm joining this Facebook group. Facebook groups are communities where people are like-minded. They all have a very similar issue. They have a similar problem. And usually the people that own that Facebook group are there and they have a business, right? And they're like, kind of like, feeding their community with information, and they're nurturing them, etc., etc. So and this is perfectly ethical and legal, and don't feel bad. It's free to join Facebook groups, and those leads don't belong to those people. It's totally fine, especially if you do it the right way that I'm going to teach you. So you're going to join these Facebook groups, and here's you, Mr. Stick Figure or Mrs. Stick Figure. You're going to join the Facebook group, and I'm going to show you how to add people from those Facebook groups legit. Now there's other options. We're going to talk about them a little bit later. Option 2 and option 3. We're going to talk about these other options of where you're going to get leads, quote unquote, or friends. Facebook is by far, especially Facebook organic and this strategy I'm going to teach you, it's by far the fastest path between where you are right now, no commissions, no audience, no anything, and the opposite. Commissions, audience, leads, business, all that stuff. You can legit get your first commission in the first few days. If you're looking to make $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 a month or whatever, you can probably make that in the first few days doing this, right? No guarantees. Nobody can ever guarantee you any results at all ever. Don't fall for that. However, if you do this right, and it is possible, it is very possible. We have a giant wall of testimonials of people I've worked with in the past who have taught this same process, right? This same system, this same tactic, this same strategy. It works. It works because it's not based on something that's like manipulative or some scam or some scheme. It's based on human interaction, how humans operate. That's it. It's based on social cues. It's based on how people operate. If you do it right, this is a legit way to get your business started, get making money very quickly, and scale up to 5 to 10K per month. Just doing this. It's very quick. It has very little moving parts. Everyone that I've taught this to, everyone who's taken it seriously and done it, has seen success with this. It's going to work, okay? So we're going to talk about option 2 and 3 later. I'm just giving you a broad overview, but we're going to add those leads. And the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to nurture them, okay? I can't. What am I doing right now? I can't. What is this? This is the worst thing I've ever written in my life. This is horrible. All right, so we're going to nurture them. See if I can draw this time. Nurture. All right, so we're going to nurture them. So what does nurture mean? Just to be very specific, and we're going to, trust me, if you're confused or lost or whatever, this is a broad overview. The way I teach, I tend to start at like a 5,000 foot overview first and then dwindle down and down and down and down and down. But we're going to nurture them. So how do we do that? We do that through our profile. I'm going to show you how to set up your profile properly. We do that with our posting strategy, and last but not least, and my favorite, DMs. One of the reasons that Facebook works so incredibly well compared to everything else and gets you results super, super fast is just because of how personal this platform is. Think about how Facebook works. People are on there sending friend requests to their friends, their family, their grandma, it's a social media site. It's all about connections and people. So one of the best ways to streamline your success and to get a commission very quickly is to hit the ground running, start going out there mingling with people. Because we're using Facebook groups and option 2 and 3 that we'll get into later, people are already raising their hands and they're already saying, hey, I'm interested in this topic. I need help with this. So you're already skipping ahead in the game. The next is just nurturing them. We're going to teach you the proper way to use your profile to nurture them, your Facebook profile. And just as a heads up, I know this question comes up every single time. It's going to come up later, I'm sure. There's going to be a section on how to do your Facebook profile properly to set it up and optimize it as a business. But I know you're going to ask this right away. Should I just use my Facebook profile right now that I have my friends and family on it, et cetera, et cetera? The answer is yes. Yes. If you have friends and family that start to judge you about your business, screw them. Get rid of them right now, because the more money you make in your life, the more successful you become, the more you're going to outgrow the people around you right now. It's a fact. It's a fact of life and business. That's why they say it's lonely at the top. So if they're showing their colors right now and they're saying, hey, what are you doing? You're so stupid. Look at your profile. Look at you trying to run a business. And they're being haters, basically, and they're tearing you down. That's a good thing. Get them out of your life, because it's only going to get worse. They're probably the reason you're stuck where you are. I see it as a good thing. I know that sometimes, and very few exceptions, maybe some of you are saying, oh, well, I can't because of the work that I do. If my boss saw me doing this, I'd get fired. Okay, in that case, I see the argument. I understand that. So in that case, yes, you can start just a brand new Facebook profile with like an alias, just change your name or whatever if you have to. That being said, there are some cons with that. Because it's a brand new profile, it looks suspicious. I'm just going to tell you that right now. Okay, I'm going to tell you that right now. We're going to get into your profile and building it up. But if you have no friends, no posts, no nothing on your profile, and people come see it, and they're your leads and they're interested in doing business with you, they're going to think something's up. It looks really fishy. So you just want to look like legit regular human being with friends, with family, with stuff going on. Just use your profile. Make your life easier. Make your business easier. Make your commissions easier. Don't make this hard, okay? So that's that part. We're going to nurture them. Okay. And then that's it. Once they're ready, we're going to close. Now, close can mean a lot of things to a lot of people. If you're partnered with us and you're choosing to promote our offer, we're going to do the closing for you. We're going to jump in with our team, and I'm going to show you those systems inside of the affiliate part and everything like that. If you choose to partner with us and you want to promote us, that's the absolute fastest way to get to thousands of dollars very quickly. But we're going to jump in and we're going to close these sales for you. All you have to do is nurture them. We're going to show you the post. We're going to give you the post. We're going to do all this stuff for you. We're going to show you how to build up your profile. All right, super simple. Use our post, use our DM strategy. We're going to give you scripts, give you what to post, copy and paste, all done for you. Again, congratulations on joining this program. It's freaking awesome. We do everything, okay? We make this as click button, as quick and easy as possible. I can't think of a better system. So you should be really excited about this, because a lot of this stuff that I'm going to give you in this process, it took me years to do this stuff, build this stuff, figure this stuff out on my own. You're going to literally shorten years down just to a few days. A few days of just clicking a few buttons and copying and pasting stuff. That's it. Okay? As far as the close and making money, let us take care of that. We got it. You know, you don't even have to be a salesperson. You're just doing this step by step exactly how we tell you. Easy stuff. It's going to work because I've spent pretty much the later half of my life doing this stuff. So you're just going to copy what I'm doing. Okay. So that being said, that's what a Facebook funnel looks like. Do this properly. I'm going to break down to you in the next few modules exactly how to do it the proper way, the right way, exactly how to utilize our resources, our team, our content, our strategies, our everything. Completely copy and paste, completely automated, completely just sit down. You have a few minutes a day, doom. That's it. Okay? Just click it all, just get it all done. We're going to take care of the rest. It is the most impressive system I've ever. I feel like a genius. I came up with this. It's like super leverage. All right. So that being said, that's a Facebook funnel. Please choose to promote us. You can promote whatever you want, and I'm going to give you the tools to do, other products and services and niches, but you won't be able to copy and paste to the same extent. Okay. You'll have to kind of makeshift it and switch it around and do your own niche and all your own kind of stuff. But anyway, and that you're okay to do that. You're fine to do that. We're not going to hold your feet to the fire and make you do what you don't want to do. But man, if you want to make money fast, we got your back. Okay. So that being said, that's it for this lesson. I'm the infamous Joel, and I'm out.
Okay. So quick tidbit about the elevator pitch. This is where it's going to go. This is your Facebook profile. This is what's known as the cover photo of your profile. Right here, you might have a picture of your family, vacation, or whatever. I would recommend having a picture of you like this, kind of animated or whatever, with your elevator pitch, whatever you chose. But whatever you chose your elevator pitch to be, just hit edit cover photo, upload photo, wherever you have it, your phone or your computer, whatever. How do you make this? I would recommend one of two places. I would recommend canva.com. If you are, say, like a pretty good graphic designer kind of person, you would click over here on social media, then go over to Facebook cover right here. You can see it says create a blank, but they have all these templates over here, some of them paid, some of them free. You can use a template. You can put like your own personal photos here, kind of design it however you want. I'm not good at this stuff. And if you are good at this stuff, or you want to try your hand at getting good at this stuff, there are a lot of like YouTube tutorials. I want to stress though, this whole thing about having your cover photo all made up is not that important. So don't let it be the thing that holds you back and you're like taking like weeks to get started, because it's really not that important. You can always figure it out later on. I'm going to tell you in a minute why it even matters at all. But here's the other place where you could get help with your cover photo. Just go over to fiverr.com. That's fiverr.com. This is a kind of a marketplace where people do odd jobs and stuff for you for $5 or a little more sometimes, but for a cover photo it'll probably cost like $5. Just go in here, type in the search bar like Facebook cover design photo, Facebook cover photo, whatever. You can see here different people are laying out their jobs and what they charge and everything. For something so simple, I would not pay like $30. It's insane. $10 max, but I would look for someone who's charging $5. Like this guy's doing $5, but that's if you're not very good at graphic design. You hate creating stuff and drawing and everything. I hate it. I just pay $5 to have mine done. This was done by somebody else. This wasn't made by me. And just real quick to tell you, expand on like why this is important at all. It's not super important. It's not going to make or break your business. But once we get into the whole flow of sending friend requests and people getting to know you, one of the first things they look at is your profile. They want to kind of see, okay, who is this person? They don't really know you. You haven't really spoken yet a lot of times. So when they see your cover photo and it easily, like they can see right away what your elevator pitch is, what you do, how you can help them, that kind of stuff. It just kind of moves things smoothly along in the right direction, because they might look at your cover photo and it happens like 1 out of 100 times. It's not like every time. They might look at your elevator pitch and say, hey, I read your thing. That's exactly what I'm looking for. Can we talk about it? It happens. I wouldn't bank on it like every day, all day, but it just helps. You know, every little bit helps. It's not the most important thing on the planet. I hesitated even putting this in the classroom area because I don't want people staying stuck on just this part for like forever. So if you want to do this on your downtime, you have a little time, you want to throw something up here, great. It's not going to make or break you. Okay. I've spent like literally like months. I'm going to show you what I had before. Let's see what I had. Cover photos. Here's my cover photos from the past. This right here for months was my cover photo. It's just a picture of my daughter sitting with the Easter Bunny for months, and I was still closing like anywhere from 30 to 50,000 a month with this. Okay, so it really doesn't matter that much. It's all about, at the end of the day, your relationship with your leads and the people you're talking to. That's all it's about. They're not going to like make buying decisions based off this. Okay, so don't worry about it too much. If you have some downtime, it's fine and dandy. It's great. But don't let it hold you back. And that's it for this lesson. See you in the next video.
Infamous Joel here. And in this video, I'm going to walk you through the top 3 places and methods that I use to find leads on Facebook. The fact is, the reason that we're using Facebook organic marketing in phase 1, where you're doing the self-employed stuff, we're going to give you some automation tools and stuff like that too to make it run a lot faster, is because, frankly and easily, finding leads on Facebook is as simple as adding friends. I want you to, if you have a Facebook right now and you use it, or if you don't really use Facebook that often, don't think of Facebook as social media anymore. Switch your mind, change your mind frame, the way that you look at Facebook, your perspective on life, change it to business media. Right now, from now on, and forevermore, as you're making 10, 20, 30K per month, from now on, you're going to look at Facebook as your business hub. That is what it is. It's not for you to sit down and talk to grandma about how much you liked her apple pie. From now on, it's for business. I want you to understand that and know that, because a lot of people are like weird and uncomfortable about using Facebook for business. They only ever think of Facebook ads. But really, as you saw in one of the previous lessons, Facebook's algorithm is so perfectly catered to somebody who has no audience. They're just opening their doors to their business. You can get a lot of traffic, a lot of leads, and a lot of sales very, very, very quickly. Very quickly. Unbelievably fast. Okay? That's where we've seen success in this program and in other programs that I've run in the past, of people in their first day or two making hundreds, even thousands of dollars right away. It's because of how fast Facebook is. So don't sit there like, I don't know, people are weird sometimes about this Facebook thing. They're like, oh, what if my mom sees me? So your mom is going to, discourage you from starting a business and changing your life? I just don't understand those thoughts. That's really weird. People who are in your corner and in your family and really help raise you up and tell you how great you are, they will probably keep doing the same. I don't know. I mean, if anyone in my family was ever negative or friends or anything like that, I just cut them off. You don't want those people around you anyway. That's really weird, where it's like, oh, what if they see me? Like, what if they do? What if they do and they start saying negative things about you? That means that tells you like what kind of person they are. Why would you want to know them? Part of being successful and being an entrepreneur and doing great, big, amazing things is surrounding yourself with the right people. Great people make you feel great. Small people make you feel small. It's just a fact of life. So don't worry about that. I don't know what else to say about it. It's just kind of silly to me. You always have the infamous mob right here. All of us are supporting each other. So don't worry about that. Now, mainly it's a numbers game. I'm not going to lie to you. That's what it is. It doesn't take like thousands of people to make money, but it's a numbers game, okay? It just is. With automation, it becomes a hell of a lot easier, but we'll get to that later. Over the years, I found some of the best ways to add leads to my business on Facebook. And personally, this is me tooting my own horn, so get ready for a lot of toots right here. I can scale to 10K per month by starting a new Facebook profile today. Like, I can change my picture. I can like appear to look like Pee Wee Herman or something. It doesn't matter. I'm brand new. Nobody's ever heard of me. New friends list, everything. I've done this so many times, right? I've just gone out on Facebook and went and generated sales with or without like content or knowledge or anything, like or posts or presence. It doesn't matter. That's how fast Facebook is. Facebook is designed in such a way that it's so fast to get in front of the right people and to make affiliate sales with them. Okay? Now, don't add any more than 15 to 20 leads on Facebook per day. I would say the very maximum is like 25. Okay? That's where you start pushing it, because Facebook is an algorithm. It is very, very smart. Very smart. Like, you know, Minority Report level smart. Very, very scary smart. So once you start getting up there and you're starting to add friends every day, and you're like, you know, in a 24-hour span, you've added like 60 friends, Facebook will immediately flag you and shut you down and tell you, hey, what's going on here? Okay? I've even seen it, you know, once you hit like 25, it starts thinking, oh man, what's going on? So you don't want to end up in Facebook jail. What we call Facebook jail is when your account is like suspended for a period of time, because in that time, you're not able to run your business. I mean, you can start a new profile, get a new, you know, email going and stuff, but it's still a pain in the butt. So just, you know, don't do that. So so to stay on the safe side, the number I throw out there is adding 15 to 20 leads per day on Facebook. Not everyone is going to accept your friend request. Just know that right now. Do you accept every friend request you get? Of course you don't. So don't expect other people to accept every single friend request. A number that I've seen that's fairly healthy is like 5 to 10 of those people accept your friend request. If you have a day where only 2 people accepted your friend request, or 13 people accepted your friend request, you're going to think back to what I just said and like, oh man, it's so way off and inaccurate. It's an average. It's not like every day is going to be exactly the same. Some days I sent out 20 friend requests and only one of them accepted. It happens. It happens. But every day your business is growing like incrementally, slowly but surely, and not too slowly, because we have these tools and you have our team and you have all this help. It's going to happen. You're going to be fine. Now, next thing is Facebook will flag you and suspect that you're a bot, like we just talked about. Is there a space here? It is. Facebook is your sworn enemy. They don't want you to succeed because they want you to pay for ads. That's just a fact. Facebook does not like organic marketing on their platform. They like people to pay for ads. That's how they make money. So they're going to do everything in their power to try to shut you down and be an asshole. That's just Mark Zuckerberg. He's not a nice guy. He hates everybody and everybody hates him. All right, cool. So now that we have that understanding, right, and we joked around a little bit, let's get down to business. Let's get serious here. Here are the top 3 places and methods that I use to find leads. Number 1 is the best one of them all, Facebook groups. Facebook groups. Facebook groups are freaking amazing. They're amazing. The reason we use Facebook groups is because those leads have already raised their hands and said they are interested in our solution. These are some of the absolute best leads you can find. If we go over here, if we go to Facebook, you'll see on the left side here we have groups, okay? And you can see that I am a member of way too many groups. Over the years, I have joined an enormous number of groups. Some of them I actually joined for my own business or knowledge about other things, and some of them I joined just because I'm in there scoping out leads and doing all that stuff. Don't feel bad about this. This is completely ethical, because at the end of the day, those leads, those members of those groups are their own human beings. They do not belong to the person who runs that group. Okay, let's say that I go to the Legendary Marketer group. If you're familiar with affiliate marketing, then you know Legendary Marketer is the big giant whale in the room, right? Like, they're the biggest company out there. They're Legendary Marketer, right? Here's their group. I think they have 8 billion kajillion people in here. I don't know exactly how many. Let's see, members. Maybe it'll tell me here. There you go. They have 68,000 members. 68,000, okay? So they have way too many people in here. And I don't think that they're going to cry and be mad that you added like 5 of them as your friend. Like, they're not, like, first of all, let's grow up, okay? Those are human beings. They're not slaves. They don't belong to them. If we scroll down here, okay, I need to back up a second. after this, but we can scroll down here, and this is what I mean by people raising their hands. They're already bought in to the method by which you are selling a solution. What do I mean by that? For me specifically, I sell a make money online product. By these people being in the Legendary Marketer official group, they're already saying, I need help making money online, right? Otherwise, they probably wouldn't be here. If they're interested in underwater basket weaving, they're probably not going to be in the Legendary Marketer group because that's not for them. So a Facebook group is a community of people who all share a common goal or share a common hobby or something like that. So if I'm looking for people interested in making money online, I'm going to join affiliate marketing based groups. I'm going to join groups about drop shipping. I'm going to join groups about Amazon FBA. I'm going to join groups about print on demand, or however many 10 million things you can probably think of. There's a lot of ways to make money online. I sell a certain solution to that, but you know, there you go. So let's go back up a second, because I said I would back up, and you're probably asking, okay, A, how do I find these groups, and how do I know I found the right group? Okay, so there are some rules that I want to spell out here. Let me go back to my little document here. Here are some rules for choosing the right groups. Okay, this is really important because over the years I found that this is one of the things that people struggle with, is there's so many groups on Facebook. How do you know you're in a good, high quality group? So I'm going to walk you through it very slowly here, step by step. Now, in Facebook, you're going to have this little magnifying glass thing, or just in groups, you're going to have search groups. Either one works because the magnifying glass can ultimately take you to a group. But similar to like YouTube or Google, Facebook has a search engine right here where you can look things up. So if I'm looking up a group, right? First things first for me, since my program, my product is specifically about affiliate marketing, that's going to be the lowest hanging fruit. It's going to be probably the highest competition, right? So that's okay with me, because I personally, I don't believe in competition. I think I'm better than everybody else out there. But that being said, it's the lowest hanging fruit, because those people who have joined those groups, they probably already know what affiliate marketing is. So there's that level of, I don't have to educate them about my product. They already are aware about the product, okay? So if I search affiliate marketing, it's going to give me a list of search results. Let me click see all. So it's going to give me a list of search results. These are all groups based around affiliate marketing. Now, there's a lot to choose from, and you can certainly join all of these, but you're going to be swamped and flooded with so much activity, so many groups, so much stuff going on, and you're not going to know which groups have good leads, which groups have bad leads, which groups are the best. So that's what I'm going to spell out for you right here. So now that you've done that, number one, or A, I like to make sure that the group's banner has a let's call him a guru in it. People like to call it a guru. Let's call it a guru. Now, what do I mean by that? If we go to ClickBank Affiliate Marketing, look at the banner. Is there anyone on this banner? No, right? To me, that's a clear sign that this is not a group that is being run seriously. What I mean by that is different groups are run either very professionally and like they approve people's posts, or they kick people out when they spam, or that, you know, different groups have different leadership that is either going to run that group efficiently or run that group like a circus and a zoo. This is a sign that this group is going to be run like a circus and a zoo. Okay, it's going to look at these people. So they're posting all this spammy stuff, posting about their offer, send me PayPal and Bitcoin, and it's like you're gonna find really, really, really bad leads here. These are people what I call dreamers, okay? Because they're dreaming. They're sitting there throwing out these fake posts and all this stuff, and like trying to get someone to click on their links and doing all this. This level of spam and all this posting and all this stuff is never allowed in a real good legit group. It's not allowed. Okay, so the first sign is when you look at this banner and there's nobody on this banner, it's just like a regular picture with like words on it and symbols, probably a bad group. Okay, you can even scroll through the group, see all these spammy posts about buy my thing, look how much money I'm making, blah blah blah. It's like, you know, call my WhatsApp number, like garbage like that. It's gonna be a really bad group. Just stay out of it. It's going to be a hellhole. It's just going to be people trying to pitch each other and sell each other stuff, and everyone's spamming, and nobody's actually taking their business seriously. They're just trying to, you know, do the easiest thing possible and sell people a bunch of get-rich-quick schemes. It's going to be bad. Okay, so if we go back here and we take what I originally had said, I said make sure the group's banner has a guru in it. Let's look at affiliate marketing and passive income with Brian Brewer. Brian Brewer is a guru, right? Brian, I mean, I'm not saying he's bad or good. He's just a guru, right? He's like a guy who's been doing this affiliate stuff for a while. And clearly, his picture is very prominent here at the top. There he is, smiling, right? Showing a very professional kind of angle here. That's a good sign that more than likely, this is a group that is being run well. It's being moderated, it's being checked for spam. People are not just posting a bunch of links and weird stuff, that they're actually having a discussion about business, about affiliate marketing business, and trying to get help and trying to support each other and being an actual good quality community, not just crap, right? So that's one of the things. Here's somebody right here. I'm struggling with content. I've been posting but not getting any comments. Can someone help me? And telling me what I'm doing wrong. So right alongside with what we're teaching here, the places to find leads, I already found a lead right here, Lisa Root. She's already telling you, raising her hand, saying, I'm struggling, I need help with content. Now, I can do one of two things. I can either just send her a friend request, which it doesn't look like I can anyway. She might have turned off that ability, and that is possible too. Now let me walk you through what I would do if I could send a friend request. Where'd she go? Let's see here. So what I personally would do, especially if I was a beginner, now I don't have a whole lot of time and I have a lot of content and stuff that speaks for itself. So sometimes I just like send friend requests blindly. I don't really care, accept it or not. It is what it is. It's a numbers game anyway. But when you're first starting off, the better thing to do is just to comment on this post and actually give value. You're in this program right now. There's stuff that you know that a lot of people don't know. Okay, so you can like comment stuff like, I've been posting, not getting any comments. Well, it's probably because the algorithm, you have too many people that don't really look at your content, maybe friends or family members or something like that. Unfortunately, you might have to start deleting the people who are not active on your friends list. And that way, and also you should comment and like and share with other people's posts so that Facebook sees you as an active member of the platform, right? I just answered her question and then send her a friend request. Because what's gonna happen is she's gonna get a notification, she's gonna see somebody answered her question, and then she's also gonna get a notification somebody sent her a friend request. Now when she can put two and two together and say, hey, that person that answered my question and seemed really knowledgeable also sent me a friend request. And if they go over to your profile, so if she goes over to my profile to check, who is this person that sent me a friend request? Oh, they also answered my question. Oh, it's this guy. Oh, join the #1 community. So this is what I mean about your profile acting as a landing page. Because remember, the eyeballs that come over here and see your profile, your banner, your profile, everything you have posted and things like that, screams to them and says, wow, this person's an expert. This person knows their stuff. And you don't need to make a crap ton of money to be quote unquote an expert. You just need to be one step ahead of them. Just think about what you just did. You answered their question that they were struggling with. So immediately to them, you're an expert. You're somebody who's more advanced than them. Okay? So don't get that in your head and think, oh my God, what if they don't think I'm an expert? You're going to be an expert to them. So that's one of the ways inside of the group that I send a friend request and add leads. So that would be one. I would send that person one, and so on and so forth. And you can scroll down here and you can see what people are posting. If they're struggling with something, you answer the question. You seem like, hey, this person knows their stuff. And even here's what's awesome. Even if it's not the person that posted the question, like this guy, looks like he's posting something, and I answer his question. Even other people that come in here and look at the comments and stuff, they might click on your profile, look at your comment and say, wow, that person seems like an expert. They might click your profile. And again, guess where they end up when they click your profile? They go to your profile. They see your banner. They see your landing page, right? They see this. They look at your profile and say, okay, I'm going to I'm going to friend request this person. I'm going to get to know this person. They seem like an expert. Okay, so Facebook is a funnel. That's why it works so well. You show your expertise, you show you know your stuff, you're helping people, you're serving, you're valuable. People are going over to your profile. That's one way to do it. That's one way to do it with the groups. That's one way to do it with the groups. I'm going to write the rest of this so that I don't keep taking more time. Underneath this video, you're going to get this document. I'm going to have it fully written out. But for now, just to save some time, I'm just going to keep talking and I'm going to fill it out later, okay? Because I don't want to keep typing with the video on. But the next way, this is kind of a gray hat kind of way because it's not technically anything bad about it. Over the years, I started getting lazy and I didn't have a whole lot of time, and some of you don't have a whole lot of time. So, I mean, you can see our automation software here, LM Messenger Pro. It starts to add friends for you. You can learn more about that in one of the later modules. Let's just show you how I would do it manually for now. Let's see. I would scroll down here after I click members. If you missed what I said, I click the members tab and it's going to show you a list of all the members in the group. Now, I would go to new to the group because why? New to the group, sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes, I would even say like 75% of the time, means that they're also new to affiliate marketing or whatever, fill in your niche right here. They're new to it. That's why they just recently joined the group. They just gained some kind of an interest in it. The next thing is, now it's really hard to tell, are they a good lead? One of the things that I look at is, are they based in the US or Canada or UK or, any of the top tier countries? Not to sound like racist or anything like that, but if this says like the Congo or like, I'm from Nigeria, it's not a racist thing, it's a money thing. Their exchange rate is just going to be way too low to afford a high ticket program, so I'm not going to add them. But Miami, Florida, she seems like a decent, legit person, 120 friends, new to the group, I'll hit add. Another thing that Facebook does, sometimes it tells you what they do for a living. Right here, Tanisha, is a staff manager at Windstream Communications. I don't know exactly what that is, but the word manager jumps out at me and says, okay, she must make pretty decent income. I'm gonna add her as a friend. So this is one of the shortcut ways. That's why I said gray hat. If you're pinched for time, if you're crunched for time, and you just want to get your 15 to 20 leads in for the day, this is one way to do it. Just know that you're gonna show up as basically a random friend request. That's why it's even more important to have your profile optimized. Okay, what do I mean by that? Let's go back here. I'm gonna keep showing this because it's so important. If your profile looks like this or something similar, right? You tell everybody what you do. You have a big, beautiful professional profile banner. DM me for a done-for-you high-ticket affiliate marketing business. You got all this content on here about what you do, who you are. It's so much more important to have this if you're gonna go this like blind gray hat strategy, because remember, you're gonna show up as a very random friend request to these people and say, who the hell is this? Right? They say, who is this person? So when they go over to your profile, it better scream to them that you're somebody of value. Otherwise, oh my God, this is, who is that? They have no friends. It's like blank. It's weird. It's a weird person. This is one of the reasons also that I recommend to give value in the group, meaning like answer people's questions, comment on people's stuff. Don't take away from the group, because that's gonna get you kicked out. What I mean by that is like posting like, hey guys, leave this group and go join my thing. You're gonna get banned. That's it, like a good, legit, well-run group like this, they're gonna see you and they're gonna know that you're just like marketing in their group. So don't be a marketer in the group. Instead, just be a good, friendly, decent person who's like helping people. And then the moderators, the admins, the people that run the group, they're gonna like you. They're gonna say, okay, let them stick around. They're just helping people. So people will naturally gravitate towards you, and you'll make naturally real friends that actually are good leads. So I'm just gonna storm through this and go through my thinking process. Shelly Hobbs jumps out at me. Another thing is their picture. I know they say, one of my good, wonderful friends and clients here, Jordan, He's famous for saying, they say don't judge a book by its cover, but when you're doing lead flow on Facebook, judge a book by its cover. Right? A good, professional, beautiful, nice looking picture tells, and coupled with a few other things, tells me that must be a good lead. Look at Shelly Hobbs. That's a nice picture. I'm going to add the friend. Actually, that's not even her. Sorry. Okay, I'm going to add the friend here because sometimes the button doesn't show up there, so you might have to highlight, the actual photo, and then the little friend thing comes up. Facebook's weird like that. Leo Padre, I don't know. This doesn't Doesn't look promising. Yeah, this doesn't look very promising. For me, I'm going to say no to that one. Brian Partlow, University of Vermont. Okay. Doesn't say what he does for a living, but we know he either is going to or went to college. It's only going to cost you one of your friend requests for the day. It's not going to kill you. Studied exercise nursing, University of Wisconsin. That's a good lead. Works at Wendy's. I'm going to say no to that. This one's a small business owner. I'll go for it. Why not? Let's see. Licensed insurance sales agent. That's a good one. You can see there's plenty of leads. So with the group, you can do this all the way up to your 15 to 20 leads per day. There's 1,000,001 groups. There's so many groups, it's ridiculous. Just make sure you're choosing the right ones. I'm going to put some more notes in here. One of the things I want to talk about with a group is the difference between a public group and a private group. You'll see it written in there, but if you join the group and it's public, it usually means that there are no questions to vet people from the group, or vet people on their way into the group, sorry, right? Usually a private, good, strong, guru-led group is going to ask you questions on your way in, like they're going to ask you for your email and what you're looking for in the community and how you're going to add value. They're going to ask you some questions before they let you in. Then you have to be approved. That's good because they're trying to keep the scammers and spammers out. If the group is public and you click join and then you're just in, that's a really bad sign. That's bad. That means they just let any old Dick Bogman Harry in that group, and that's not good. Executive manager, that's a good one. Teacher, kind of, sort of. Teachers don't make a ton of money, but they have a lot of pain because teaching sucks nowadays, doesn't it? That's a bad job nowadays. Texas Christian University, secondary school. And I'm coming up to manager outsourcing. That's a tough one. Stuttered in. I'm gonna cancel that one now. Sealed Air Corporation, machine worker. Yeah. Okay. I mean, I'll stop with that. And you see these numbers on the side. Your screen won't look like, well, it will look like that because you'll have our automation tool here, L Messenger Pro. You'll learn more about how that works. I didn't want to walk through that just yet. How you can set this stuff on autopilot. Pretty much click a few buttons and leave it alone and walk away. It'll add friends for you for the day, and then you just have breakfast. But just going to show you a few other things. Now, that's it for the Facebook groups. I'm going to write in here. There's going to be more stuff in here. Okay, you're going to have this doc underneath this video. I'm going to repeat that again. But one of the other ways, this one's a little tricky. One of the other ways to add friends or leads is to, on purpose, be targeted by ads. Now, what do I mean by that? Let's say, I know Affiliate Nation is one of the big guys here on Facebook. Big companies in different spaces, crypto, real estate, whatever niche you're in, or if you're just in affiliate marketing, there's going to be people running ads, right? Big wigs, big people spending lots of money on ads. And underneath those ads, you're going to see people are allowed to comment, they're allowed to share, they're allowed to like, and we can actually just send them friend requests. So think about it this way. Those big companies spent millions of dollars targeting people on Facebook with their ads. They're not stupid. They're not stupid. They're not just throwing money away. They're spending money on those ads because those ads are working. So those ads are very targeted and getting in front of the right people. Okay? So because they've spent the money and they've done all that stuff, you can just kind of leverage, okay? You can just kind of leverage and basically use their stuff. I'm going to like their page here. They're probably running ads. Let's see. About page transparency. This page is not currently running ads. So right now they're not running ads. Let's see. Let's go back. High ticket sales group. Okay. Let's see if there's another one. Let's say, what's his name? Trying to think of big guru's name here. Anthony Morrison. He's a big guru in this space, in the affiliate marketing space. Public figure. Let's see if he's running ads. About. He's not running ads. I thought I saw so many ads from him recently, but maybe that was through another page. Okay, disadvantage. I got partner with Anthony. Okay. So, let's see if I get targeted by something. I'm going to get an ad here soon. Appointment setting agency. Not a great example, but obviously I'm targeted by it. Jasper. See if I'm targeted by anything affiliate marketing related. Affiliate marketing, affiliate. Tim Dodd. So he's for coaches, consultants, and agencies, as you can see in the ad. Not a good example, but if you specifically go and find, let's say it's Tim Dodd. Let's say he was an affiliate marketing guru. I'm just making this up as I go along because a lot of affiliate marketing gurus don't do ads on Facebook anymore. But if you find them, make sure that you go to their page, like their page, follow them, because what will happen is their ads will now start to follow you on Facebook. You'll start to get pretty much like retargeted by their ads. And we can see this guy has an ad for coaches and consultants. And if we go down below, you can see the comments right here. We click the comments. So these are people that more than likely they are having the problem that he has a solution for. So he and his company have spent a ton of money to get in front of all these people, and all you're going to do is go in here and you can either reply to their comments and send them a friend request, or just randomly send them friend requests like I did in the other example. I believe you can also set L Messenger Pro to do this automatically. So there's another way to do it. Okay? That is yet another way to do it. Finally, another way to do it, because there's many more ways to do it. Another way to do it is just add friends from other friends. Add friends from other friends. Okay, so let's go back to Anthony Morrison. Anthony Morrison. We have to go to people to see. Okay, here he is. This is his actual profile, right? Not page, not what he's running his business through, but his profile, like his regular profile on Facebook. We can see he has 8.4 thousand followers. He doesn't even have a friends list. He has what they call a professional account. But we know more than likely, if we go to the comments on his posts and things like that, these are people in his space. These are people interested in his products and services and stuff like that. Especially if he has a direct call to them to sign up for his stuff. Right? Think about what these gurus do sometimes, and I do this too. Sometimes they have a post called a two-step that you're going to learn all about later on, and you're going to have some examples, and you're going to be able to use my two steps. But a two-step is basically a post that says like, hey, I'm opening up my new course. It's really awesome. I'm going to give it to the first 50 people for free. Comment free down below and let me send it to you. Here it is. Here's a two-step. Want a free copy of my new book, Cash Flow from Commercial Real Estate? So this would not be a good example for affiliate marketing, but if you were in the real estate niche, perfect, right? Because these people down below who are going to comment, let's see what the comment yes, right? They're saying, I need help with this thing, commercial real estate. So we're going to go to the comments. Look at all the leads you can have. All these people saying yes. They are all, without knowing it, I mean, you can also reply and like be nice and say nice things. Without knowing it, they have just opened themselves up to a ton of friend requests. Right? Because like marketers like me will piggyback and say, wow, I can go in here and add these people because they're all raising their hands and saying, I need help with commercial real estate. And the key is what happens after that. What happens after they accept the friend request, which we'll get into later. Okay? Here he's promoting his Webinar Fuel, his tool that he sells. I actually like Webinar Fuel, it's pretty good. But you can go down. Doesn't look like he talks much about affiliate marketing anymore. He's like that. He's kind of a chameleon. He moves around and does different offers all the time. But if you find some guru that you find their profile, not their page, their profile, and see them do especially those two-step posts where they're giving something away, you can add people that way because they're all raising their hand and saying, yeah, that's awesome, I want that. But what they're also saying is, I have a problem with that thing, with that, the solution basically that this person's providing, this guru is providing. So those are three ways. Again, I'm gonna flush this out and finish this right after this video and drop it for you down below this video. Those are three ways to find leads good quality leads. They're all raising their hands. They're all saying to you, you know, without knowing it, they're all saying, I really need help with this subject. Please, somebody help me. Okay? And when you add the friend and they accept your friend request, the next things you do after that is going to be what's most important. And we're going to get into that. And you're going to be a big time professional at adding leads and getting the right people and driving traffic for your affiliate business and ultimately driving commissions. Okay? So that's how easy this is. I'm telling you, when I say I can start a whole new profile from day one and scale to 10K, I'm not making that up. That's not hyperbole. Here's my other profile. Is it this one? Oh no, that's pages. See page, undo, like page. This is the page. I don't know why it won't show me my other profile. I don't know why it won't show me the other profile, because I think this is, yeah, this is my regular profile. But I do have another profile. Maybe they banned it or got rid of it because I haven't been active in it for so long. I was going to show you that at some point I was in Facebook jail for like 3 months with this profile right here, the one that I've been using from the beginning. But I didn't cry about it. I didn't piss and moan and, oh my God, my business, my life is over. I just started a new profile from zero. And with the skills that I garnered, with the amount of skills and just, I'm freaking good at this, like really good. To the point where brand new profile, I slap a picture on there. Hey, it's me, I'm back. I have no friends, I have nothing. I was able to start over fresh with a whole new thing going on, putting the right post in front of people, building relationships, doing everything. And the first month I made 10K as an affiliate. I don't even have my own product. Okay. So it's very, very simple to do. Once you get good at it, it's kind of like riding a bike. This is a skill. This is, you know, once you're in the self-employed quadrant, you're just starting off, you build this skill up, you will never go hungry again. And then you can quit your job and you're ready to go into the next phase, which we'll talk about a lot later, but you already kind of get it, where you're actually building a business, you're using YouTube and some traffic automation. There's a plan for you later on. But first, do this, get to 5 to 10K per month. Ask your coaches for help. Use Loom to record the screen. We are here to guide you through everything. And if you're promoting our program, you literally only have to send people to our Facebook group, and we will take care of all the selling and all the chatting and all the content and everything else for you. That being said, I'm the infamous Joel, and I'm out.
All right, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to talk about the Facebook algorithm. And it's just a fancy, nerdy, geeky phrase that just means how Facebook works. Because Facebook is ultimately a computer. That's all it is. Just a massive supercomputer sitting in a basement somewhere in Silicon Valley or wherever the hell Facebook is. But that's all Facebook is just a big old computer, and it has rules, and it has numbers, and it has structure, it has calculators, it has math, it has all this stuff that in the background is working without us even knowing. So it has all these codes in place that get it to respond the way that it does. So why is this important? This is important because our goal is to avoid running Facebook ads and costing any money or anything. So in order to do that, we need to know how Facebook works so that we can hack it, in a sense, to use it to our advantage as business owners. We want to use it to our advantage in a way where all the leads we just added, all the friends we just put on our friends list. Now, hopefully you've done that by now, and you'll notice that if you send 15 to 20 friend requests per day, anywhere from 5 to 10 will end up accepting those friend requests, right? Not everybody's going to accept your friend request. Some people are just going to let it sit there. Don't be offended. That's okay. That's everybody. Everybody's like that. Anyway, so we're going to get into the Facebook algorithm, and it's really, 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 really simple, believe it or not, but it's important to know. All the Facebook algorithm works on is engagement. It works on the idea that, let me bring out the old red pen. It works on the idea that you, right, you have your profile, you have yourself, and you go and engage on a friend's profile, right? Let's say you just added a new friend to your friends list. You go engage on their profile. Engage means like likes, hearts, laughs, comment, share, reply, like whatever, anything. You look on their profile, you see something they posted, and you like interact with their post. So basically what that tells Facebook is like, okay, well, I guess you really know this person. And now the next big part is if that other person now interacts with you, meaning that they go on your profile and they see something you posted and they like and share and comment and do all that stuff, then Facebook's like, okay, well, next time that your friend posts, basically the more you engage with each other, Facebook just assumes that, hey, you two must really know each other. So anytime that you post, that friend will see what you post almost immediately. Think about it. A lot of you guys have Facebook already. And chances are the people you haven't talked to since like high school, or like a long time ago or whatever, you probably have them on your friends list, but you probably don't really see their posts very often. They probably post, but you don't see it on your feed. Facebook doesn't really alert you when they post because it knows, in a sense, because of the algorithm, it knows you guys don't really talk very often. You're not very close. Instead, you'll see your mom's post or your kids' post or, whatever. You'll see the people who are closest to you first, the people who you tend to engage with and respond to the most first. That's who Facebook is going to prioritize. So it's very important to know this and understand this, and know that as we get out there and start posting our content and getting people's eyeballs onto what we're about and what we're posting and everything, we want to make sure that we're prepping our feed. I'm going to show you how to do that in the next video, but I'm going to make sure first that you understand this part about how Facebook works. So now that we know that, it's all about engaging with others and them engaging back with you and kind of playing this like game of tag, then we know that when we post, we want to create this tidal wave effect. Okay, here's our post. And right out here, outside of that initial post, is your closest friends, right? Close friends. They're going to be the first people that see that post. Now, don't confuse your close friends in real life to your close friends on Facebook. Remember, Facebook doesn't care about your real life. Facebook cares about your activity on Facebook because it's trying to tailor your experience to you. It's trying to make your experience personal, right? So your close friends on Facebook, the definition is those whom you interact with most often, whether it be their post or even chatting. That's why chatting is also very important. They figure out, okay, those must be your close friends. So they're going to show those people your post. Now, outside of that, there's another ring, right? Where it's like kinda close friends, like kinda friends, right? We're kinda friends. We're not like anybody. We kinda talk here and there, and all the way outside of that ring, right, is gonna be almost pretty much like your complete strangers. Like, yes, we're on each other's friends lists and everything, but we don't really talk. Maybe we talk once in a blue moon. I said hi to you like 6 months ago. Those strangers are probably very rarely, if at all, ever gonna see your post. Now, that being said, here's what Facebook does every time that you post something new. It could be a photo, it could be a story, it could be anything. I'm going to show you all the posting strategies and everything you should post. But here's what Facebook is doing in the background. When you post, the first thing it does is it shows that post to your closest friends. That's why engaging with people is so important, getting to know them, and chatting with them and interacting with them, prepping your feed. That's why that's so important, because it's going to show those initial very close people to you your post. Now, what it's doing, here's the kicker. What Facebook is doing in the background is checking to see how engaging is that post, right? How many likes, how many shares, how many hearts, how many comments, how many everything are you getting, okay? Very important to know that, because Facebook's goal is to keep people on Facebook. Believe it or not, it's very evil, but but that's what Facebook's goal is to keep people on Facebook. So don't put like links in here and like get people to go over to YouTube and stuff. No, Facebook hates that. Facebook likes people staying on Facebook. So anything you can post that gets people talking, gets people commenting, sharing, they like engagement. They like people staying here on Facebook so that we can make more money, right? Facebook's still a business too. Facebook is a company and they want to make money. So as long as we know that, as long as we know how to manipulate the algorithm in our favor, then we can stay both A, on Facebook's good side, right, by creating engaging posts, and B, by helping ourselves make money, because now we know that a very good amount of people are going to be considered our quote-unquote close friends, and they're going to see our posts. Now, what's going to happen after that? If it makes it past that barrier where, hey, your closest friends, right, quote-unquote, to Facebook, are really engaging with your posts. They're commenting, they're sharing it, they're liking it, they're passing it around, they're like really on fire. They love your post. Then Facebook's going to test that same post to your outer ring, your kind of sort of friends where you talk sometimes. And it's going to see, hey, how do they respond to this post? And by the way, I'm talking about your feed, right? What's first thing that happens when you log on to Facebook is you see your feed, right? And all of those posts are what's most relevant to you. Well, what's going to be most relevant to you is your closest friends and family, right? That's true for almost 99% of people on earth. So why it's important to build a good relationship with these people. Anyway, so kind of friends, that's where it's going to test next. And I'm running out of colors. Let's try yellow. Last but not least, it's going to try strangers, right? So it just follows this pattern. Like that's basically whenever you post, that's how the reach of your post works. That's how it works, where Facebook's going to test that post. It's going to test that post in front of different audiences, right? So that's how that works. And the main goal here is to make sure that most of our friends list are close friends. And we do that by making sure that we're engaging with them, chatting with them on a daily basis, except for your day off. And we're going to get into that here in a minute. I'm the Infamous Joel. See you in the next lesson.
Infamous Joel here. And in this lesson, we're going to talk about your six-figure Facebook posting strategy. It's going to be huge. And this is one of the most important lessons in the entire Facebook section. And I'm going to break down for you exactly how Facebook posting works and why we do it. First of all, let's draw my beautiful, infamous diagrams of the most accurate, realistic looking people I can ever imagine. Here we have inbound, outbound. Okay. Now we're going to look at everything we've been doing so far. That's the first thing. Okay. I don't want to overwhelm you with everything we're about to talk about without first taking a step back and looking at what we've learned so far and what we're doing so far. That way you get the whole picture, and you know how I like to teach. I like to teach from a top-down perspective, and it's like, okay, I see the whole big 5,000 foot overview first, and then we dive deeper into what we do, how we do it, and why we do it, okay? So far you've learned how to get leads on Facebook. And you've learned two specifically different methods, inbound and outbound. You learned a little bit about inbound because we're not doing the posting yet, we're doing it here. But even sometimes you'll get inbound leads just from people seeing your profile and seeing what you're about and sending you a friend request inside of a group because you replied to something. People are generally interested and say, hey, look at that person, they seem like they know some stuff. So you're inbound, right? You're getting people interested in you and chasing you. Outbound is more the cold method. You're knocking on doors, just saying, hey, how's it going? You're sending friend requests, and you're being very friendly. That's all you're doing. You're bringing leads into your world, onto your Facebook profile, becoming friends with you. They are leads now. Either you're getting them inbound or outbound. It doesn't matter. They are leads. So just like any old typical funnel, usually now they've opted in, right? So in a typical funnel, we're going to write a typical funnel down here so that you can see. That would be an opt-in, right? If you've ever been through a funnel ever on the internet, and I promise you have, even if you think you haven't, they're all the same. They have a landing page. You give them your name and your email, and you've opted in. That is a landing page, and it's an opt-in page. That's what they call that, okay? You're giving them your contact information. Maybe you're looking for a mortgage. Maybe you're looking for information about a course. Maybe you're looking for a local dentist. That page where you put in your information, that was an opt-in page. We're doing the same thing here, except on Facebook. That's what makes this Facebook funnel work so well, by basically adding that friend. They have now opted in to your funnel. They have shown interest. They've become your friend. Whether it be inbound or outbound, they've become your friend now. So what happens next in a typical funnel? Let's start there. In a typical funnel, the next page is what we call a bridge page. Bridge page. Why did we call it a bridge page? Who came up with that? What does that mean, bridge page? Bridge page could mean a lot of different things. Each business is different. Each business is unique. Sometimes a bridge page is represented by just like a bunch of follow-up emails, or a phone call, or a page with a video on it, or a page with a bunch of like words on it and explaining what the offer is all about or whatever. But the bridge page's the bridge page's purpose is always the same. And what is that? The purpose is always to warm up the leads. It's for warming. Okay, we have these kinds of ways of talking and marketing. Warming. Just think about like A friend warming up to you. It's kind of like that. A lead is warming up to you. What does that always mean? It means like they're starting to trust you more. They're starting to come out of their shell. You've probably met that weird friend in high school who used to like go to the dances and stand in the corner and they didn't talk very much and they were in the back of the class. And it was like, is that person weird? No, it's not weird. They probably just don't trust anybody else. They have trust issues. They really don't like talking. They don't like putting themselves out there. They're introverted. Your leads are the same way. When they first come into your world, more than likely, they're very cold. Right? They're very kind of like standoffish. Like, I don't know. Are you a scammer? Are you bad? Are you good? I don't know you yet. So the bridge page in a typical funnel is designed to warm that person up, to get them more familiar with the offer, get them more familiar with the guru, get them more familiar, whatever it is, get them more familiar with it so that they can come out of their shell and warm up to what's about to happen, which is ultimately a sale, right? So on Facebook, it's not any different. Except our bridge page is our profile. And if you followed instructions so far, you've optimized your profile with a nice, beautiful banner on it. And you've given this kind of like, okay, here's what I do. Here's what I'm all about. You've put it all in your banner. You've put it in your bio. You've basically spelled out, here's what I do. Here's how I help people and all that. Okay. Now, because we're using our profile to warm people up, specifically, as they scroll down, just like they would on a page, they would see descriptions of what that company does or videos or something. But because we're not a company, we're not a faceless corporation, we're not any of that stuff, we have the benefit of using our profile to connect as a person, as a human. People love to do business with people in today's world. All you see when you turn on the TV now is corporations, big companies, big conglomerates, big industries. They try to be more relatable and more like regular people. They're struggling now. They're losing money. They're losing business. I know it doesn't look that way, but it is in a lot of industries because they're struggling to be relatable and be like a regular person. A lot of them are hiring influencers. A lot of them are using affiliate marketing since we're here. They're using people to drive their brand forward because people don't trust companies anymore. They trust people. So we have that benefit. Since you're just a person, you have that benefit of building trust and likability with your audience. And so in this lesson, we're going to go over how to use the Facebook profile, your Facebook profile, to put posts on that profile that drive that message home, that build that trust, that build that bridge, that warm people up, that warm them up to your affiliate offers and make them want to do business with you because they think you're awesome. Okay, so there's very strategic posts. This is going to be a 2-part masterclass. I'm going to host part 1 and Coach Obi is going to host part 2 because I chose her because she is absolutely brilliant at this. She is a genius. She's made multiple thousands of dollars in a single day from a single post on Facebook. And she can walk you through some serious stuff. I'm more of a salesperson. I get people on calls and like do all that stuff. She uses her post and she's way smarter and she uses leverage, right? The post does all the work, warms people up and makes them want to buy. She's a genius at that stuff. So in this lesson, I'm going to cover at least what I do and what I know, and then she's going to take it home. And also, we're both going to give you some done-for-you posts, some resources, some examples that you can copy and paste yourself, obviously with a little bit of tweaking, word them in your own image, your own likeness, your own wording. But you can use our posts that have been successful and have worked for us really well over the years, okay? So that's what we're doing. And just like in any old typical funnel, we then take them over to a sale. In your Facebook funnel, okay, we're going to take them over to our affiliate link, right? Because we don't really do the sale, we send the affiliate link, but they're going to be so warmed up and so excited and so happy to be doing business with you, they're going to want to click your link. Whether that goes to a sale or if you're partnering with our program and you take people to our Facebook group where we will take care of the sales, okay? So that was a quick little explanation video right there, just a little part in the beginning where now we're going to go into the actual post. And I'm going to share the entire screen on this one because I want to walk through the strategy here. And I have the document open. You're going to get this document down below, below this video. And as you can see, I named it Facebook Posting Masterclass Part 1. First of all, let's go over a few things here. Posting on Facebook becomes your bridge page, as we talked about, as if you had a funnel. That's why we call it the Facebook funnel. We don't need a funnel, we have Facebook. Okay, we're using it like a funnel. Okay, the bridge page is where you put content in front of your lead to warm them up to a particular offer. In the old days, like the old fossil caveman days of marketing, this was exclusively done on a web page or in an email. But now, with social media, we bridge the lead to the offer with our posts. The following are my favorite kind of posts on Facebook that not only drive traffic to your affiliate offers, but also turn your Facebook into a conversion machine. If you do this right, you will be able to turn your Facebook into a funnel, especially with our automation tool that we give you for free that you're going to learn about later. When you do this right, you can fully automate your Facebook into a lead generation machine, into a machine that gets people to click on your affiliate links day in and day out, and a machine that turns out thousands and thousands of dollars per month. Okay, so let me show you how this works. Here is the 6-figure Facebook post strategies. Okay, post number 1 is the story post, and I'm going to look at the example here in a second. I posted an example of my own, but let's look at the purpose. What do I mean by story post? The purpose of the story post is to change the beliefs of your audience by pulling emotions out of them and making yourself relatable. I'm not the best at this. Okay, I've seen way better, but I'm okay. Okay, the benefit of the story post is that your audience will get that much closer to you as an expert when you share something about yourself. Plus, they will have a deeper understanding of why what your offer is totally different than other offers. It's a belief shifting post. Okay, always keep that in mind. Always think, what belief do I have to shift in order for this person that's reading this post to make them be a better lead for my offer? I hope that makes sense. For example, let's say in my business, right? And in some of you guys' business, since you're partnering with us, some of you, I am trying to get people over to making money online so they can quit their job. So what is a core belief that they probably have ingrained in them right now? Most of them went to school most of their lives, right? K through 12. They've been indoctrinated and believe that things like spending money is really scary, right? It's like, oh my God, I don't want to spend money. Everything's an expense, and if I spend money, I lose it forever. And they don't understand the principles of investing and making your money work for you. Right? So there's an example. They don't know how to think like an entrepreneur or a business owner. Business owners always invest in their business. I always invest in my business. I spend at least $20,000 a month just investing in my business. Just for consulting, just for ads, just for coaching programs, just for all kinds of stuff to invest in the business to make it run more efficiently and to make it make more money. They don't understand that correlation, that connection between when I spend money on this, more money comes back. All they know throughout their entire lives is when I spend money, it's gone forever. So it would be a really effective story post if I would tell a story about myself being really scared to invest money in my business, and then ultimately realizing and having the realization and having this big discovery that putting money into my business actually brought me 2 or 3 times money back, right? And that's a very engaging story that I can tell. Hopefully I can find a true story where I can throw myself into it. And if they read that, that'll shift a core belief inside of them. It'll shift think of the Grinch that stole Christmas. His heart grew 3 times bigger after he had that epiphany and that moving story that he had. You want your leads to do the same thing, and you want to choose a belief that you want to destroy and change it. But you do that through stories. You don't do that by just telling them, hey, start believing this. They're not going to listen. But if you start where they are and you make yourself relatable and you tell the story of how you came upon this thing that changed your whole life, they'll see themselves in you and they'll relate to your journey and say, hey, I want that. Maybe I should change that belief. Okay? That's what you're trying to do. So how do we structure this? We start with very shocking or controversial headline. Sometimes I start with like, I lost everything. I lost my home. Or sometimes me personally, I came home from jail. Right? It's like start with something true, but like shocking, get them to stop scrolling, something. Okay? Next, you set the stage for the downfall of the story. Think about any movie you've ever seen that you want to cheer for the hero, right? In the first act, we get to know the hero. And in the second act, they usually meet some kind of a wall. So the villain, the bad guy, or some kind of a struggle. In the Rocky movies, he meets his match, right? There's some boxer that he has to fight that's like the craziest, most strong, most impossible odds kind of boxer you can ever see that kills his best friend or something. That some crazy thing happens. So we love to see that part of the story because it gets us connected more with that character. And now we really want to see them succeed. We have a reason to go along with them in their journey. Okay? Next, make sure you talk about what's going on both internally and externally. See the hero's two journeys and expert secrets. I can't tell you enough, I can't stress enough how important that book is. And if you went through the recommended reading and you did not order that book, shame on you, because it's going to be your Bible when you're doing marketing out there. All marketing ties back to expert secrets. It's the most comprehensive book I've ever read on the subject. But he talks about the hero's two journeys, and you want to tell your story with both what happened externally. You know, this guy punched my girlfriend in the face. We were at the movies. That's all external. Internal, I felt like less of a man. I felt my stomach bubbling and my heart was pounding. My palms were sweaty. Knees weak, arms are heavy. You know, like, you know, you're telling an internal story, how you felt about it. Because we can relate to someone when they're telling an external story, but when they're telling an internal story, we've all been there. We know how it feels. That's when people really relate to you. So make sure you tell both at the same time. Next, we're going to hit rock bottom. Okay, I imagine this whole structure as like a V. If you look at the shape of a V, it goes down and then it hits rock bottom and then it goes up. So rock bottom is the middle part of your story. I thought it was over. I thought I was finished. You know, everyone left me. My parents deserted me. My kids looked at me funny. I had hit rock bottom. I felt like I was just humiliated. You know, people can relate to that. Everyone has hit rock bottom a million times in their life. Everyone. Everyone's life is a struggle. No matter how happy and how well off everybody seems, they can tell you a story about how they hit rock bottom. We're all human. We've all gone through ups and downs. Next, you want to have a profound discovery or realization. This is when you start to turn the tide, and this is when you start planting the seeds of the belief that they have to change in themselves so that they can get the result that you ultimately got. Right? Then I discovered this kickboxing, program or something. I'm still going with the girlfriend got punched in the face story, but I'm just making stuff up at this point. Then I discovered, Steven Seagal's Taekwondo class or whatever happened. You see this all the time in marketing, where then they discovered the product, they discovered the guru's course or whatever, right? Anything. So you start talking about the comeback, and again, people love comeback stories. What were the effects of this discovery? Did your kids start looking at you like a hero now? Did your girlfriend come back home and get back in a relationship with you, and you felt like you were on top of the world? And then ultimate success, the happy ending. Every movie you've ever seen ends like this. Every show you've ever seen has this same structure. This is the end of the movie. This is Rocky being hoisted up by the crowd, screaming, "Adrian, I did it." This is what people want to see at the end of your story, and ultimately how they've come full circle in now believing something new. Remember, the whole purpose of this was to shift their belief. Now, I'm going to show you an example. It's not the greatest example. I kind of grabbed this as fast as I could. Oh my God, there goes the shocking kind of headlines. Not great, but this is probably good because it shows you don't have to be perfect. Just found this in my record box when I left prison. They let me keep my possessions that I accumulated while I was there. One of my notebooks found a goal set for myself where I wrote 10K in a month. In February of 2020, I finally reached that goal. It's not great. There should have been a rock bottom here. You can see I kind of wrote this pretty quickly. But it has very similar structural components of what we're talking about. Now I get to see the look in beginning affiliates' eyes when I tell them that they can do it. I'm trying to shift the belief right here. So it's to show them I went through a similar thing. I should have had more of a rock bottom, but remember it being so hard, believing in the beginning, because I never saw the amount of money at one time, that amount of money one time. if I could give you an advice, if you're just getting started at this, whether you're working for a boss or working for yourself, other people get to dictate your value and what you'll get paid. So don't focus on the newest tactic or snazzy gadget. Focus on making yourself a valuable commodity and delivering your value to the marketplace. Cheers to whomever is committed to 10K months. Okay, just like a nice little ending of the story. It's like, hey, let's all do this together. Hey, rah rah, this is great. And I got 7 comments. Not the best story I've ever written or anything. Very rushed. There's a lot more I could have done with this, but hopefully you can see the belief that was chosen, okay, and what I was trying to shift. What I was trying to shift is especially pointed out in this line right here. So don't focus on the newest tactic or snazzy gadget. It was all about shiny object syndrome. I could have done a lot better with this. Obviously, in retrospect, I'm like, man, that was kind of lazy. That was a lazy day, I guess. But this is what I was trying to shift. I want people to get out of buying the newest course and the newest tactic and the newest webinar and the newest getting into this thing. It's like, I want you to know the value of focus and not always buying the new thing and jumping to the next thing. So I probably could have done this a lot better, but I'm giving you this example so you can see what is it that I'm doing right here. What's the goal, right? Not that it's the best example ever, but it's an example. All right, the next one is the easiest one ever, but it's also important and a lot of people skip over it. A lot of people think that they have to be this absolutely serious business owner that's like, you're an entrepreneur and an affiliate marketer now, and it's like, I'm never gonna, the fact is, that couldn't be further from the truth, that there's like this paint by numbers, like you have to be this one specific way and all your posts have to sound robotic and always about business. Again, I want to go back to a point that I made earlier. People want to do business with people. So these lifestyle posts are super important. And when you're an affiliate marketer, you're actually at the first stage of entrepreneurship that Russell Brunson talks about. You're the relatable beginner. Okay? So it's even more important to post stuff about your daily life and not you on a 10,000 foot yacht because you've already made $1 million. Okay? Even when I get to that point, I probably won't post stuff like that because it'll make me unrelatable, and I know that. That's the problem with a lot of gurus. That's why people are really turned off by this stuff now. Because gurus immediately position themselves as a big, giant corporation once they start making a ton of money, and people lose touch with them, and they don't want to deal with them. And then the guru depends on all their affiliates because the affiliates have the secret, super hidden power of being relatable. You don't know how powerful this is. I didn't know how powerful this was until I lost that power. Once I started posting how much money I'm making and stuff, people actually started to lose trust in me. It's harder. So a lot of times a new affiliate says, how do I teach people to make money online and show all this and do all this when I haven't made money online? And you feel like an imposter. When again, that couldn't be further from the truth. People actually don't want to do business with people like that. They actually don't trust you. They actually look at you like you're trying to scam them. It's harder to do it that way. So just be yourself and be relatable. Lifestyle post. Okay? The purpose. To show your leads that you're a real person. People do business with people. Today's world hates big corporations. What's the benefit? Your audience will relate to you and trust you more. Structure. A photo or video of a family vacation, family get-together, personal accomplishments, hobby, kids, dogs, etc. Make sure your Facebook wall has this stuff. Now, there's extra points if you can relate it back to business somehow. You don't have to do that part, but if you can relate it back to your business somehow, then that gives you some extra points, right? But ultimately, when people scroll down your wall and they look at your Facebook profile, they want to see a real person. They don't want to see some robotic, buy my thing, buy my thing, buy my thing. You seem like a company now, and they don't want to do business with a company. They want to do business with a person. So let's look at an example of this, of me trying to be relatable, but everyone knows I'm a robot. Okay, so here's one. Again, I tried to relate it back to business somehow, right? You don't always have to do this, but this is me. Man, I have really flaky eyebrows right there. I didn't even notice that. Holy crap. I get really dry skin and my eyebrows just broke out in flakes, but whatever. I'm real, right? I didn't have a makeup department or anything like that. I'm just going to the Eagles game with my mom. She's a huge Eagles fan. I think this was the NFC Championship game with the Niners. Fun time, great time. And that's it. I'm just talking. I'm just relating it back to business. And I'm like, hey, with affiliate marketing, I was able to, I work from home now and I can just set things on autopilot and I can go to the Eagles game having a great time with my mom, my family here. And that's it. And you don't have to tie it back to business. You don't have to, it doesn't have to be this lavish. It could just be you playing with your dog in your backyard, you hanging out with your kids or something that your kids did. Maybe your baby took their first steps. It's really that simple. It's really that simple. Don't overcomplicate this part. Do not overcomplicate. What should I post? Are you kidding me? Your regular everyday life, just you, just stuff, just whatever. Because the purpose of that is not they're going to buy a million things from you. It's they're going to, like I said, your audience will relate to you and trust you more. Trust is such a look like just glossed over piece of value, just glossed over thing in your business and everyone's business that they're like, oh, I don't need to get trust. I just need to sell a bunch of stuff. Well, how do you think you sell a bunch of stuff? You have to get trust first. People aren't just going to throw money at you. They need to trust you. So part of that is your lifestyle post. Now, last but not least, this is, oh boy, I'm going to take a deep breath, take a swig of my drink here, because this one here, the two-step posts, are the most powerful posts you can ever do. Do these sparingly, here and there, maybe once a week. Don't do these all the time. People will get burnt out, okay? But I'm going to get into in just a second what the two-step post is and how powerful it is and how you can automate the two-step post, and it's just unbelievable, okay? All right, now, what is a two-step post? A two-step post is very simple. It's a post where you are doing a kind of a freebie or a giveaway. It's kind of like in the old-fashioned funnels where people are using a lead magnet, right? And we're going to give you lead magnets. We're going to give you some freebies you can give away so you have stuff already made. Don't go off and make stuff. You can just automate this. But that being said, what's the purpose? It's to get the very best leads on your friends list to raise their hands and show they need a solution to a specific problem. To get nonstop engagement that pushes your post out to maximum number of people. Remember the way that the Facebook algorithm works. The Facebook algorithm loves when you engage with people. It shows that you're an active member of the community, but it also loves when people engage with your post. That means commenting, liking, sharing. That means that your post is something that keeps people on Facebook. And remember, that's Facebook's ultimate goal. Facebook just wants people to stay on Facebook all day, every day. The more that you can help Facebook do that, the more Facebook will like you. And the more Facebook will push your post out to more of your friends. And that's ultimately what you want. Free exposure and free marketing. These two-step posts are so powerful because they're able to do that. So they're twofold. They get people to raise their hands and say, hey, I need that. They're welcoming you to have conversations with them and welcoming you to send them your affiliate link so you get free leads all day, every day. And they help your post reach even more people, more eyeballs, more people see your profile, more people see your lifestyle post, more people see that you're a person of value and they want to do business with you for free. This is why the two-step posts are so powerful. I want you to just understand how powerful these posts are. But don't do them every day, all day, because you will burn your leads out. You'll burn your friends list out. It's not good. Once a week is maximum. Spend the rest of the week posting other stuff. Once a week for the two-step post, okay? Now, what's the benefit? The benefit is you get leads coming to you rather than doing nonstop outreach. These are very powerful posts that help you leverage your time. Remember, we talked about the different kinds of messenger conversations, inbound versus outbound. This is one of the best ways, if not the best way, to have an inbound lead, an inbound conversation. The person that you're talking to wants to talk to you. Okay, those are the absolute best leads, the cream of the crop. So they're raising their hands to this post. They're saying, yes, I absolutely want that. Let's talk. Those people are so easy. You're not bothering their day. You're not like intrusive. You're not, making everything all about you. It's all about them, and they're really happy to talk to you. Now, how do we structure this? We start with a very enticing headline promising free value. Who wants my highest paying affiliate programs cheat sheet? I use these all the time. Okay, something of value right up front. Like, who wants this cool thing that I'm about to give you? Okay. Now, as a bonus, you don't have to do this part. I've done like really just straightforward, like who wants this thing? Comment blah, blah, blah down below. You can do that. But as a bonus, you can combine things. You can tell a short story of why you're doing this. This story should be throwing stones at competitors and how they steer people wrong. So when you're telling this story along with the free giveaway, you're shifting a belief a little bit too. Hey, the reason I'm doing this and I'm giving you this away is because so many gurus out there are just trying to sell you their course, and they're so wrong. They're so horrible. It's like, why sell courses? Information is free. What we do is we do a done-for-you franchise system where we plug you into what we have going on. So we're not a course, and we're not worried about the course competitors out there. So we'll just give the stuff away for free that these courses charge you hundreds of thousands of dollars for. Cool, cool. Comment, I want that down below. And that's the next part. Use a strong call to action to get everyone to comment. For example, comment, "Gimme that" down below. Gimme that! Right? With a little hand pointing down or something like that. Little finger. All right? That's the most important part of the post, is the very end, is because that's the whole leverage point. You want people to comment. You want people saying, yes, I want that thing. Because the next thing that you're going to do is you're going to go down to the comment section and ask a handful of leads if you can send them a DM. This is really important, so I want you to pay attention. It's going to be your natural inclination, your natural thought process to just post the link or just give away stuff in the comment section. Don't do that. And I put here, never simply post the freebie for everyone to see. That defeats the whole purpose of this strategy. Do not just post your link, even if it's the affiliate link, or even if it's, just the link to the free thing that you're giving away. Why? Because people who were going to comment and gonna say, yeah, I want that, now there's no reason to do that. Because, oh, there it is right there. I'm just gonna click it. Remember that this process and the value of this and how it helps your business is twofold. You're getting people in conversations, right? They're raising their hand, they're inbound, but also you're able to push this out to more people without spending a dime on ads. Because so many people are commenting. You want comments. Okay, I'm going to show you how this works in real live action so that it makes more sense. But when you go down to the comment section and look what it says, ask a handful of leads if you can send them a DM. Why do we do that? The reason we do that, and we don't ask everyone if we can send them a DM, is because we want this post to last a long time. Facebook looks at your post, and if it's dead, if it's getting no more engagement, it moves on to the next person. It just goes on about its day. It's like, oh, it looks like that post is dead. Let's just stop. But when your post is getting engagement and more comments and more comments and more comments and more comments over a long period of time, Facebook will continue to push it and push it and push it and push it. So eventually, if you have a friends list with like 3,000 people, you can literally leverage the exact same post for months and months and months, all because you're doing this slowly but surely. Take like 4 or 5 people, ask them if you can send them a DM, and now that makes your post fresh and brand new. Because what's going to happen is that same person who originally commented, they have to answer your question now. So that's another comment. You want as many comments as possible, so now you've actually turned 1 comment into 4. Think about it like this. Yeah, I want that. Give me that. Okay, cool. Here's comment number 2. Okay, cool. Can I send you a DM? Comment number 3. Yeah, please send me a DM. Comment number 4. Okay, just sent it. Open your messenger. They might even comment again. Okay, cool. Received. You want to have a whole conversation in the comment section, and you want to have them slowly but surely, not all at once, right? You want to let the Facebook algorithm push your post out slowly but surely over time. Okay, last but not least, stop in and reply to these comments slowly as they come in, never all at once. You might have 2 new people commenting today, only reply to 1 and turn that 1 into a few new comments. Don't use them all. It's like a bag of comments. Don't use all of your comments in one shot. Otherwise, Facebook thinks the post is dead. Okay, once Facebook has pushed this post out to as many people as it can, and it notices that nobody's commenting on the post anymore, it's going to consider the post dead and stop pushing it. That's why you want to do this interspersely, here and there. That was a big word I just said, wasn't it? Now let's look at the example. I pulled a basic example out just to show you there was almost no thought put into this post here. You can see there was no story. It was just a headline. Last call to have a high-ticket affiliate marketing business completely done for you. That's it. I even pinned this. Okay, there's an option here. It's not here because of the way this comes up. But there's an option to pin this to the top of your feed. So that way, okay, if we go over to my Facebook profile, this is a very smart thing to do. That way, whenever somebody goes to my profile, they see my banner, they see my intro right here, I DM me for high ticket business. They see this right away. Even though this was May 25th, this is last year at the time of this recording. Last year. And I pinned this to the top of my, right here, you can unpin it or pin it. I pinned this to the top of my profile, so as people start scrolling down, this is the first thing they see. Even somebody fresh and brand new has no idea who I am, they're immediately like, yes, I want this, yes, 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 gimme. And now I have an inbound lead. I don't have to go out and chase people, right? Okay, let's go back, and you can see here, 70 comments. 70. And I haven't been doing Facebook for months. But look how I did this, okay? This probably wasn't the best. Sent you a DM. Actually, I think we already had a conversation going. That's why I did it. Liz K, she's like, how? I said, would you like me to connect with you about it? She didn't answer at first, so I put question mark. She still didn't answer. I just let it go. Let's see if there was another one. Joe Mormon, I would like to know more, question mark. I said, cool. Can I send a PM? Can I PM you about it, private message? And look, he says, yes, please. And then after I sent him the message, check your inbox. So again, turning this one comment into 4 comments. This is why this carried on so long and had 70 comments. So many people. Here's another one, Jared Martinez. Info, can I send you a DM? Yes, sent. Got it? And I don't know what happened after that. It was a while ago, but Brandon Coleman, same thing. Info, can I inbox you? Yeah, you sure can. You there, brother? Michael something. Sure, can I DM you? Yes, for sure. Sent. Can you check? I'm trying to turn these into as many comments as possible. But just to give you a heads up, I did not do all of this all at once. Okay, you can see some here near the bottom. Look at these, 45 weeks old. And some of these 25 weeks old, 20 weeks old. So I periodically come in here and check to see if I have any new comments. And I'll go in and I'll comment on one of them, slowly but surely. Because again, I want this post to look like, in the eyes of Facebook, to look like there's still engagement going on here. And Facebook is going to keep pushing it to more people. Okay, now once I get into a conversation with these people, I give them the free thing, the thing that they asked for. Obviously, we don't want to, in this situation, this is a little bit different. So don't take this with a grain of salt. This is like specifically a call to action about like wanting to get on a call and like talk about, let's do this. Let's get on a call and sell you right now. Yours probably aren't going to look like this. They're going to be more like freebies. Like, who wants my cheat sheet? Who wants my 5-step roadmap? Who wants my 3-step process or whatever, right? And we have some freebies we can give you that you can use. So don't worry about that. And you can set this on autopilot with the messenger flow and the automation tools and software we give you a little bit later. I did all this by hand. You don't even have to do that. We've made it super easy, okay? This is your 3rd time on my recommended list. Not sure why this is. If you don't mind, add me to Facebook. Maybe we can be friends. So this is someone who I actually never got back with. But there you go. I was on their recommended list. They went over to my profile. They saw my post. It's inbound. I didn't reach out to that person. Facebook found them for me. This is the power of using the 2-step post. Here's another one, please. They might answer that, they might not. That was 20 weeks ago. That was a long time ago. I'm interested. I'm just now like getting back with them. But you start with the question, they answer you. Now you get into a DM or a messenger conversation with them, give them the free thing. And then hopefully that'll segue, not hopefully, but make sure you segue that into a conversation like, so how's the business going? Or like, what's brought you to affiliate marketing exactly? Just curious. And it's like when they say they need help or they're looking into it, send them your affiliate links. Like, hey, okay, cool. Well, I have this thing. Do you want to check it out? Maybe it's the Facebook group link. Do you want to check out this free Facebook group? Is that okay if I send you the link? Always ask permission. Permission is what it's all about. But that's pretty much that. Very simple, very straightforward, very powerful. Okay? Here's the last part. Get into DMs and send the freebie, but quickly turn the conversation into the problem that they are having and whether or not they're open to checking out your affiliate link, whatever that may be, whatever niche it is. Maybe it's you're partnering with us. You're like, hey, do you want to check this out? Send them a link when they say yes. Okay? Now, you can see our done for you examples. We actually, myself and the other coaches are putting together a Google Drive. This will always be up to date. It'll always have examples in it of all the different six-figure posts that we use. It's broken down by different folders so that you get all these different ideas. And Coach Obi is going to take over the part 2 of this masterclass and teach you some of her strategies, because she is freaking awesome and she does a lot of really powerful posting on Facebook. So she's going to take you to the next level. That's it for this lesson. I'm the infamous Joel, and I'm out.
Masterclass part 2. So you've just been through Joel's training on how he posts on Facebook to make all of the monies. So this is my take on it. I'm not going to go over obviously the same things that he's talked about, but I have a slightly different way of doing that. Now, some of the posts that I've put up have generated clients and sales. I've probably done in the region of about 20 grams worth of sales just on posting on Facebook. And I'm going to show you sort of 3 of the main ones that I use that have done that. Now, to answer the first question I know you've got in your head, which is, well, which was this magical post that did that for you? I'm going to burst your bubble a little bit here. There is no such thing as the perfect sales post that will get you all of the monies and have people throwing their wallets at you. It just doesn't happen that way. You're going to have the post that tip people over the edge, but it's still a process. And now it doesn't have to be a particularly long process. I've had people that have been, reading my stuff for about a week before they decided to jump in. Maybe a few posts, a couple of posts, less than 10 definitely. And that's when they decided they wanted to either engage me as a coach or buy my product or what have you. But it is a process. So I want you to get used to that idea, because also I don't want you beating yourself up if you put a post up which you think is like Pulitzer Prize winning and nobody takes the bait. Doesn't mean that you did a bad job. It just means that it's part of the process, which is why it's a good idea to consistently put content out there. Because you think about the times when people on your Facebook, for example, have been posting, and then suddenly crickets. And then suddenly they pop back up again and, usually selling something. And you're like, whoa, but, where have you been? So if you are consistent, even if it's only a couple of times a week, but you're consistent with that couple of times a week, people will get used to seeing your products, get used to seeing you, and you will build up that trust. Because all of this, as Joel said in the last masterclass, it's all about getting that trust. Now, the way that I like to do my sales is the main one is this one, getting in their head. Now, this type of post is really important because not only you're building that trust by showing people that you actually know what you're talking about, that you're an expert in this. You're not just somebody who watched a YouTube video on this morning and has decided to spout off on it. But it's also a case of it's building trust, building expertise, and also it's slightly changing the belief systems that Joel talked about in the last masterclass. You're changing beliefs. You are, but not in the way that he does it. So let me explain how I do these. These are my bread and butter ones, if you like. I can't give you a ratio, but I would say direct sales posts do less often. I usually do mostly getting in their head posts and personal branding. And then a direct sales post maybe once a week or what have you. But we'll get onto the 3 types anyway, and you can make your own ratio up, but go easy on the direct sales, focus more on the other 2. So the first one is my favourite, getting in their head. It's my favourite because when done well, these are the posts that can generate somebody just like wanting your link straight away. However, these are the ones that maybe take a little bit more time, a little bit more effort, and a little bit more skill. Now, don't worry, because at the start, you're probably not going to be very skillful. You'll look back in 6 months' time and think, oh my God, that's so clumsy. But that's okay. It's part of the process. So I want you to think about going 2 layers deeper than everybody else on this particular issue. And that sort of looks like you think the problem is X, but in fact it's Y, and here's the logical proof. That's kind of in a nutshell what we're going for here. So an example is the reason you still feel anxious about setting boundaries with your family is because you feel people will only like you if you're of service to them. And then you can say, let's talk about how to solve that. You want to basically get in somebody to say, oh, yeah, I see that. If you can, another example, for example, would be weight loss. Okay, you think that the reason you're gaining weight, not able to lose any weight, it's because you're eating carbs, because you're eating butter, because it's full fat milk, because you're not calorie counting. In fact, it's because you're eating at the wrong times. And here's the proof of why that works. Here's the logical proof why that's true. If you can get somebody to go, yeah, I can see how that would work. Oh, and yeah, I can definitely see how that one would work. Okay, cool. That's a belief changing, but not in the way that Joel's already talked about. You're going deeper. You're showing people the logic behind it as to why the other things that they're believing are not true. And if you can get a handle on this, oh my goodness, you can print your own money. I swear to God. These are the posts that I have, and I'm going to put them in the drive for you to show you some of the examples. But these are the kind of posts where people have got a hold of me and gone, it's like you've got a camera in my head, in my house or in my head. You know what I'm thinking. If you can talk in your posts about the stuff that people are thinking in their heads but don't say out loud, it's supercharging that trust superhighway. You're just going to be garnering that trust. People are going to be like, he or she knows exactly how I'm feeling. Oh my goodness. It gives you that connection. I don't want you to worry about how long the post is either. The right people are going to read all the way through. Now, we're not talking these things have got to be miles and miles and miles, but you know, I've sat there and read posts. People who've done this very, very well, I have sat there and read posts that are multiple paragraphs. They just seem to go on forever, but it doesn't matter because it was interesting. It's only a problem when you're not hitting the nail on the head or when you're not going deep enough. So think about the 2-layer thing. You know, everybody thinks the problem is carbs. Okay, cool. You could do that. Carbs is this, carbs is that. You could go, look, the reason that you are not happy with the number on your scale, when you step onto it and put that bitch back in the corner where she deserves to be, rude, how dare she say I weigh that much. But if you can do that, and the reason that you're not happy with that number on the scale, it's not because you've been eating too many carbs, because people think that rice is the devil. It's actually because the time you eat, and that's because of the way your metabolism works. Bonus points if it's something that they can point to. If it's, like I said, about the scales, their credit card bill, if it's a physical thing that they can point to, then fabulous. We love that, because that's a lot of us are very visual. So you'll be able to straight away tap into that visual part of them. And they can say, oh yeah, I know what you mean. I definitely know what you mean about that one. So getting in their head, like I said, this should be one of the main types of posts that I feel that you should be doing. However, it does take a little bit of skill. You've got to really think about it. If you're selling in the online, make money online, think about the stuff that you believed 2 hours before you picked up this course, for example. Think about how you were just before you found the solution. What beliefs did you have about that? What do you now know is different? So it ties a little bit into the things that Joel was talking about in the last masterclass, but I like to go a bit deeper, and I like to have that logical proof in there as well. Right, this is, and obviously if you've got a solution, you know how it works, so you can then point that out. This is why it works. You want to leave people reading your post going, oh, that makes sense. If you can do that, you have won half the battle, okay? And don't be afraid to give them a call to action, a link to the product, because if you've done this really, really well, you don't want to leave them hanging and go, I found a solution to that. I know exactly what times you should be eating, but I'm not going to tell you. No. That's mean. Let's not do that. Don't be afraid to give them a call to action, link to a product, contact you if, this is a problem they're having, kind of thing. But if you can do these kind of posts, where people think, she's talking about me. Oh my goodness, he knows exactly how I feel. They must have a camera in my house. How do they know that? Oh, I can see logically how this would work. Oh my goodness, right, that makes sense. That's why it's not been working for me. I've been eating all the low carb, low taste dust biscuits. However, if I'm eating at 9 o'clock at night, well, it makes sense that my body hasn't got time to burn it off. Wow, okay, cool. I want to know more about this. You see what I mean? Brilliant. We love these kind of posts. And direct sales posts. I know what you're thinking. You're like, well, I can't do that. Yes, you can. Sparingly, very sparingly, use this stuff like red hot chili pepper flakes. Sparingly. We don't want burnt booty holes here, thank you very much. Your direct sales posts, if I like these because every now and again, you've got a lot of people joining your Facebook. Sometimes people just like it to be spelt out to them, to be honest. But we're doing it properly. We're not doing all mystery marketing here. We do not do mystery marketing. If you do, I'm going to come around there and slap your backside. We don't do mystery marketing. This is not a perfume advert, okay? We don't want people having to reach out to see if this is the right thing for them. You've heard me say it on trainings before, and I'm going to say it again. If you're telling people, oh, I've got this thing, make money online. Well, is that selling affiliate products? Is this paid ads? Or is this selling crack? Because all of those things fall under selling online. So we need to be very specific because, for example, if you're doing an online course, say you're affiliating for Affiliate Franchise, you obviously know what's in the course. Now, if you've got somebody who wants to make money but really wants to do blogging, for example, which we do not cover at time of recording, then this is not going to be for them. So why not give them all the information up front, or as much information as they need to make a decision about this before they even get anywhere near you? Because this is what my content does. Sales is like a seesaw. Sales and marketing, two different things. It's like a seesaw, okay? The more that you do in your marketing, your upfront marketing, your content, your ad, your YouTube video, your however it is that you're presenting, the more work that you do on that, and the more that does work for you, so that tells people what it is that you do, who it's for, etc., the less you have to do on the sales back end. No convincing. I have never done a sales call in my entire life. I don't like them. I won't do them. It costs a pretty penny to work with me one-to-one when you're a private client of mine. So how do I get people to open their wallets without a sales call? My marketing, my content does all that heavy lifting. They come to me specifically knowing what I do, who it's for, sometimes how much it costs. I play around sometimes of putting cost on there, sometimes I don't. The general plan to get them across the river. So they've got a good idea, basically, when they get hold of me to see if I've got any slots available. They know what to expect. And they've done all that without my involvement. I don't have to get on an hour's sales call. I haven't got an hour. I've got 3 children. I don't have an hour to spend convincing another human being of something that they know they need to do. Ain't nobody got time for that. So I like my content to do the heavy lifting for me. And direct sales posts are a really good way of doing that. So you've done all your belief changing, you've done your getting in their head, you've done, all those other posts. Now it's time to go, well, look, this is what I offer, okay? A direct sales post, exactly what it says on the tin. What you offer. What is it? What is it that you do? What is your solution? Well, I offer a course on how to use Excel properly for, so you can, do whatever. To who specifically? This is the really important bit, okay? This is the bit that I see people getting wrong all the time. You know who is best placed to get the results from whatever it is that you're selling, okay? I had a client who was into the fitness industry, and he said, oh no, my workout plan works for everybody. I was like, whoa. Slow your roll, boy. Okay, so you're telling me that this product works the same, this workout plan is exactly the same for a 16-year-old girl who wants to make cheerleading squad and maybe needs to lose a few pounds so, they can actually lift her up in the air. And it's going to work for a 75-year-old man who needs to get a little bit fitter because he's having a knee replacement. Well, no, obviously. Well, no, you said it works for everybody. So there's obviously somebody specific. Now, I don't want you to start panicking, thinking, oh, I'm cutting down my market. These unicorns that you think don't exist do. And they're just waiting to be called out, especially if you're doing high ticket. I am a high ticket buyer myself. I know Joelle spends lots of money on courses and things. When you are high ticket buyers, you want to know that this thing is for you, not just every Tom, Dick and Harry. I'm at the point in my business, for example, where I'm not in the market for a general course on how to be an affiliate marketer, for example. However, I know there are certain bits, when I get to a roadblock in my business, I go looking for a specific thing. So, for example, if I need help with my YouTube channel, I'm past the point of needing a broad spectrum, this is how to do YouTube from bang to bullet. I am going to be looking for somebody who specifically does thumbnails, for example, or specifically trains on SEO, for example. Scaling is another one that I see people, oh yeah, this is for beginners and people, further up the scale. No. Starting off is a very different beast to scaling. Somebody who has already made their first, 10 grand a month. Then after that, there is a very specific market for those people who are wanting to get from their first million to their second million, for example. So having an idea of who you serve specifically, who is best placed, what skills have they already got, what bits have they already got in place, what kind of person only needs the thing that you offer to make the rest of it work. You're selling an online course, for example, on how to be an online marketer, say it's affiliate franchise. Well, those people hopefully are tech savvy already because, you're going to need to know tech. You can't be doing people who don't know how to cut and paste, for example. Had clients I've had to do that with. You're looking for somebody who is maybe management because you're looking for people who are already used to making decisions in their business or making decisions and don't have a problem making these decisions and just going for it. So when you're doing a sales post, always make sure what you offer. Okay, is it a course? Is it a plan? Is it a one-to-one coaching? What is it? And who is it for specifically? The more specific you can get, the better, because the wrong people are going to straight away bounce off. Right, well, I've got a coaching offer for people who have made their first £10,000 online and wanting to scale to their first $500,000, for example. The people who are over $500,000 are going to go, well, this is not for me. The people who are under $500,000, well, this is under 10 grand, well, this isn't for me. So you know who's going to be best placed. And if you don't know who's best placed, go into the testimonials and things for what you're already selling and see who's getting good results. See if you can figure out what makes those people able to pick this thing up and run with it. Okay? You want to be giving people how it works. Give them the stepping stones. Let them see how logically your process is going to get them from A, where they are now, to B, the result. There you go. Make money online, affiliate marketing, or selling crack. We're not doing mystery marketing. Now you know how your thing works. For example, affiliate franchise at time of recording, it's right, okay, well, we're going to give you a product to promote. We're going to teach you how to use Facebook like some sort of secret cash machine, and we're going to make that happen until you hit your first 10 grand. Then we're going to go into paid ads. We're just going to supercharge it with some money. There you go. Now, I didn't have to break it down there to, right, well, with the 16 videos on how to do this. Then we're going to open a TikTok and then we're going to teach you how to put the pet pixel in and we're going to have to do this. And people don't need to know that. They just need to know if that process is A, going to logically make sense. B, is it something that they want to do? They might not want to do Facebook. They might I'm looking for something that's going to teach me just YouTube. Okay, well, this probably isn't for you then. Give them as much information as they need to make a buying decision before they even hit your inbox, because that is the way to avoid inbox overwhelm. Been there, done that, not pretty. You want a clear outcome for what these people are going to get if they pick up whatever it is. Quantify everything. Don't just say make more money online. Well, how much more money? 10 quid a month? 50,000 a month? If you can quantify it, and don't just say people. What kind of people? Who? Specifically. Try and quantify everything. Write it out and then go back, and anywhere that you've been a bit vague, people, or, you just try and get as quantified as possible. How much money? What kind of results can they expect? If you don't know what kind of results, for a start, you need to find out. Secondly, if you were talking to this ideal client, what could they reasonably expect? They've obviously been somebody going through this thing before that's got results. What results have they got? It doesn't have to be your own results. But if you can quantify everything, again, this links back to who specifically. If you can quantify it, you are literally calling out the people that you want and you're repelling the people you don't. Because, and I've said this before, the most important bit of marketing is not actually attracting the right people, it's repelling the wrong people. Especially when you get into the paid ad side of things, you don't want every Tom, Dick and Harry clicking on your link and driving up your costs. You want people to know whether or not this is for them or not straight away. The quicker you can do that, the quicker you can filter, the better. Be specific. Bonus points if they can physically point to it. I mentioned that earlier, didn't I? Like the scales, if you're talking about weight loss, the credit card bill, the mortgage repayment, the repossession notice that has been pinned to the front door. Whatever it is that your people are thinking about, see if you can find some sort of visual representation. It's going to really help. So here's an example that I did. Stop self-sabotage. Okay? What does that even mean? How do you know? People don't sit there going, oh, I'm self-sabotaging again. Use words and phrases and actions that they know. They might not know what they're doing. They might not know the words. Procrastination is another one. Nobody sits there really and goes, oh, I'm a procrastinator. Oh, well, I'm just so busy. I've got all these other things. And you might know you don't have a time management issue. You have a fear issue. And that's an idea of getting into that 2 levels deep again. So instead of just saying, stop self-sabotage, here's my 17 tips for stop self-sabotaging. Right, let's talk about why you keep sitting there scrolling your phone, visual again, aimlessly instead of making calls to prospects. Straight away, I'm calling out people who are making calls to prospects. So I'm probably talking to people there who make calls. People who are getting on sales calls all the time. Even though you know you'd get more clients for your business if you did that. So straight away, I'm talking to business owners. You see how I did that? Oh, I'm sneaky beaky with it. But this is the kind of level that I'd like to see you guys all get to, where you can write something and you know who you're writing to, because you can read this and know if this is for you or not. Okay, making calls to prospects, clients for business. So these are people who want to get more clients for their business, but they are avoiding making calls. Now, again, you can go 2 levels deep. It's not because you don't believe in your product, it's because you're afraid. You don't want to be salesy. You don't want to feel icky. You don't want to feel like you're pushing your thing on. How about if I told you about a process, a thing that you can do to make your sales posts, like people are going to binge them like Netflix. There you go. So that's the kind of idea that I'm talking about. And then you could, introduce them to a product where you're eliminating the sales calls. But if you can get 2 levels deep, and there you go, direct sales post again, clear outcome, and then make your offer. Right, well, if this is you, I have, how it works, what you offer, clear outcome. Right, in order to get your hands on this consulting, it's $5,000, payment plans are available, please contact me, please click this link, whatever. Allow them to get their hands on what it is that you're offering them. This is the whole point of a direct sales post. You're telling people what you offer, who it's for, how it works, what outcome those people are likely to get, and I'm going to put this in the end, give them the goodies. Okay, make sure you're putting your link in there. You're putting something, some way that people can get their hands on. You've hyped them up now. You've told them what you've got. Give them a chance to get their hands on it. Don't make them walk through 17,000 hoops for it. Give them the link. Ask them to contact you if they need to. Whatever it is that your sales process is, send them to your funnel, whatever it is. But straight away, give them the goodies. Okay? I'm a big fan of giving in all of my posts either a call to action, call me, get hold of me, ask me for the link, whatever, or just give them the link straight away. I know Joelle spoke in the last one about not giving the link to things like freebies and stuff, but when it's a direct sales post, I have no problem giving people the link directly, because again, I don't want to be involved in the sales process. I want people to make the buying decision and then Just go through it themselves. I don't have to walk them through it. If I've done my job properly here, I should not have to have anything to answer. And that's the way I like it, basically, because I'm very busy. I don't have time to be on a sales call for an hour convincing people that what I've got is the thing that they need. And the third type of post that I do is personal branding. Now, Joelle talked about this in the last masterclass a little bit about lifestyle. I tend to go a little bit deeper with it. My personal branding is, it's not a technique, okay? And it's just you being you. And I know he talked about his post where he took his mum to the Eagles game and stuff, and it related it back to business. I don't always do that. I don't always relate it back. Because again, I don't want people coming to my page thinking that like every single post is just business, 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 business. I've got a lot of actual personal friends on there too. So I like to do, there's little in-jokes on there. It's not a technique, it's just me. I come up with some crazy shit that comes out my brain, and I just like, I like to put it on Facebook because then it's not just my problem, it's everybody's problem. So would folks get a shock if they met you in real life? Because if they would, then there's something knocking with your content. You need to make sure that everything matches, okay? And it humanizes you, it connects with your audience. Again, builds that trust. You're a real actual person. Like Joel talked about on the last one, I like to go deeper, okay? It's a glimpse into who you are, and I'm not afraid to get political and put unpopular opinions on there. So I like to go a bit deeper. Like I said, the lifestyle isn't just like, oh, this is the lifestyle I'm living now, I'm an affiliate marketer kind of thing. This is who I am as a person. Okay, I on my Facebook, I share about my Stardew Valley addiction. I show people what's going on with my awful greenhouse. I try to grow veg, but it never goes very well. But that's okay, because people are not buying from a robot. They're not buying, it's like the difference between going to the checkout and in the supermarket and having a chat with Sandra, the lady that works there, or going to the self-checkout. People can do that all day, every day, but there's always going to be a place for Sandra behind the counter, and that's what I want to do with this. I want people to realise that I'm an actual real person, and I'm not all just about my business. I've got other things going on, like kids and terrible vegetable patches that I just feed caterpillars, and all sorts of other stuff that I've got going on. But I also want to say, there we go. Don't be afraid to get a little bit unpopular or, put your views across, but only if it's integral to who you are and not just to start shit. Because I know there are courses out there that teach you to be controversial, to get the views, to get to get everything going. No, we're not doing that. But for example, if you have a strong Christian belief, you might only want to work with other Christians, and that's fine. So you can start making your religious views known, because then you're going to attract people who are going, there's one of us, woohoo! I'm not particularly religious, so you won't see much of that on my Facebook if you follow me, because I'm just not particularly religious, unless camper vans and wine are a religion, in which case I'm all over that. But if you've got something which is integral to who you are and ties into the way you want to do your business, maybe you don't want to work with anybody who's got religious, strong religious beliefs because you're the other way. That's fine. Make sure you let people know that, because you're trying to repel the wrong people. And we're not just talking by wrong. We're not just talking about people who can't afford your stuff or whatever. Like especially if you're doing a high touch thing like coaching, the worst thing is to get saddled with a client that you do not get on with. So when I first started coaching, I took on a few clients who we were really mismatched value-wise, and it sucked. Could I help them? Absolutely. Did I enjoy it? Not in the slightest. So I very quickly learned that was really important. Your values coming through, and you've seen Joel, his whole thing is kind of like, look, I've been through some bad shit, I've done some bad shit, and here I am on the other side. If I can make it, then you've got no excuse. And he keeps it really, really real, probably why I coach with him, because, I'm the same, no filter. But that's kind of our brand. And he would put stuff up there, that other people aren't going to agree with, and that's absolutely fine. Because if you are for everybody, then you're really for nobody. And I say this all the time, and I know Joelle has heard me say this on calls, on meetings that we've had. It's okay to not be everything to everybody. It's okay to not be for everyone. So if your political opinions or your, some values that you've got or something that's really important to you, like, maybe you're a really staunch vegan and you want that to come across, you're going to call out your people by putting vegan recipes, I don't know, all sorts of stuff, that vegans put up. I'm not vegan because, bacon, but there are people out there who really like that, and they want to only attract people who are trying to make this world a better place, for example. So by putting those kind of things on their Facebook and that kind of content, they're calling their tribe. And believe you me, it makes life so much easier, because you're just then working with people who are in the same headspace as you, they've got the same values as you, and then, they always say, don't they, you will never work a day in your life if you enjoy what you're doing, because it's not work, it becomes play. And that's where I'd like you guys to get to, okay? And the personal branding is really important also, because you need to give yourself permission to be yourself in your marketing. I find that when people get writer's block, it's because they are frightened that what they want to write isn't going to go down too well. It's not going to result in a sale. It's not going to be the right thing. None of that matters, because if you've written it, it's the right thing because it's you and it's come from you. And there's somebody out there who will never in a million years buy from me. However, they would buy from you. Maybe it's the accent. Maybe they just want to buy from somebody who's like them. And how are they going to know if you're going to, pretend to be another vanilla marketer, another faceless one in the crowd? Like I said here, we're not doing it just to start shit and be the next Andrew Tate or whatever, but at the same time, let people know who you are, because that's going to get over that writer's block. Because I find a lot of times people coming to me saying, I don't know what to write. It's not that they don't know what to write, they're afraid that what they write isn't right. And it's just not so. I've had posts I've put up and I've thought, this is absolute bollocks. It's been dashed off in 10 minutes when my youngest was watching a cartoon and I had 2 minutes to myself. And I thought, this is absolute garbage. This is just whatever comes out my head. Do you know what? Boom, sales. I'm mad how that happens. And it's just because you just give yourself permission to be yourself. So where to get some of these content ideas from? Okay, this is places that I've found. Questions that people are asking in groups, in YouTube. Is this a question that you could answer? If so, do a post on it. What are other people in the space saying? Do you agree? Okay, do a post about that. Do you not agree? Oh, that's fuel for this one then, isn't it? Everybody says the problem is, you need a funnel. Well, we all know that one, don't we? Oh, you need a funnel, you need email, you need this, you need that. No, you don't. You just want to sell me an email course. You don't need any of those things at all. And this is logically why you don't. Dum-de-dum-de-dum. Oh, look at that. I wrote a sales post. Woo! Content ideas. And again, like I said, don't censor yourself. If you want to write it, even if you think, well, this means I have seen some people who are big in this space and they come up with the most nonsense stories with the most tenuous link to business. And it doesn't matter because it's them and they usually write in quite a funny way. So it doesn't really matter. If it's coming out of your head and if it's coming from you, then it's right, okay? So that's where you get content ideas from your own skull, okay? You don't worry about it, okay? These are things that you're not going to do, okay? These are the content I do not want to see on your Facebook. If you do, I will come around your house and I will take your laptop away from you for 24 hours, okay? Motivational quotes. Oh my God, I fucking hate them. And I post them myself usually as kind of an irony. It's, oh, damn. I posted one today on my Facebook and it was like, picture of a waterfall and it says, some trite inspirational quote or something. I don't know, fuck off. Because honestly, I had somebody come to me and she was like, I don't know why my business isn't doing better. And I looked at her Facebook and every other post was just motivational quote. That was it. I was like, well, you're not making any offers to people. Oh, I can't do that. Oh, well, straight away, I've seen one thing that you could be doing better. She goes, I like these quotes. I want people to be empowered. Are people empowered by the internet equivalent of live, laugh, love? Because if so, awesome. If not, which I suspect they're not, got something knocking there, love. So, yeah, we stopped that straight away. And funnily enough, when she started making offers to people, she started making sales. Funny that. Ooh, as if I know something. So we're not going to be posting motivational quotes, okay? We're not doing these things. We're not posting random shit for engagement's sake either. Engagement, little bit of a vanity metric. Don't, it's not really, apart from when Joelle talked in the last masterclass about making sure those comments get going because it keeps the post up. But there's no point keeping a post going if it's just something like, Happy Monday, Happy Thursday. Oh, can nearly see Friday from here. What's the point in keeping that thing alive? Swear to God, just euthanize it now. But you want to be making sure that your post, especially if you're using your Facebook for business, there's a point to everything that you post. Is it a belief shifting? Is it getting in their head? Is it a direct sales? Is it a two-step? What is the point of the thing that I am posting? If it's not a personal branding throwaway kind of like, oh, this is what I did today, or, oh, no, the cat's been sick everywhere. Anybody got any, ideas for getting hairballs out of carpet? Then there should be a reason for it, okay? A motivational quote, there is no reason for them, so stop that. We're not doing that. And if you have somebody that's on your Facebook who then just keeps replying to everything with like, Happy Thursday, even if you've gone this Pulitzer Prize winning bit of content and they only come back with Happy Thursday, they're doing it to try and drive their own engagement. So get rid, because that stuff, I'm sorry, but that annoys me. I don't know who's teaching that, but they need to stop. Okay, because going and commenting on other people's stuff, just Happy Thursday, that doesn't get into a conversation is pointless and it's a waste of your time. Don't do it. So don't do that, okay? And don't go and post Happy Thursday on everybody else's stuff either, okay? Things to remember. You won't get it right every time. There's been times where I've thought, oh, this post is magic. Put it up. Crickets. Absolutely nothing. And there's been times when I've put posts up, like I said, in between episodes of Bluey, and I've thought, this is garbage. And boom, $5,000 client. Again, I am going to put examples of some of what I consider to be good posts or things that have led to a sale in there. But I want you to remember, it's a learning, growing experience, okay? You're not going to be great out the gate, okay? It's just not the way it happens. But if you are consistent and if you improve, if you take feedback, if people get in your DMs and they're asking questions, that's another great place to find content, by the way. If you do a post, say a direct sales post, and then somebody gets in your email box and they're in your DM box and they're asking a load of questions about the thing, take those questions they're answering and make sure next time they go in your marketing, because the more you can answer up front, the less time that you've got some asshole in your inbox asking you 50 questions about this thing. If they look like they're actually going to be a proper sort of fit for this thing, address those questions and make sure you weave them into your marketing in future, because if they've got that question, other people will too. But it's a learning, growing experience, okay? And I want you to know that consistency is going to be your friend here, okay? You're not going to get much better if you only post once a month. If you're posting a couple of times a week, you're going to get faster, quicker, okay? Know better, do better. That's the final thing that I want to leave you with. It's always going to be a process. So as you know better, as you learn little tweaks, as you learn little things, as you see from other people in the community, I posted this and, straight away I got 6 sales off it or what have you. See what they're doing, incorporate it into your own marketing. The next piece of content will then be better. And then so on and so forth. You will just keep improving and improving until you're at the point where you're making your income target. And it's not to say you won't get any better, but all I'm saying is that I have to be mindful that not everybody is going to want to do this kind of stuff for the rest of their lives or the rest of their marketing career. It's a stepping stone. You might find that you really enjoy it. And even when you've gone on to paid ads and all the rest of it, you actually really enjoy this. So you're going to keep doing it. You might not enjoy it in any way, shape or form. And once you get to the point where you're bringing in 5 to 10K a month or whatever it is that you want to make, you're happy with that. Fine. Just stay at that level then. Not a problem. However, if you can keep tweaking your content, if you can get better at getting in their heads with every time, if you can get better at making sure that your direct sales post knows who and what it is and the clear outcome, and then your personal branding is, that doesn't need any work, that's just you. You just need to work on giving yourself permission to be yourself. And you're answering people's questions and you're then weaving that into your current marketing strategies. There's nothing stopping you from making quite a bit of money. So That's all I've got to say about that, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that today has been informative for you. Go out there, get some content out there, stop learning, get going, have a bash at this. Just start listing out, just get a piece of paper, start writing out what are the things that I thought about this? What are the things that my solution is different for? Why does my product work so well? Because of this, and this. There you go. There's your first set of content. Off you pop. Go get it done. Because consumers do not get paid, my darlings. Producers get paid. So go produce something, okay? And I will see you next time. Have a lovely day, and I hope you've enjoyed today. Get on with your next training, and don't forget to book in and get into the community and share your wins. Show some of the posts that you're making, and we can all chip in and help you out. Have a lovely day.
Okay, so in this lesson, we're going to be talking about going live. And I know for me to get people to get on video is literally like pulling people's arms, like pulling teeth. Like, it's crazy. And trust me, I get it, okay? I really do get it. I understand. I was not born, like, out of the womb, like, ready to go on Facebook Live. Like, it didn't happen overnight. I don't think that any affiliate marketer who's, like, worth their weight in anything, they'll tell you, like, yeah, you know, day one, like, you know, I was told to do video, like, do YouTube, do Instagram, whatever, anything doing with video. And I was totally comfortable. I was just like, right out of, you know, sure, fine. You know, most people would say, no, that was a little bit of a learning curve or a mental hurdle. They felt like, ooh, I don't know, I'm going to be judged. You start thinking, well, maybe people will make fun of me, or people, if I start airing out my dirty laundry on video and stuff, will people put me down? Like, your mind wants to jump to all these things because it's uncomfortable, because it's unknown. Remember, we talked about that. Your mind is always going to choose comfort. Okay? So what I'm here to tell you, and hopefully it puts your mind at ease. Hopefully once you really sit down and realize this, it will, it will propel you to do video. Number one, nothing converts like video. I don't care how many other things you take into practice from this course. I don't care how many other things I teach you in this course, and you use them every single day. You hammer away and you use everything. You use messenger scripts, you use Pain, posts, and all this. Like, you use all that, and and you do it to a T. You do it better than anything I can do. You're never going to get as much success as you would if you do video. So it's something that you have to sit down and ask yourself, do I want success, or do I want to stay comfortable? I mean, it just boils down to that. In order to be successful, you're going to have to do what 99% of people are not willing to do. It just stands to logic, right? It's reason. If it was easy to be successful, everybody'd be doing it, and it wouldn't be like nobody would have to do anything they'd feel uncomfortable doing, right? If you see 99% of people are not doing video, it's probably a good idea to do video, right? Because 99% of people are struggling and have no idea what the hell they're doing. Nothing converts like video. If your whole goal is to get people to know, like, and trust you, what gets people to know, like, and trust you better than seeing you on video, right? They can see you. You're right there. You're talking. You're moving. You're, like, there. Okay? So I want you to really let this sink in. The second thing, and probably the most important thing about video, getting on video and beating those mental hurdles, that fear. Okay, I want you to realize this. Really realize it. Take it in, soak it in, understand. Okay? Everyone is screwed up. Everyone. There is no perfect person on the planet. None. If you find a perfect person, you found a liar. They're full of shit. There are no perfect people. So if somewhere in your mind you're thinking, oh, but people are going to make fun of me because the way I talk, or I have a messed up past and I don't want to like bring that up, or all these other things that your mind is going to jump to, right? Understand that your life is going to get much easier from here on out if you can tell yourself, everybody's screwed up. Like, everybody is screwed up. Everybody's messed up. I don't care if you're a top CEO of the biggest company or you're a bum on the street. Everybody's got baggage. Everybody's got problems. So if you go on live, you do a video, and you start telling people about yourself and a little bit about your story to get people to know, like, and trust you, and people judge you and put you down, get them out of your group, get them out of your circle, get them out of your mental space immediately. Those people don't hate you. They don't judge you. They don't put you down. They hate themselves. Understand that. They hate themselves. They're so miserable, all they want to do is put somebody else down. They see somebody doing something brave, something courageous, something that they couldn't do themselves. What they want to do is pull you down, push you down as much as possible. They hate themselves. They're miserable pricks. Get them out of there. You want to attract the kind of people that appreciate what you do. You want to attract the kind of people who look up to you and say, wow, that's fantastic. Good, positive mental energy. Don't worry about those negative people. Who cares? They have problems just as much as you do, but they want to mask, they want to hide behind those problems by putting you down and making fun of you. Screw them. You want to attract the people who are open and honest and appreciate what you do. I've been on video talking openly and bluntly about my drug use, about my alcohol addiction, about how I came from a domestic abuse house growing up, and I reflected it in my relationships. I did that. I went to prison. I went to the mental hospital. I've done a shit ton of negative things in my life, but it's not about what you've done. It's not about where you've been. It's about what you do with it now. What do you do now? So if you own your story, if you put it out there and say, this is me, you're going to find that people really, really appreciate that and people admire that. And you're going to get the right people behind you that want to buy from you, want to do business with you, want to follow you because they admire what you're doing. You're their lightning rod. You're their leader. You're somebody they look up to. That's what you want to do. So get those negative thoughts out of your head, okay? So with that being said, some of the topics that you can go live with, it's infinite, okay? But I just wanted to give you some ideas. Because I know a lot of people are like, well, what do I do when I go live? You can do lifestyle. Okay, this is a common one. This one probably is best for like your personal profile so that people who are just on your friends list can see your video, your live. And what lifestyle is just your lifestyle. It's just, inside your life, just who you are. Maybe you're hanging out with your kids or you're playing with your dog or, you're showing off your vacation or something or, you're on your way to work if you have a job. And like I used to do that. I used to do on my walks to work, I would do a live and just talk about my thoughts. Just talk about what's going on in my day, some of the things I thought about. Regular stuff like that, because it gets people to know you're a real person. You're not a robot. You're not like some, like perfect. Like they just want a regular, real person they can relate to. So lifestyle is a great choice. Okay. Anytime that you want to just, you don't really have many ideas, you don't know what you're going to talk about, just do a lifestyle one. And this one works really well on your profile. So there's lifestyle, there's results. Results, if you're in weight loss, in the weight loss niche, you might want to talk about your results, that you tried this program, this is how much weight you lost, and all the, like how it works and everything. Okay. Simple, right? If you're in the make money online, you might want to talk about how you like made no money in the beginning, but now you're doing pretty well. Just results, right? Big deal. Okay, people like that kind of stuff. They want to know your progress. They want to know, okay, you're doing this program or you bought this product. How did it help you? What actually happened? They want to see a review, basically, right? They want to talk about results. Just flipping through the page here. Lifestyle, results. What I like to do too is I like to do pain. We already talked about pain, and that's another one. If you want to like really drive it home, this one works really much better inside of your group because the people inside of your group probably have a deeper rapport with you, have a better relationship with you. They get to see you all the time, talk to you all the time. They're in your group, right? So you can do a live where you're just talking about pain. And by pain, I mean, go back to the last video. What is the problem? Agitate the problem and validate other stuff out there. And then the need and the payoff. Okay. So just follow that structure anytime that you're like, how do I get people to message me today? I want to see if I can get some sales. Let's mix it up. Okay. Let's see here. So you can talk about that. You can talk about value. Everybody talks about value all the time. The thing about value is I don't even like using that word, because value is in the mind of the viewer, not in your, like, you can't decide you're going to get on live and provide value. There's like, it's not up to you. It's up to them. Anything can be value. I've been on lives where I just like ramble and talk about the government for like, for like 40 minutes straight. And then people were like, wow, that was valuable. I'm like, really? Because I just got on and I just felt like complaining about stuff, but it's like, it's whatever you feel your perfect customer finds valuable, what they want to hear throughout their day, what they want to talk about, what are they into, what are their hobbies, what are, why is it that they're into your product or your service? Like talk about how it can benefit them, and, just straight up, just value, just regular stuff. But just throwing some ideas out there. And I just wanted to do this quick video to tell you, you really should do video. I stray away from saying you need to, but anything like it's as close to needing to as possible. That's how detrimental video is to your business. Like, ask yourself, did you buy this course without seeing some kind of video? Maybe you bought it from an affiliate, maybe you bought it from me. Did you see me on video? Did you see them on video? Video converts. It's so much more powerful than just words. It's so much more powerful, right? There's nothing that compares. It's not even close. So, yes, these are some of the ideas. You can probably like make a whole bunch of different ideas from this, but go live. Okay? Like, build a relationship with your audience, with your tribe. Go live. They want to see you. They want to know what you're all about. Okay? So with that being said, that's it for this training. I'm the infamous Joel, and I'm out. Infamous Joel here, and in this lesson we're going to talk about inbound versus outbound first DM or first impressions. Okay, DM or messenger is my bread and butter. I'm going to toot my own horn as loud as I possibly can right now, because I am very much convinced of this, and I'm somebody who's spent at least 50 grand, at least bare minimum, on courses and training programs and coaching and consulting and all kinds of stuff on marketing. And every time that this topic is covered, Facebook Messenger and how you can use Messenger to drive leads and get sales and close commissions and all that stuff like that. I've learned a few things. I've gotten a few nuggets here and there, but everyone who claims that they're the best at doing this, I disagree. I'm the best at doing this. I'm just going to toot my own horn as loud as I possibly can. I am the best messenger marketer on the planet. I've never met anyone better than me. There's very few things in my life that I can absolutely say with certainty that's like, I know I'm this. I know I'm the world's greatest messenger marketer. Okay? Someone gets into Messenger with me, they're doomed. Okay? They're going to buy, maybe not today, but they're going to buy at some point. I'm going to get them. That's just how good I am. That being said, you may or may not ever be that good. That's okay. When you're partnering with us, I have a team of killers, people that I'm personally training who go out and do that for you. So this is not that. This is not you becoming like a master conversationalist and using all these like NLP tactics and all, like it gets deep. Okay, you don't need to go that deep in order to make your first 5 to 10K at all. You don't even need to get close to that. Okay, so there is one specific principle though that I want you to understand for this lesson, is inbound versus outbound. So all of the leads that you ever get are going to be in one of two categories: inbound and outbound. What is the difference, and how do you approach both of them? Outbound is mostly what we just talked about in a previous lesson, where we were talking about adding leads on Facebook, sending friend requests to people inside of groups, or sending friend requests to people on ads, or sending friend requests to people who've commented on Guru's 2-step post and things like that. Those people are going to be considered your outbound leads. Why do we call them outbound? Because we went out and got them. right? We sent the friend request to them. Okay? So, those are cold DMs. I just want you to understand this terminology because there's a little bit of like lingo going on here. Cold DMs. Cold because it's ice cold. They don't know you. They're not warm. They're kind of like standoffish a little bit. Do not be offended if people are like, hey, who the hell are you? What is this? Like, why are you sending me a friend request? You would be the same way. Okay? It's not like a magic like, okay, they accepted my friend request. I'm going to make money right now, right? No. They're cold. This is outbound marketing. Outbound messenger. You have to be very tactful. You have to be very patient. You have to be very normal. I can break those rules because I'm me, okay? Don't do the things that I do in Messenger because it's not going to work. Okay? Don't do the things that my team does in Messenger because it's not going to work. You have to start where you are, use what you have, and do what you can. So what you're going to do in Messenger, especially for outbound, okay, is you're going to build rapport. Now let me show you what you're going to do and what you're going to say and give you a little bit of a script here. So let me go over to my profile and I'll go to friends. And here's a wonderful thing about Facebook is you can actually every morning or every day or after you've sent out a few friend requests, you can go to this recently added tab in your profile under friends, and it will actually sort for you the most recent friends that you've gotten, the people who have recently accepted your friend request. You can see I only have 2 here because I haven't been in a big time Messenger flow like I used to. I've been out of the game. I've been retired for a little while since I'm running ads and doing YouTube and stuff. But, because I've gone up the cash flow quadrant. I'm in the business and investor kind of stage now. But these are your outbound leads. Well, these were my outbound. I think I sent these guys friend requests, right? Yeah, I think I did. So, your first message to them is not going to be like, hey there, Katharina. Hey, Katharina, I have something that you'll absolutely love. Buy it. You're going to get blocked or you're going to get no response because they're going to smell a salesperson a million miles away. That's not what you want to do. This is outbound cold messaging. They don't know you. They don't care about you. Remember the ultimate rule of all marketing. With them. What's in it for me? If you're immediately jumping on Katharina or Perry here, and you're immediately jumping down their throat and telling them about some awesome opportunity you have, or like, oh wow, you're lucky you accepted my friend request because I have this thing that slices and dices, and they're gonna shut you down so fast you won't even get to finish your sentence by the time you've been blocked or they've unfriended you so fast. It's not even funny. Because you're just leading with it's all about you instead of all about them. Okay? So there's no reason to continue the conversation. Now, let's say Katharina here. I don't know if I haven't sent her anything just yet. I'm going to show you my messenger flow, my strategy, and my stuff like that. And also, you can do a lot of this stuff automated with the tools that we give you. But I'm just showing you, hopefully you see in this training, I'm showing you everything the manual, old-fashioned way. So when we give you the automation tools, you know how to set it up and you know how to pretty much push a few buttons and have it just run without you. Okay? But this is the old-fashioned way I used to do it. For example, I would put, hey, I want to spell it right. Hey, Katharina, saw you in a group about affiliate marketing. That's what I do too. Nice to meet you. That's it. Okay? That is literally my standard cold outreach outbound opener that I've used for years. And if you want proof of that, let's go to my messenger and I'll just find any random person I spoke to like a long time ago here. Let's say Brenda. No, I never said anything to Brenda. Let's see. Let's say Patty. I don't know. Let's see if we can scroll up high enough to see what happened to Patty here, or what happened with Patty. What was my opener to Patty? Man, that was a long time ago. There you go. Just proof, 2021. Hey, Patty, thanks for accepting my friend request. Saw you in a group about affiliate marketing. That's what I'm into, too. Nice to meet you. And how does she respond? Nice to meet you, too. Okay? So that is, I won't say the best, because it's really situational. It depends on how you met them. For me, I got so lazy and so good at messenger marketing, I realized it was a numbers game and I didn't really care about being specific. So this was a very general, generic, broad kind of outbound message. But say you went back and forth on like a post or something. You can talk about that here. Hey, Patty, I saw that post you put up there in such and such group. I commented on it. I hope that it was really helpful. Nice to meet you. You see how it's more specific to the situation? And it's also, if Patty would have forgotten, if she would have forgotten, like, you know, who I was and why she accepted my friend request, or like, where did I see this person before? I just reminded her. And remember, with them, what's in it for me? So now I've positioned it as, hey, you accepted my friend request. I've been helping you out on your posts and stuff. Saw you needed some help. It's just really nice to meet you. And that's where you stop it. Always just nice to meet you. Not, I have this thing that you should buy. Because they're going to immediately run away. It's just a nice, simple, friendly, cold opener. Simple. Very simple. Okay? Or maybe you found them from an ad. And it's like, you know, it's a little bit, it's actually a lot colder because they definitely don't know who you are. It's like, hey, I saw you accepted my friend request. So nice to meet you. I actually sent you a request because I saw me and you follow the same person. Or like the same guru or whatever. Put their name in there. Nice to meet you. That's it. The same thing applies to two-step posts that you friend requested them from. Hey, I saw you commented on Anthony Morrison's post. I'm really into his stuff. He's awesome. I'm into him too, or something like that. Nice to meet you. People usually feel compelled to say nice to meet you too, or like, hey, thanks, hey, cool, what's up, or something, because you say nice to meet you. And also, you have so much competition out there of so many people doing messenger marketing. Every last one of them, 99% of them are leading with some kind of an offer right away. They're terrible. Terrible. So people are almost relieved when you start right away with just like, hey, I saw that you were into this thing. I'm into that thing too. It's nice to meet you. Just wanted to send a friend request. And do not say words like, I'm glad we connected, or I'm glad we're both in business, or something. It's like, uh-oh. These are the kinds of words that a lot of scammers use. Just sound like a normal, regular, friendly person. Don't use weird catchphrases. Just like, hey, saw your thing. Hey, cool banner. I saw that on your banner you have like a picture of Pikachu. My kids love Pokemon. Nice to meet you. They say, sorry, who are you? Oh, I saw you in a group about affiliate marketing. That's what I do too. And just saw your banner that thought it was pretty cool. No big deal. Like no other reason. Because your first goal is not to like try to sell them or send them an affiliate link or any of that. Your first goal is just to gain their trust. Just to have a brief rapport building conversation. That's why this is so easy for you, because me and my team will do all the selling if you're partnering with us. And if you're not, I mean, you have to do a lot of the selling yourself. It's a little bit harder for a beginner, but that's all you're doing is building rapport and just talking and having a good time and, you know, whatever. So that first cold opener, that outbound message is just something this simple. That's it. Now, what if they're inbound? And I'll probably have a document down below to give you some examples of cold openers and outbound openers. Okay, once they accept your friend request, do not send a message before they accept your friend request. Wait until they accept your friend request. Okay, I should have mentioned that before, but man, that's a bad idea. Wait until they accept your friend request. If we go back to my profile here, go back to friends, recently added, these people have accepted my friend request. Okay, Katharina actually got my message, but she didn't see it yet. These people accepted. Do not send messages to people that have not sent. First of all, Facebook frowns upon that. Facebook frowns upon that. Facebook sees that as, what the hell? Like you're messaging people you don't even know. Once they accept your friend request, then Facebook assumes you guys know each other. Okay, so that's fine. At that point, everything's fine. Just a quick point there. But that's outbound strategy. That's how you start an outbound conversation, because they don't know you, right? Maybe they saw you reply on one of their comments or something, but briefly, like, that's it. Now, what about inbound? Let's go to my wall here. Inbound looks more like this. They sent me a friend request, or they're interested in something I posted. So let's see. If we go down my Facebook post, or my Facebook wall here. Let's see, comments. People are still using Facebook for organic. Haha, why is the organic guy look scary? Not great. Let's see, what else? Countdown. Let's see. This one's decent. Match. So this was I believe, yeah, this is a 2-step post. You see how I'm telling people to comment "it's time" down below. I don't remember what I was giving away here. Doesn't really matter. But I said comment "it's time" down below. So these are inbound leads. So sometimes they're already on my friends list. Okay, this is the reason that it's really important to post on your wall so that your friends can see it. And that the ones that are rising to the top, the cream rising to the top, are going to raise their hands and make your marketing, your messenger strategy, your conversations flow so much easier, because they're actually raising their hands and saying like, yes, I want that. I want help with that. Okay, so you can see Christy said it's time. Lewis said it's time. John Archer said it's time. And on top of your friends seeing these posts, sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes, those people who are coming from Facebook groups and coming from places where they just see you and they look at your profile and they say, who's this person? Or you sent them a friend request and they go quickly check out your profile. They might see this post and you see them comment and you see them say, oh, okay, this person looks like they have some valuable stuff. Let me comment. It's time. Or whatever you tell them to post. Okay. But long story short, this is what you would consider an inbound lead. Okay, they are showing interest. So let's say it's John Archer here. I don't know exactly what we said. I don't know if we actually talked that day. I don't know if we actually talked. I saw you inside a group about coaching. Yeah, I don't know if I actually reached out to him, but what I would do... What I would do there is just like, hey, John, like I saw you commented "it's time" on my post there. It looks like you wanted some of my, insert free thing or small thing here. It looks like you wanted my thing. Is that right? Like you were interested in my thing? And they're going to get into conversation with you. Obviously send them the thing that you promised them or whatever your 2-step was all about. Send it to them. And then now you have their attention, because remember, what's in it for me? They got value from you. They got something from you. People have a natural inclination to reciprocate. We have a natural reciprocation nature about us as human beings. When someone does something nice for you, you tend to want to do something nice for them. So they're in conversation with you now. And if you want to continue building rapport there, hey, I saw this post you had on your wall, or I saw this picture you had on your vacation. That's cool. Like, how was it in Florida or something? And you're just building trust. You're just building rapport with them. Eventually, we'll get into this a little bit later, but this question right here, rapport, I'm going to give you some more ideas. Rapport always leads back to the changing of the frame. Whether it be inbound or outbound, the goal is to first build rapport, build trust, build a conversation, have fun, talk about a few things, look at their profile, right? So let's look at John's profile here. 8 steps to increasing your profits, 15 to 35% during COVID. He's probably trying to sell something. So not the greatest lead ever. This is not a great example, but let's see. Let's just make something up here. I'm not sure what this picture's about. Looks kind of funny. Happy Easter. This is something you can mention. Like, this is kind of funny, right? So I could actually, oh, what happened here? I could actually like save this image and like send it back to him in conversation in Messenger. And I can say, hey, this picture here on your wall had me cracking up. This was a funny picture. And we can like real quick just have like a, not a long conversation about it, but like, yeah, I love dogs. Like, this cracked me up. I have a German Shepherd. And then he can say like, oh yeah, I have a Doberman Pinscher, 2 years old, this and this and that. No matter what conversation you have, the whole idea is to get them to open up, to get to know you a little bit, to see like you're a real person. They might even be scrolling through your wall when you're having this conversation. I've seen that happen many, many, many times. But the conversation should always lead back to right here. This is a reframe. In neuro-linguistic programming, they call this a reframe, where it's like now we are taking charge of the conversation and turning the conversation into something else. The person who asks questions in the conversation is in control of the frame of the conversation. It's a whole thing that we don't want to get into right now, but this is where you start. This right here. So what brings you to the affiliate world? Or what brings you to the fitness world? Or what brings you to the whatever world? Whatever your niche is. This right here is the question to end all questions. Because now that they're open, now that they're more warmed up to you and they see that you're a decent, real human being, you're not trying to sell them stuff, you're just carrying on a normal conversation, it's like, oh yeah, well, I mean, I was looking into the affiliate stuff, I wanted to quit my 9-to-5, and I just heard that it was really cool. This is when you can start talking about, well, I actually like know about a Facebook group that has a bunch of free stuff in it, and I'm part of it. It's really awesome. My mentor's in there. Do you want to check it out or no? Ask them. Always ask, never force. Would it be cool if I send you a link to the group, or do you want to learn more about it? I think it's pretty cool. My mentor's in there teaching for free. Yeah, I'll check it out. People don't really turn down free stuff. Or whatever your affiliate link is. What your affiliate, when you're not partnered with us, I mean, you can use more of this stuff, and it's like you have to get a lot better because you're pretty much on your own. A lot of affiliate programs leave you on your own to sell by yourself, and you have to get really, really good at Messenger like I was. But when you're partnering with us, we have people trained that'll go in and get in conversations and get sales for you. But we need to get them into the Facebook group so that they can get to know more about me, get my content, and we do send them free stuff. You're not lying. You're not, being deceitful or anything. We send them free stuff. We send them free training. We get them, all warmed up and all happy and all like excited to be part of our program. And eventually that becomes a sale for you. It might be the same day, who knows? It might be a week from now, but it becomes a big high ticket commission for you. But just know this is the pivot right here, whether it be inbound or outbound. The opening is a little bit different. Outbound, you have to be like, hey, I saw you in this group. That's what I like too. Nice to meet you. The inbound is more like, hey, I saw your comment on my post. Were you interested in that thing? Or like, do you have the same beliefs as me? It might even just be a post about your opinion about politics, or doesn't matter what it is. You're just getting in conversation. Just know the difference, inbound versus outbound. But ultimately, every single conversation leads back to this. Do not be building trust and rapport too long. That's another trap. People are in and out of Messenger. They're not sitting there talking to you for hours all day long. You have a good 5 minutes max. Okay, they're in there. They might be at work. They might be with the kids. They might be at the soccer game. They're somewhere else. They're distracted. So send them a few messages, see if they open up to you. We're talking about the weather outside, where you're from. Oh man, I'm from PA. It's cold up here, isn't it? Oh yeah, it snowed the other day. Once you have them open up and talking to you, it's time to pivot. What brings you to the affiliate world? Just curious. Or so what brings you to the affiliate world? What's making you look for make money online stuff? Just curious, just asking. Oh, well, blah, blah, blah. Whatever they say, you have a quick, simple, free solution for them. Ask them permission if you can send them a link. That's it. That's all you're doing. I wish affiliate life was this easy for me. That's if you're partnered with us. If you're not, there's a bit of a different strategy. You can get the rest of this script. And, actually, I'm going to put a comment here. Is as far as your your strategy goes if you're partnered with us. Okay, this is it. This is the end. Like, once they answer this question and you send them your affiliate link, you're done. Okay, send them to group. I won't even say optional. This is the next part. Okay, but if you're selling something else and you're in another niche, that's okay. That's your choice again. But you're gonna have to go into some of these other. Don't do this part. Obviously, there's no group to send them to. You're gonna have to get into a transition. You might even have to get on a call with them. I've done calls because I was just straight up an affiliate marketer, and I've jumped on actual calls with people, like Zoom calls or messenger calls or even phone calls, and closed the deal there on the call. You see how it's a lot more hoops to jump through? But I mean, you're completely free to do whatever you want, and you're going to get this script down below, whether you want to sell for this program and use this as your affiliate program that you promote, or you want to make something else your affiliate program. Either way this works. Just know that this is the extent of all you do when you're working with us, because we do the rest. But if you're not working with us, you'll have to do the rest of this. Okay. The transition, just to quickly explain it, this is where you become the doctor. And notice how all of these end in question marks. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Because you're literally trying to create a gap in their problem solving. And you can only do that if you get them into the transition phase of the conversation. You can read through these and you can see how I've positioned these conversations, or this kind of question, this back and forth. I need them to admit that they have a problem, and that problem is really, really hard to solve on their own, and that they're ready to accept my solution. And then I send them the solution, which basically is an affiliate link. And the only reason I have call set up here is because to get even more control of this conversation, I usually send them to, hey, do you want to schedule like a call, or like jump on a call with me and talk about it more? Because you're going to close even better on a call. Because it's even more personal. It's even more like, wow, this person's really an expert. They got my back. But this is where, like, all the way from transition on down, you literally become like a marketing and sales expert, like top tier. Like, this is stuff that I got really, really good at over the years. You don't have to be this in the beginning in this program. You don't have to be this. If you're partnering with us and you're an affiliate for us, if you're part of our affiliate program, we'll take care of all this other stuff. Your only job is to be nice, build a rapport, be friendly, and then send them to our Facebook group so that we can do the rest. We can build value with them. We can build relationships with them. Everything is tracked to you, so we know where that lead came from. It came from you, and you'll get the credit and the commission once we close the sale. Okay? But just this whole training was all about the difference between inbound and outbound leads, to know the difference of how to approach each one of them. And then what you do after that is basically just be nice and build rapport. You're going to be better than 99% of the people sending DMs, because everybody else tries to sell right away. And that's absolutely stupid. That's just plain dumb. If you do that, you will get absolutely no sales ever, period. They need to trust you and know you're authentic first. You're a decent human being. Show your personality, be cool. That's it. Combine this with your posting strategy, which we'll get into in another lesson, and you're going to take over the world. You're going to take over the world. Then, when you combine that with our automation tools that we hand over to you, you're going to be an eater of universes. Like, it's going to be insane. Okay, so you can probably start to see how easily this thing is going to turn on autopilot and how fast you're going to be making money. All right, so that being said, that's it for this lesson. I'm the infamous Joel, and I'm out.
All right, infamous Joel here. So in this lesson, we're going to go over the high-level messenger philosophy. So it's important to, first and foremost, before we even get into the scripting and exactly what to say and all that stuff, keep this very safe somewhere. Put it on your wallpaper, keep it open, study it, whatever. It's not a whole lot, right? I'm going to give you this document down at the bottom of this video. But what it is extremely important to keep in mind when you're out kind of in the field and talking to prospects and stuff like that. Because here's the thing. Your messenger conversations are always going to be different. You're going to have a pretty good set of milestones as far as the scripts and knowing what to say and when to say it, how to say it, all that good stuff. I'm going to put an extra one here now that I look at it. But it's also like, it's like any sport, right? Anything can happen. Like somebody will throw a curveball eventually, and you have to be mentally prepared when you're out there and know exactly where to go next and kind of be on the fly. Like the scripts are great when you're just getting started, and they really help you kind of, okay, I have a good idea of what to say next. But when you're stuck in those situations where it's like, well, I didn't expect my prospect to say what they said, because sometimes people really do throw curveballs. They say mean things or whatever, right? They say all kinds of stuff. And you have to be prepared for it and just relax, sit back, take your time. It's not like life or death, you know. So here's some of the high-level messenger philosophies I can hand over to you. This document is called the Messenger Millionaire Mastery. And we're just going to go through these one by one, and I'm explaining to you what they mean. Number one, and these aren't numbered, but I would say this is probably the most important when you're going into Messenger, is to ruthlessly detach yourself from the need to sell. I'm going to explain what that means. Almost everyone who starts off doing affiliate marketing and they want to make sales, they want to make commissions, they take on the identity of a salesperson, right? If you've ever been to a car dealership, for example, and they already see you in the window, right? Like you're walking up, about to look at cars and stuff. They see you in the lot, whatever, and they come darting out. They make eye contact. They come talking to you. They're like, hey, how's it going? Blah, blah, blah. How do you feel when they come out to start talking to you? Especially if you came to the car dealership just to look around, right? You weren't trying to like leave home in a Lamborghini today, right? And they start kind of asking you all these questions and saying like, what kind of car are you in the market for? Or, you know, what's your budget? And all. It's very icky, right? It makes you want to run in the opposite direction. Even if you are there shopping for a car, it just feels very like there's a lot of pressure, and there's a lot of like, you naturally have resistance, right? So in order to start your day, and you're starting to get in the messenger, you know, every single day. Now, at this point, you've sent out your friend request, you've warmed up your feed, you've prepped everything, you've made your post, right? And now you start getting into Messenger and just start talking to your prospects. You need to first ruthlessly detach yourself from the need to sell, because you're going to develop this thing called sales breath, where you start like writing long paragraphs in Messenger detailing every little thing that you're doing and like how great it is. It's the most awesome thing ever that I'm selling. You got to check it out. People can smell that from a mile away, and all it does is really, really, really repel all your leads. They're just going to look at you like, they're just a salesperson. They're just trying to sell me stuff. And people are turned off by that. So a lot of times, even when someone was kind of interested in something you had, you push them away because you were so attached to this idea. I have to sell. I have to sell. It's really, really simple to do this stuff. I promise you. And the first thing you have to really internalize is you're not a salesman. You don't have to be a salesman. You're not there to sell anything. Okay. One of the keys that it's kind of an offshoot of this same philosophy, the same line here. I'm going to say it again in a different way. So there's ruthlessly detach yourself from the need to sell. And I also like to say it this way. You're not really making a sale. You're finding a sale. Okay. There's already a sale there. This prospect is already, if you've done your due diligence, they're already in a group, right? They already have the money to spend to fix their problem. They're already looking for solutions. There's a sale there. It's buried deep down inside. Your job is to find it, not to create it. You don't need to convince them of anything. That's not what we're here to do. We're here to just help them make the best decision for them. Okay? Hopefully that explains that. But definitely detach yourself from this idea, because it's going to start creeping up in some of your strategy and how you're coming across and all that stuff. You don't want to just have that nasty sales breath. Okay, so next thing is whomever is asking the questions is in control. Very important here, because a lot of times a beginner will say, well, what if they start asking me questions? How do I answer these questions? What if they start asking me like, what are my results and like how much is it and blah, 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 blah. I'm going to show you some tricks to this, but you want to quickly deflect these questions, like give like simple one-word answers or something very vague or like whatever, because you want to quickly follow up with another question. You do not want to be the person who is answering questions, because you are no longer in control of that conversation. And I promise you that most of the strategy, most of Messenger philosophy, most of making a lot of money with just Facebook Messenger is really just about asking questions, because that means you're in control, right? Think about it like this. You're not going to take this frame and identity of a salesperson. Instead, you're going to be more like a doctor. If you go to the doctor's office, who's the one asking questions, right? If the doctor's any good, they're asking you questions. They're saying, where does it hurt? How long has this been going on? What other symptoms are you having? Blah, 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 blah. They're in control. Why? Because they're the authority, right? Perception is reality. I don't care if you're a beginner, if you've never made a single sale in your life, none of that stuff matters. Because you're the one asking the questions and they're answering them, that immediately places you as the authority in the conversation, right? That immediately puts this doctor frame, this aura around you where it's like, oh, this must be an expert because they're asking me questions, and I'm answering them. So it's like these many little hoops they have to jump through, these many, how do I say, there's a word I'm looking for, but I can't think of it right now. But basically, they're kind of bowing down to you by answering your questions. So it's very, very important to be in control and be the person who's asking, not answering. Okay. Next is to be the trusted advisor, not the whiny friend. And it goes perfect with the next one. All that basically means is you're not sitting there and you're not like being like, oh, you should try this program and what are you doing? That's wrong and this is better and this don't. It goes right with this one. It's a different way of saying it. When you say something, it's good advice. When they say something, it's gospel. And that circles back around to the question asking stuff, to being in control of the conversation, right? When you say something, it's good advice. When they say something, it's gospel. We're going to show you how to ask very skilled, like high level skilled questions. You don't just ask any questions like, how's your day going, right? You ask very highly skilled questions that get them to say the truth. And the truth is subjective, right? So the truth for them. What is true for them? It's not about what's true for you. It's not about you giving them a bunch of advice. Hey, you should not do paid ads and you should not do this and you should. That's what every beginner does. Horribly wrong. It's absolutely terrible. And again, people know what you're doing. They have a sixth sense for this stuff. They know that if they're in a messenger conversation with you, everything's been going great. And all of a sudden you're like, how's your business going? And you're like, well, not so great. Oh, well, you should get my program and you should do this and this. This is what you're doing wrong. And blah, blah. Like, you don't have to be that person. Do not be that person, because you're just giving them good advice. Chances are they're not going to take it anyway. Even if you're giving them seriously good advice, like free advice, like, hey, do this, they're not going to take it. A, because they haven't invested, and B, because they didn't say it. You said it. Right? People want to be the hero in their story. They want to be right. They want to be the main character. They don't want you to come out of nowhere and be like their Mr. Miyagi and like, help guide them. Like, they might say that, but they don't. Okay, here's another example that you're not the driving instructor, you're the GPS. Think of it that way. If you ever like went on a road test, you ever like got your license, I'm sure you did, and you remember the driving instructor, right? You remember the person testing you in the car. They were telling you, like, put your foot on the gas pedal. Like, they were telling you, brake right here, do a turn signal. That they were trying to tell you, like, every little thing to do. Put on your seatbelt, put on this, do that, right? They were guiding you throughout the entire test. You're not going to be that person. You're not going to be in Messenger and they're going to be like, what should I do? First of all, they asked you a question, so they're in control. You're like, well, we'll get to that in a minute. But I'm just curious. Now you flipped it back on them because you're not the driving instructor. You're not there to tell them what to do. You're there to guide them more like the GPS. They are putting in the coordinates. They are putting in their location. Where are you trying to go? Right? And then you just give them a map. Like, well, do you want to go there faster or do you want to go there slower? Because there's multiple routes here. You see the difference? You're basically you're opening a net for them to jump into it. Right? The way the language patterns are set up and this high level stuff we're going to learn here, you're basically opening up loops for them to jump through those loops, jump through those hoops, right? That's it. That's all you're doing. But if you're doing things like you're trying to sell or you're answering all their questions, or you're giving them a bunch of advice, you're not having them jump through hoops. You're just like bombarding them with more information, which is what everybody else is doing. You're just trying to figure out where they're trying to go and asking them how they want to get there. And if they would be open to, trying a XYZ. That's when you say, can I send you an affiliate link? Would you like to look at this? And that's it. Because they said it, because they said they wanted this, now they're going to be 90 to 95% more certain to actually click that link and go check it out. Not because they said it, not you. Okay? And there's the last point I wanted to write in here. Very, very important as well. And I kind of alluded to it just now. But hold on, let me take a swig of my coffee. I'm just waking up. All right. No, I kind of alluded to it just now, but it's use neutral. I hope I'm spelling that right. Neutral language. Okay, good. It checked the spell check thing for me. Anyway, use neutral language, right? Instead of saying like, well, I think what you should do, that's not neutral language. That's people like to feel like they always have options. Always have options. Even if they're binary, like a yes or no, that's still an option, right? And when you use neutral language where the options are always in their court, you are not a salesperson and they trust you more and they answer more of your questions and they feel like they're not being sold to. Why? Because you're using neutral language, right? You're not saying like, hey, click this link, check this out. That's not neutral language. You're giving them advice again. You're telling them what to do. Look at the difference. Watch when I say this. Hey, would you be open to checking this thing out? It's a video about this program. It might be for you or it might not. You want to check it out? You see the difference? Yes or no? Maybe. Open. Some neutral language examples. Possibly. Open. Choice. Yes or no. Now or later. Check this out or nah. Is it for you or nah? Nah. I like to use that one. Is this for you or nah? Is this like a now thing or maybe like later on? You see the difference in that language, those language patterns? You're already kind of assuming you're going to make your own choice. Which choice is it? I'm not here to sell you. It takes away that desperate salesperson, kind of that pressure, that resistance, like, oh my God, this person's trying to sell me. Instead, it's like, well, what do you think? Do you think you should do this or do you think you should do this? What do you think? Or which one are you kind of more leaning towards? Well, would you possibly look at this or maybe look at that? Well, what might work best for you? What do you think? You see, the people are going to lean all the way into that. They're going to dive into those hoops. Because people like to spew their opinions. They like to, well, I'm glad you asked because I want to blah, 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 blah. But when you make it very like closed-ended and very forceful and you're using language patterns like, well, this is what you should do. Yeah, I have something that's absolutely perfect for you. Here it is. Like, oh my God, the people who've said yes in the past to this offer, they're doing like $10 million a week. You got to check this out. Like, it's so pushy. It's so pushy. But instead, when you just lean back, you just let them, do their thing, let them talk, let them make their own choices and let them, give them the hoops that they want to jump through. Well, how's it been going so far? Is it really good, or like, it could be better? What do you think? You see, I always give binary choices whenever possible, or open-ended choices. Never like, you must do this. Right? Never. You're not that guy. Don't do that stuff. You're not in charge of their life. They're grown people. They can make their own decisions. And at the end of the day, overall, they're going to respect you for it. They're going to love how you approached it. Even if some part of them feels like, oh, you're probably trying to sell me, but they're going to love the way you're doing it. I've had people say that. I've had people say, wow, I could kind of tell you were trying to sell me something, but I loved how you were, asking me like what I thought, what you were asking me permission and asking what I think about this, and do I think this is right or this is wrong. It felt like I was making my own choices, and that's what you're doing. You're helping them make their own choices. It's not about you. All the pressure's off you. You don't have to be a millionaire guru. You don't have to do that stuff. Just keep all of the focus on them, and you're going to do just fine. So with that being said, this document will be down underneath this video. Save it somewhere. Look over it. It's not a whole lot, not very complicated, but the very, very, very important rules I found and some philosophies I found to work over the years. As long as you keep this stuff in mind, doesn't matter if the scripting kind of goes off into the weeds somewhere. Sometimes it does. But if you keep these things in mind, you're always going to be right back in the driver's seat, in charge of the conversation, and leading your prospect to eventually click on your affiliate link and be really interested in what you have to offer. All right. So that being said, see you in the next lesson. Infamous Joel here. Now, at this point, you have sent out your friend requests, you have prepped your feed, you have posted for the day. As a bonus, you started doing some stories and stuff, like 3 to 5 stories. I'll put that in there. I don't know if I put it in there yet, but if you haven't been through it, I haven't put it in there yet. That's my fault. I'm going to put it in there. But ideally, you want like 3 to 5 stories a day if you can. If not, don't worry, just one post is going to do fine. Anyway, so at this point, you're going to get into your messenger flow, and this intro is going to be just for the people you just met, right? The people who just accepted your friend request. Don't say this like every day. It's like really weird, right? It's like we already talked before, but the people you have not talked to yet, this is just your introduction. It's really straightforward, really simple. This is one part you really can't screw up. But I will give you a little bit of caveats and a little bit of warnings as I go through these. And I'm going to go through these one by one. I'm also going to show you how to do this as easily as possible as you go through your day. Okay? Now, that being said, the first intro I like to use myself a lot. It's just, hey, name, Bob, whoever it is. And you say, thanks for accepting my friend request. Saw you in a group about blah, 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 whatever the niche is, affiliate marketing for me. That's what I'm into too. Nice to meet you. I like to end with nice to meet you because most people, it's just a very polite trigger where most people are not going to be like, well, screw you, right? They're going to usually say like, nice to meet you too. Like, hey, how's it going or something, they'll respond back to that because it's very polite. And the reason that I say, thanks for accepting my friend request, saw you in a group about the thing, right? The niche, whatever you chose. The reason I say that is because it gives a reason as to why I sent a friend request, why, where I found you, who I am, that kind of thing. Because people, they're complete strangers, right? They have no idea who you are, how you send them a friend request, why you send them a friend request. So just a quick explanation, not some long paragraph that tells your whole backstory. We don't do that stuff. Just a quick, saw you in a group about whatever, affiliate marketing. That's what I'm into too. Or I like that too, or I do that myself, or whatever. Nice to meet you. That's it. That's it. All you're waiting for at that point is a response. That's it. Don't overcomplicate this. Some people try to like shoot and try to make a sale in the first thing they say. The intro's super simple. It's just who I am, why I sent you a friend request, and it's nice to meet you. That's it. Right? Another way, you can throw like different variations, find what works best for you. Here's some other examples. Hey, name, saw you're into blank, whatever niche. That's what I'm into too. Just wanted to say hi. It's another way to say like, nice to meet you. Just wanted to say hi. I like the just wanted to say hi. I use this sometimes because it causes less resistance, right? When you're like, just wanted to say hi, saw you were into this niche, right? Initially, I'm going to get into this a little bit later. Initially saying, I saw you in a group about this thing, or I saw that you're into this thing. I saw that we're in the same groups about whatever, say affiliate marketing, for example. I saw you in those groups, so I decided to send you a friend request. Initially, that creates just that tiny bit of resistance, right? And you're not the only person on earth who sent them a friend request and probably did the same thing, right? And maybe said it a little worse, right? Or maybe pitched them like right away. So they have like PTSD, right? They have like all this stress and traumatic like syndrome. They have all these people reaching out to them, trying to pitch them their stuff. So a lot of times this initial like saw you in this group, saw this thing is going to cause that little bit of sting. And it's going to be like, oh my God, is this another salesperson? So cleaning it up a little bit at the end by saying, just wanted to say hi. Or just nice to meet you. You know, just blah, 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 blah. Thanks for accepting my friend request. Hey, name, thanks for accepting my friend request. Saw we're in the same affiliate marketing groups. Nice to meet you. That's it, right? So it's kind of like a little bit of resistance, a little bit of pressure by saying like, this is where I found you. I'm into that too. Blah, blah, blah. Just a tad little bit. Most people don't take it super serious. It's like, oh my God, you're trying to sell me. Don't freak out because you're not super direct, but you're just saying like, hey, this is where I found you. I'm into that stuff too. So I just wanted to say hi. Or it's just nice to meet you. Just wanted to meet people like me. And that's it. Okay. And then you just wait for a response. Now, I will say that with this intro, I'm going to give like a little bit of a warning. I'm going to have a whole section way below for follow-ups. We'll talk about follow-ups later on. But a lot of times because of this tiny little bit of resistance you're causing, just a little bit, and maybe you're like the 90th person that day that's reached out to them and said like, hey, I sent you a friend request. Nice to meet you. They definitely said it way worse than you did, but they're stung, right? They're like so sick and tired of people reaching out. So a nice follow-up is just their name with a question mark. We'll get into follow-ups later, but if they don't answer in like 24 hours and they're still sitting there and they read what you sent them and they haven't said anything, they haven't responded, chances are they're either like sick and tired of people trying to sell them, or the other chances are that they were at work, they were busy, they were something, they read what you sent them, but they just couldn't respond at that very moment. So don't be like super offended or feeling like, oh man, I pushed them away already. A lot of times, I would say about 80% of the time, it's the latter, where they were just busy, you know. So if you just send a little follow-up and say, hey, you there? You know, hey, Bob, hello? You know, a lot of times they're like, oh, I'm sorry, I was really busy at the time. Hey, nice to meet you too. You know, it just kind of wakes them back up. But that's it. That's the intro is super, super simple. It's the easiest part. And like I said, I was going to show you an easier way to do or just to look at who your new friends are. You just click over here on your profile. On your phone, it's going to look different than this, but you go over to your friends. And on the desktop, at least, you can see here recently added, right? You can actually sort your friends by who you recently added. And you can come down here and you can see who, you know, it sorts all your friends from who the most recent friend is to, you know, the latest, to like your first friend ever, all the way down. But you can just start like this, right? You can just start like boom, 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 boom. Like see who you have messaged already. Like let's say Greg Taylor. Have I messaged him? Oh, a little bit, yeah. Starting to saying teach me and stuff. How about Getria, whatever. That's okay. No, I haven't messaged her yet. So this would be a good place to start with her. It's like, hey, saw you in a group. That's why I sent you a friend request. I'm into that. Nice to meet you. You know, just kind of kicking off the conversation. And you just go through here, see who you sent a message to so far and who you haven't. And just make sure you cross all your T's and dot all your I's, okay? That's it for the intro part. Super, super simple stuff. We're going to get much deeper and it's going to be much more insane as we go along in these conversations, all right? I'm the infamous Joel, and I'm out. Infamous Joel here, and now we are on to the stage, the ever so important stage of building rapport. We are in the rapport stage. This is the next stage after your introduction. Ideally, they have responded, right? They've said, hey, how's it going, or something to your intro. So that is a trigger for you to now seek rapport. Okay. And I just put here action. I should probably make this like a different color so it stands out a little bit. Okay, I'll make that red. The first action you do right after they respond, and you know, hey, that's the trigger, that's the signal, right? Like the bat signal in the sky, right? For me to start getting into rapport. Now, rapport is not like the end all be all most important thing on the planet, but what it is it's going to separate you from 99.9% of marketers on earth, because almost none of them, and I mean almost none of them, pretty much just the people in this group and nobody else. Nobody else is doing this, okay? Nobody else is building rapport with this new lead, this new prospect you have now in front of you. No one cares. People just want to get straight to the sale, right? And that is going to separate you so much, like instantly. Right after they probably reluctantly accepted your friend request, probably reluctantly responded to your first message. They're waiting for you to try to sell them something because, again, like I said in the other video, you're not the first person all day to send them a friend request and obviously look like a marketer. But what you are is you're going to be the first person that day to send them a friend request, start a conversation, and actually kind of branch off into this kind of interesting conversation where you're really just talking about some interests you share or some hobbies or something you saw in their profile. You're going to have a genuine first kind of burst, kind of introduction. Think about when you met your best friend at school. Maybe it was elementary school, high school, middle school, whatever it was. More than likely, they didn't like walk up to you in the lunchroom, sit with you, and say, hey, you want to come over to my house today? Right? You would have like been like, oh, the weird kid is sitting next to me, right? It's really weird. But instead, you kind of sat next to each other, maybe in class or wherever, or you were playing on the playground or whatever was going on. And you kind of just gradually started warming up to the person. But more than likely, your first few conversations were just like, hey, how are you doing? My name is blah, blah, blah. And like, hey, I noticed you have the new sneakers of, blah, blah, blah sports athlete. I've been looking to get those, man. Where'd you get them? And now you're in some normal, everyday, average conversation. And that's what made you kind of like, okay, this person's kind of normal. We're having a normal conversation. It puts people off edge. It kind of takes them off their heels a little bit to where they're like, oh, okay, this person's normal. We're just kind of, shooting from the hip. So the first thing you do is you go over to their profile. You find talking points to bring up. And I just gave examples here. I might say something like, hey, that video you had about the guy falling cracked me up. And if they respond to that, it's kind of like, oh, okay, it's that exact feeling I was talking about, where it's like, oh, this is like a normal person. Yeah, that cracked me up too. I posted it because that happened at work the other day, blah, 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 whatever. I noticed you're a Sixers fan, a Bulls fan, a Yankees fan, whatever. Fill in the team here. Me too, for 20 years now. Like, you can mention something about the game the other day. They're like, how about that pitcher that just blew the game for us, man? That sucked. And like, yeah, blah, 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 blah. I can't believe that happened. Don't do rapport for like days on end, but just enough. And we'll talk about this in the next video, but just enough to where it feels like, okay, you've got them engaged now. Now they're talking. They're kind of like, hey, this guy seems kind of cool. This girl, whatever, whatever you are, Bob. That's it. It just kind of is to get them kind of riled up and excited to actually talk to you. Where it's like, hey, this person's normal. They might have looked at your cover photo. They already know you're kind of a marketer. You're doing an affiliate thing or whatever niche you picked. They already know. They probably took a look, but they don't feel so defensive now because you did this. They feel like, hey, sounds like we're having a normal conversation. We're kind of hitting it off. This person, like, we had a few laughs or whatever. Okay, let me see if I can find an example. As at any given point in time, I have a lot of conversations going on, and maybe I can find an example here to kind of show you what good rapport might look like. This person reached out to me, so that's not going to be a good example. So No, that's not a good example either. That might be an example for another video. Maybe this is a good one. Let's see how this started. Not really. I was jumping in too fast. Trying to see if I can find something that might be a good example here. Most people kind of already know who I am and what I'm all about, so they jump into Messenger with me and we're already talking about their business. But there is the occasional kind of cold, they don't really know me, so I have to spark some kind of a conversation. I'm not seeing anything really good right now. Nope. I don't see. Well, unfortunately, I can't find one right now. I tried, but yeah, a lot of times people are just already kind of in a conversation with me about their business and whatnot. I'm sure I have some. Oh, there it is. Oh, there's a good one. Perfect. Okay, so Bonnie Cranmer, she might be in this program soon, which is going to be kind of weird. But she's learning. Like, look, I did exactly what I said. Hi, Bonnie. Thanks for accepting my friend request. Saw you in a group about affiliate marketing. That's what I'm into too. Nice to meet you. And she responded. Thanks for the intro, Joel. Love that George Orwell post. I happen to actually, that's true. I actually do love George Orwell. I love 1984. I love a lot of his stuff. But she said, it's weird. World these days need to take care of each other. The next 6 months will get tough. Now, it's a little bit didn't really explain what she meant. So I saw it as an opportunity to go deeper and just have, like, keep the normal conversation going. What makes you say that? Not saying you're wrong, just curious. And then you see, didn't respond, so I did the follow-up, Bonnie, with the question mark. And later you'll learn about follow-ups. But then started responding, and we got into more of a transition, where you'll learn about transitions here in a minute and start talking about her affiliate aspirations. But you can see, we don't spend a whole lot of time in rapport, just enough to kind of get the conversation rolling. Think of it like a train. If you ever see a train start moving, it doesn't like go at full speed as soon as it starts, right? It starts building up momentum. It starts like chugging along, like they say, right? The wheels start churning, and all the coal and everything exploding in the engine. It's like it takes a little bit of time to get up to top speed. So just think of rapport as the section in the conversation where all you're doing is this, getting the momentum built up in the conversation, starting to get the thing up to top speed. But in the meantime, you're building trust, building rapport, and you're getting this person talking. And that's all you're doing. Okay, so that being said, that's it for this lesson. Let's get to the next one. All right, Infamous Joel here. And now that you have completed the rapport stage, and you're going to know over time, this is why I tell you long-term, it's a long-term game. You will probably get some sales early on. I mean, you might get sales really early on. Like, I mean, day one going out and doing this, that is possible. But it is a long-term game in a sense that getting 10K a month is not hard. It's just repetition. Get these reps in, get out there talking to people. You'll start getting really good at this. And, you'll also start building up a really big pipeline of leads if you do it every day. You're consistent, okay? So that being said, once you're done with the rapport stage and you're going to feel it out, you're going to know when you're done. When you're done is really like we've had a giggle or two, we went back and forth for a second. We don't want to stay in rapport for like days. Like rapport shouldn't last that long because remember, you still need to be some level of authority in this person's head. Yes, you will be like the relatable beginner for the most part, but you also don't want to be so buddy-buddy where this person's going to feel like, oh, they're just like me, they're just starting off just like me. Like, who is this person to even bother giving me any help? You're still one step ahead of them, at least, right? As an affiliate, that's all you need to do. You only need to be one step ahead. So once you feel like, hey, we built a little bit of rapport, we went back and forth for 2 or 3 sentences, not super long, then you just drop this little gem here, unless they've already expressed, I'm trying this stuff, I'm trying this niche, this stuff, and it's not working out or something, then they kind of already walked into the transition. But the transition stage is just that. It's where you transition out of rapport and into what I call the doctor's office. Like now you are going to take the position of the dominant kind of, the frame of someone who is in control of the conversation, which is the doctor frame. So now you're stepping into the doctor's office. You know that they are in a group of the specific niche that you chose, right? You know they're probably looking for a solution to, whatever problems that they're having. So unless they tell you about some of the problems that they're having, you can't come up with a proper solution. That's why we're stepping into the doctor's office here. So the best, and I've had thousands upon thousands upon thousands upon thousands of conversations over the years, and the best way to get into the transition phase is this one simple sentence. Seriously, that's all it is. So what brings you to the niche world? In my case, it would be, so what brings you to the affiliate world? Works perfect. Works just fine. Don't overthink it. Don't be crazy. Don't be, oh, what if I, make this all funky? Just leave it alone. It works perfectly fine. And if you built up some rapport, if they kind of like you and they're having a good conversation with you, they're going to tell you. They'll be like, well, I have a job and I hate it and blah, blah, blah in my case. And I'm just looking for something where I can start a business and hopefully get the hell out of my job. That'd be awesome. They share with you. They tell you, okay, that's what's going on. The next is kind of like transition 2.0. Like that was the transition into the doctor's office. We opened the door. The patient came in and sat down. So what brings you to my office? They told you a little bit. My throat hurts or I have a lump on my neck or something, right? So you started a little bit of the transition phase where now we're not just buddy-buddy. We were having a beer at the bar and now we are in my office. I am Dr. Joel, right? So the next thing is permission. Permission is always, again, going to be one of those things that separates you from 99% of the competition because no one asks permission. Everybody just does whatever they want or just assumes that the prospect wants this, wants that. I can just do this. I can just do that. Asking permission is always going to get you like way ahead of the game. Okay. So what we're doing here with this part of the conversation, now that they've told us, what they're doing and everything, we're basically transitioning into a deeper level of asking a bunch of questions. If you do that without this sentence first, it's going to feel like an interrogation and they're going to get that sales pressure and feel like, oh, you're just trying to sell me something. What's going on here, right? But if you kind of like foreshadow it a little bit where it's like, hey, well, I have some resource, I have some stuff that might be able to help you. And I worded it this way here, but you can figure out different ways to word it, how it fits with your personality, different neutral language. You can play around with it. This is just what I type in, what I do, what I've done over the years, and it works great for me and my personality. You always want a little bit of personality in there, right? Great. I actually have a few private resources that can help. Is it cool if I ask you a few super quick questions so I know what to send over? You see how I asked permission there where it's like, well, and there's also a benefit. I have some resource, I have some stuff that can actually help. But I mean, is it just cool if I ask you a few questions? It's not superimposing, right? It's like, hey, I have some great stuff that can help. You got to check it out. It's awesome. That's what most people do. And it's so salesy. It's just going to push people away where it's like, oh my God, this person's obviously ultimately wants me to buy stuff. But this way is like, hey, I got some private resources. I got some stuff that you can throw in might be able to help. I don't know. They're cool if I just ask you some quick questions so that maybe I can find something to send over. You see how it's very neutral, but it's polite because you're asking permission. You're not just going to bombard them with questions and be the doctor is like, well, what the hell is going on here, right? So this gives you permission to be the doctor, to diagnose their situation, right? That's it. And I found that 9 times out of 10, people say yes. 9 times out of 10, yeah, shoot it over. Yeah, ask away. Because you were very polite. Maybe that 1 person out of 10 people wants to be a jerk. It's like, no, I'm good, thanks. No, I don't want any research. I don't want any stuff. Like, all right. Okay, cool. And what I do with those people, if that does come up, is I just let it go. That's it. Over time, they'll see what I'm posting. They'll keep on, seeing me around, and they might come back and change their mind. Or I'll come back and we'll spark another rapport conversation. We're like, hey, can we pick that up later? That's one thing about this. Have a long-term attitude about this. It doesn't all have to happen at once. Occasionally you will get that super hot lead. Like I told you, you'll get that super hot lead that's ready to buy today, right? And sometimes you'll capture that person with this. So they've given you permission, right, to go ahead and start asking them some questions. And the next thing you're going to do is just start at the top. You can figure out a different way to say this if you want, but essentially what you're asking them is just a big open-ended question. Cool, what's the story so far? Have you started yet? Or cool, tell me like what's going on so far? Have you checked it out? Have you looked into any solutions? How's it been working for you? Blah, blah, blah. And they'll tell you. Now, sometimes they have already told you that with this. What brings you to the niche world? What brings you to this thing? Sometimes they've already told you that. So it kind of seems redundant to ask this. In that case, skip it. That's okay. In that case, just skip over it. Just go straight to like, what's your income goal, or what's your weight loss goal, or what's your relationship goal? You know, what's your, whatever goal is your niche is all about, right? Reword this however you need to word it. But that's it. That's your next question after that. It's like, okay, well, you know, my story so far, I've tried this and I'm looking into this. I'm not sure. I'm kind of lost, blah, blah, blah. Okay, cool. Gotcha. What's your income goal, or what's your weight loss, you know, whatever. And they'll tell you that. Now, the reason we're doing this stuff is not for ourselves. If you remember, I want to go back to the philosophies. If they say it, it's gospel. If you say it, it's good advice. If you tell them, hey, your goal should be 10,000 a month, or you should buy this program. You're just saying good advice stuff. You're being pushy. You're being salesy. They're going to be running away in 10 seconds. Right? But if you just ask questions and let them say what they're going to say, that's the truth. That's their gospel. Let them sit with it. That's fine. But when they're like in my example, in my niche, what's their income goal? If they say like 100,000 a month, well, that creates a large gap from where they are right now. And they're the ones that typed it in. They're the ones that said it. So it's true to them. If their goal is $1, well, it's probably remember, we're trying to find a sale. There's probably not a sale here because their goal is not very large, right? And that's it. We just, very simple. They said their goal. It's like, okay, great. Cool. Whatever. What do you feel might possibly be holding you back? See the neutral language here, might possibly. What do you feel might possibly be holding you back? Because everyone's got a goal. This is what you want to do. Okay, what do you feel like might be kind of holding you back there? Right? I like might possibly because it's like a double stamp down of neutral language. Because a lot of people don't like to talk about what's holding them back. They don't like to admit defeat, right? They don't like it. Well, I'm stupid. That's why. They don't want to say that. So by saying might possibly be holding you back, it's like this super neutral language where it's like they're allowed to blame the program they just bought, or they're just confused. They don't have enough time in the day. There's something, right? And then they just they walk all the way into, okay, cool. That makes sense. Okay. I see where you're coming from with that. Well, I'm just curious. I like to start with, I'm just curious, because it sounds like a thought that just popped into your head. Because something they said here triggered it. Something they said in their goals and what's holding them back triggered, right? There we go. Triggered like a thought that just popped into your head. Okay, that makes sense. Well, I'm just curious, right? So it sounds like it's spur of the moment. It sounds, even though you've run this script 100,000 times, it sounds like it's a spur of the moment, like, oh, something I said triggered this awesome, expert person. If you were to find help with that, is that something you might consider investing in if it fit within your budget? You see the neutral language? You might consider investing in if it fit within your budget. So this is super, super, super important, where you be very neutral at the end, okay? Be very neutral. Something you might consider investing in if it fit within your budget. Not, hey, do you have a bunch of money to throw at some stuff? Is like, nobody wants to hear that. All right. So if you say like, you're kind of like leaving the option on the table for them, right? You're kind of like leaving it wide open. Okay, so it's like, don't be super pushy with this question. Figure out different ways to ask it if need be. But for the most part, something like this is what I found to work best. And that's it. That's the end of the transition phase. They're only going to give you 3 different answers. They're going to give you no, I have no budget, I'm broke, I have nothing, blah, blah, blah. In which case, I'll give you some options with that, right? They'll say like maybe. They'll say like it depends on the price. They'll say possibly, I don't know, right? Which I'll give you some options with that. Or they'll say yes. They'll say absolutely, yeah, I'd invest if it fixed my problems. And I'll give you some options with that. And that's it. No matter which answer you get, you have different options and different routes you can take here. And I'm going to show you what to do next. But just know that is it. That is the transition phase. We stepped into the doctor's office. We, dove deep into what's going on with them. And now that we've diagnosed, we've come up with a diagnosis, we're going to get into the diagnosis part. We ask them all their questions, what's been going on, and now we hand them their diagnosis, okay? That being said, see you in the next lesson. All right, so Infamous Joel here, and we have reached the end. Honestly, that is the end of the conversation thread. Now, mind you, this conversation could be stretched out over, 5 minutes, or it could be 5 days, or it could be 5 weeks. It all depends on how the conversation goes. But this is just a very, very important kind of set of modules here in the classroom to make sure you understand the flow of the conversation or what stage you're actually in. We're going to get into a little bit of like follow-up and starting over sometimes. Sometimes they will deflect or feel like you'll see. It kind of gets to the point where it's like, they're being very resistant. They've changed their mind. They're angry. They're whatever. And the best thing to do is change the subject, drop everything, and go right back to rapport. Honestly. And it's kind of like just keeping them in your back pocket. They're not ready right now. They're not looking for anything. But at this point, ideally, you have completed the transition stage. They have, or you have asked them this monstrous, amazing, incredible question. Makes sense? Well, I'm just curious if you were able to get help with that. Is that something you might consider investing in if it fit within your budget? Okay, cool. So you ask them that, and this is the diagnosis. Okay. Now, there are only 3 ways, like I said in the last video, that this could go. And here they are. If they say no, flat out, right? They might just tell you that. And don't be offended. Don't be hurt. This is not your decision. This is their decision. Okay? So they say, no, not willing. Like, I'm not looking to invest in anything. Okay, cool. No problem. All right. So another thing they might say, I don't have a budget. Sometimes they say that. Other times they might say already invested in something. To me, that's still a no. It's pretty much the same thing as saying no. Depending on how they word it, and again, you're going to be an expert if you put in the reps. If you like do this every day, you exercise your brain, you learn how to read people, how to learn how to kind of read their language patterns, know what they mean without, having judgment and kind of being objective about this whole thing. Sometimes they'll say this in a kind of a funky way where I've already invested in something where you might still have a chance. It might actually be a maybe and not a no. It depends on how they say it. Most of the time it's a no, but sometimes they might say something like, I'll think of an example here. They might say something like, I don't know, I kind of already invested in something. Right? That doesn't sound definitive. That sounds kind of more like a maybe rather than a no. And I'll go deeper on that. If someone says it that way, I'll go deeper on that and say, okay, well, what have you invested in? And we'll just have a whole nother conversation about it. I bought this thing, blah, blah, blah. It's a course. Okay, cool. Is it working for you, or are you happy with it? What? I mean, it's okay. It seems cool. I haven't had time to go through it. Like, okay, are you open to maybe trying it a different way? Or is there something in there you don't like so far? Like, you kind of just keep the conversation going so that you can figure out if it's a maybe or if it's an absolute no. Again, remember, it's not your choice. You're not trying to trick them. You're not trying to like gotcha. You know what I mean? You're just trying to figure out what is the actual answer here. And if they say it like this, it's kind of, a matter of fact, like flat out. It's pretty much a no, but that's okay. So the answer to that, all these things amount to a no. They're not looking to invest in anything. You just keep them in the back pocket. Okay, cool. Is it okay if I just send you a link to resource so you can look at it on your downtime? Now, this resource depends on your niche, right? Say if you're promoting the affiliate franchise, the best thing I can recommend to you is send them to my Facebook group, right? In my Facebook group, they'll come in there, they'll get to know me, they'll subscribe to my YouTube channel, they'll do all kinds of stuff, right? So that's a good place to send them. Or if you're in another niche, you might be able to send them some other YouTube videos. You might be able to send them to someone else's Facebook group, some guru you follow, some document you have, some PDF, something. Is it okay if I send you this so you can look at it on your downtime? And I like the okay, cool, because it's diffusing, right? You're not about to go into some crazy sales pitch because they said no. They said they don't want to invest right now. Okay, cool. No, or another thing that works here. No problem. No problem. And then just continue on, just, kind of put them in your back pocket, let them look at something for a while and come back and follow up with them, see how they are, a few days later, a week later, whatever, and just kind of start all over again with rapport. Seriously, that's it. It's just a cycle. It's just a flow. It goes on and on and on forever. And they might start seeing your posts on your profile. If you're staying consistent with your profile and your posting, they'll start seeing that stuff. So they might actually change their mind later. Okay? So that being said, what if they say maybe? And they do say maybe sometimes. Maybe is a great answer. It's a lot better than a no, okay? Sometimes they say it depends on the price, which is the same thing as saying maybe. Sometimes they say my budget is pretty limited, so it depends, or something to that effect. All of these things amount to a maybe. Anything that's kind of, it sounds like it's unsure, I don't know, well, maybe, kind of, sort of, I'd have to see. That's a maybe, and that's a good thing. It's giving you a way in, right? You have your foot in the door now because they're at least considering it. And the answer to that is do a triage call. Okay, Messenger has the capability of doing calls, and there is nothing more powerful, okay, and more personal and more spectacular. And really, I'd like to boil down my success as an affiliate, selling people's courses, selling people's programs, software. I've sold a lot of different things. I think it boils down to, honestly, doing this script, getting to the maybe, because there's a lot of maybes, right? I would probably say maybe is the most common answer you get, and I'll jump on a call with them. And obviously, you ask permission, right? And I should put that here so people don't get confused. But the permission you ask is something like, okay, awesome. Let's see. It's something like, okay, awesome. If you feel it might, look at the neutral language there. If you feel it might be appropriate, would it be cool if we hopped on a quick call to see what a good solution might be for you, or something to that effect? Okay, plenty of neutral language, plenty of, well, you have some time for a quick call to kind of see what I might be able to send over, or what might fit in your budget, what might work for you, whatever. Being this personal, we're like, hey, I'll hop on a quick call with you and just kind of see, what might be the best fit for you. I don't know. It's the beautiful, wonderful, amazing, my favorite thing in the whole world is permission based, right? You're asking permission, and people are a lot more receptive to permission. I'll make a separate video about the triage call and how you actually do the triage call. But 9 times out of 10, if you've gotten this far in the conversation, they said maybe, and they're kind of thinking about it. If you come out and say, okay, cool. I mean, if you feel it's appropriate, would it be cool if we just hop on like a quick call? Do you have some time today or tomorrow? Would that be all right? Would you be open to that, or something to that effect, right? they're going to say yes about 9 times out of 10. There's some people that'll say no. They'll say no mainly because they don't have time or they're busy, they're working, whatever. And it's like, okay, well, do you have time tomorrow? Well, like, when do you have time? Sometime this week, right? This call that you have, you're going to get the sale, okay? You're going to get the sale. It doesn't matter if it's high ticket, if it's low ticket, if it's some other thing you have. Okay, I don't know what niches or whatever you chose, whatever you're selling, you're going to make a sale, because they're thinking maybe. Because at this point, they're probably leaning more towards yes, especially if they accept the call. But they kind of like don't all the way trust you yet. And when you jump on the call and you're kind of pretty much the same person, right? You're very polite. You're asking permission. You're asking like, what's up? Like, how can I help? And they're like, wow, this is cool. Like, this person actually cares that much. So we'll do a separate thing with the triage call, but hearing a maybe is very exciting because it's probably going to lead to a sale. If you do a triage call and it's like a high ticket thing, probably don't sell it outright over the call. And again, we're going to get into the call, but just ask them, is it cool if I send a link? So you pretty much you're really jumping on the call so that you can get them to a yes. That's it. They were at a maybe. And now they're at a yes because you called them up and you kind of had almost the same conversation, but just, kind of voice to voice, like person to person. It's very personal. So last but not least, if they say yes, which is definitive, you will have people that just come out and say, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. I want to invest. And it does happen. And those are the easiest ones, because if they say yes, if they say definitely, if they say, of course, as long as I can afford it, something like that sounds very definitive, sounds very certain, like, oh yeah, absolutely, I want to invest. I'm just looking for the right thing to invest in. Say, okay, great, cool, if I send you a link so you can see if it might be a good fit for you. And then they'll probably say yes, since they said yes to the last question, right? And that's it. They say yes, you just send them the link. Whatever your affiliate link is, say, okay, cool, check it out. That's it. That's it. That's as simple as it is. And you didn't have to have any pressure, anything, on your side that's kind of like, oh God, what if I say the wrong thing? There's no way to say the wrong things because you're not selling anything. You're just trying to find the sale. The sale is already there. Your job is to get your, map and your shovel and dig it up and find it, right? X marks the spot. There it is. The sale was there the whole time. You just needed to find it. That it should be so much easier to think of it that way. You don't have to be a professional salesperson, like psychological monster, not like whatever thing. Okay, so it's super easy. You can do this all day long, every day. You'll have some people in your first day or a few days who are like, yeah, absolutely, I'm looking to invest in something. Send them a link and boom, you have your first commission. It does happen. It really does. I promise you it happens. But it won't happen if you don't get out there, if you don't get the reps in, if you don't get the practice, if you're nervous or shy or scared or you start thinking about, stuff that does not matter, right? If it's not sending friend requests, posting on your profile, and having conversations, you're wasting your time. I want that to be like the catchphrase or the motto of this program, honestly, because that's really it. That's all I did, all the way up to 6 figures, all the way up to 25K per month as an affiliate. That's all I did. And that's all you need to do. I promise you it's going to work, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Okay, Infamous Joel here. We're going to go into some follow-up tips, advice, strategies, and a few other important things I want to touch up on before we finish out the messenger strategies here. Number one, before we get into all this, follow-up basically means, it kind of means two things. Number one, sometimes you'll want to just follow up with all your leads, really just naturally. Just check in. Hey, how are you doing? How's your day going? Saw some new thing you posted. That was funny. Whatever. Right? There's a general follow-up to just kind of stay on top of their mind. They don't forget all about you, and you kind of just keep that engagement going. There's that general follow-up, and then there's the follow-up if the conversation goes dead. And what I mean is, it seemed like it was going well. You were talking back and forth. You said something, This is what it normally looks like. You said something, and it appears like they've read your message, but they did not respond. So to me, that means the conversation's gone dead, right? And that 9 times out of 10, don't be offended. You probably didn't say anything wrong, more than likely. What it is they got busy. Most of the time. That's been my experience. They just got busy. Something came up. They went to their kid's baseball game. It was loud. They saw your message, but they had to get ready for work. Something. Okay, so don't get super offended. Don't any of that. Like, don't let it get to you. Okay. I would say within. Oh boy, that's the wrong thing. Within a few hours, there's no response. The first thing that I send out is name ? Right? Something like that. I think I did that wrong. But name in parentheses and then a question mark, right? So it's like the person's name is Bob. It's like Bob? Or Samantha? Or Katie? Or whoever you're talking to, right? Just their name with a question mark. Simple. Extremely simple. Within a few hours to maybe a day or so, they haven't responded. They see they read your message, but they didn't respond. Just Bob? John? Whatever. 9 times out of 10, that if they read that, they go down and they read the next thing, most of the time that'll wake up the conversation again. And you can kind of joke it off. They're like, oh man, I'm sorry, I was putting my pants on, getting ready for work. They're like, oh okay, I was just making sure you weren't like lost at sea or something, or like dead, or I was worried about you. I thought maybe you were lost in space or something. Just joke it off, like, kind of a little bit more rapport there, and then jump right back into whatever stage you were at before. Kind of like, so did you want to keep talking about blah, 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 your business? Say you were in a transition stage, you just kind of pick back up again. So did you read my last question about such and such? Like, oh, yeah, I would do this and this, So you just kind of pick the conversation back up from there. If they read the name ? And they still don't respond, it's starting to get bad now. so it's either you said something wrong, they started feeling a little bit of sales pressure, and they were like, oh no, this person's trying to sell me something, I'm out. Or they just were busy again. It does happen too. So within a few days then, this is kind of like my general flow. You don't have to keep track of this like exactly. It just feels like it's been a few days, whatever. What I do then is I send out a GIF. I don't know if it's GIF, GIF. If you don't know what that is, they're those little like boxes of pictures, like memes, like funny stuff, like someone doing something funny, moving around or whatever. Those are the GIFs, whatever, however you want to pronounce that. I don't know how to pronounce it. But on Messenger, you just click the little GIF button. You can do a search. Just do like whatever funny thing to pop up. My go-to is like GIFs like that say like hello there with a little kitten or something like that. Like, hey, where are you? Where'd you go? Something. All that does is if they see that, then the idea is they should laugh, right? They should, oh man, yeah, man, silly me, I forgot to, I'm sorry. It has the same effect as name ? Except it's kind of like, just kind of out of left field. It's called a pattern interrupt. Up until this point, they've been seeing mostly text, pretty much all text and like having your conversation. But when they see a GIF after they haven't answered and it's like funny, it's a pattern interrupt. It also shows some of your personality. It's like, I don't take this seriously. My feelings aren't hurt. It's just like, I'm having a good time. I'm just having fun. Like, you're lost in space, what's going on? Maybe a space GIF, something. And sometimes that'll get the conversation going back. Now, if it's been even more days or a week or something like that, and it's been a while, and it's same thing, right? They still saw your GIF. They saw that they still haven't responded. We're in danger zone now. And here's what I do if they haven't responded to either of those things, is I go and engage on the profile, right? Their profile. Engage on their profile, right? I go over to their profile here on Facebook. I go over and I comment on their stuff. I like their stuff, whatever, right? Because what's that going to do? We know how Facebook works now, right? That is going to make it so that Facebook assumes, oh, you must know each other. So they'll probably see your next post or your next story or whatever you put up there. Okay? So I do that first. and then I say something like, hey, just wanted to bump this up in your inbox, LOL, or something to that effect. It's a message that's kind of like a sarcastic kind of double entendre message, because you're literally bumping that message up to the top of their inbox. Someone's messenger inbox, if you don't know, it's always arranged by whatever is the most recent message they've been sent. It could be, you might have sent a message, and if you didn't send them anything for like weeks, it's going to get pushed down to the bottom as they get more messages coming in. It kind of operates like an email inbox, right? The most recent email you get is the one at the top. Same thing in Messenger. The most recent message you've gotten is the one at the top. So just as a last ditch effort, I'll go and engage on their profile so that in case they don't respond to this very last thing, they'll see my next post or my next story or whatever I put up on Facebook. Hopefully, right? As long as Facebook works the way we want it to work. But I'll just put something like, hey, just wanted to bump this up to the top of your inbox, LOL. It's like last little jokey little, like they see it and they still don't respond. And you can figure out different ways to say this to kind of match your personality. Hey, just wanted to bump this up so you didn't forget about me or something, just want to make sure you're not like missing on a milk carton or something, LOL, or something, to try to get the conversation rolling again. Then by all means do that. Now, with all this being said, there's another type of follow-up, and hopefully you wrote that down, you have that going, and you kind of understand it. Okay? There's another piece of the follow-up pie here that's really, it's a dance. Okay? All of this, getting the reps in, talking to people, getting good at this. In the beginning, it can be a little frustrating, especially if you're a beginner, especially if your communication skills aren't great. Okay, it's a little frustrating, and that's why it's important to come to the calls. That's why it's important to reach out or send screenshots, or if you feel stuck, or I am here to help you. I have been through like way too many of these, like thousands upon thousands upon thousands upon thousands of conversations, like insane numbers of conversations I've been through, and there's probably not a situation or anything that's been said or anything that I probably haven't seen or done myself. I've made a lot of mistakes too. That's how I got better, right? You make a lot of mistakes, you goof up, you look back at the messages, and you're like, man, why did I say that? It's like, so you get better over time, and it is a little frustrating, but stick with it. You'll get better. I'll guide you. And one of the principles I wanted to address here as part of the follow-up thing, and this dance that I had alluded to, there are openings throughout the conversation. There are times when you should be a little bit more aggressive, and I don't mean super salesy. I don't mean like, buy my thing, just out of nowhere. It breaks the whole rapport, right? But what I do mean is, like, if they say something like, man, I've been looking for a program, I've been looking for a mentor or something. Man, it's just hard. It's just so many gurus saying this and this and that. What they did was they cracked the door open for you, right? They opened the door. They've expressed a lot of pain. And they did that because they trust you. Nobody's going to admit that level of pain. That's buying language. Nobody's going to admit that unless they trust you. So that means you've done a great job if they have done that, if they've expressed something to you that's very personal or very much leaves them vulnerable to take money out of their wallet. It's vulnerability, right? It's like, if I say that, they might try to sell me something. It's scary. Most people are scared. They don't want to make the wrong decision. But they've cracked the door open. You don't want to be overly aggressive. There's a small dance there where you want to be somewhat aggressive, where you jump into that. It's like, okay, well, you're looking for a mentor. If I was to give you my recommendation, is that something you might be open to? There's still neutral language, so it's slightly more aggressive than usual, but there's still neutral language and a little bit of cooling off. Like, this is your choice, not my choice. Is that something you might be open to if I was to give you my opinion or what I think? And it still feels like they are in control, which people always love to feel like they're in control. Let them be in control. Never be overly aggressive. But if you see your opportunity, seize it. It's like, oh, this person really wants to. They seem like they're talking buyer language. They seem like they really want some help right now. So let me see where this goes. All right. Okay. And then there's the other side of that. There's the flip side of that. And this is part of this follow-up strategy too. Is that sometimes you get into uh-oh territory, right? Sometimes I still do this, okay? It happens. Sometimes you misread a situation, you kind of misinterpret something they said, and maybe you go a little too aggressive. Maybe you do. It does happen. It's okay. And maybe you say something that you can feel, this conversation's gone sideways. Meaning that they seem a little aggravated, or they seem a little, I don't need any help. I already have a course, or I already did something. I'm tired of everyone reaching out to me. Whatever they said, where now you are in uh-oh territory, okay? Where it's like, whoa, this person, I touched the wrong nerve, I pressed the wrong button. What you immediately do, I promise you, this is what's going to work. What you immediately do is you start all over. You revert back to the rapport stage. You change the subject. You just pretend like it never happened, and you just find something on their wall or something. Just be very subtle. It's like, haha, yeah, you're right. No, like you're absolutely right about that. Hey, I saw that post you made the other day about your cat like jumping out of the car. That's crazy. Just try to change the subject because you're in uh-oh territory, okay? And the most important thing is you don't want to lose this lead, because people go through cycles. It's like a moving target. People have ups and downs. Some days they're happy. Some days they're sad. Some days they're aggravated. Some days they're motivated. So never take someone is momentary expression, however they're feeling right now, as their entire persona. That's that entire people are very complex. Don't think that just because someone's having a bad day, or they responded to you some negative way, or they seem like a little flustered and aggravated or whatever, that's that person. They might have just had a bad day. They might have just came home from work and you're messaging them. They're just not trying to hear it right now, and they're just kind of on a rampage. And it's like uh-oh territory. It's like, whoa, they don't seem very responsive. They don't seem like they're really happy right now, want to talk. So let me go back to rapport. Maybe I can make them laugh. Maybe I can point out something on their post, or just talk about something in the general news, something that I feel like they might be into. Maybe they're into politics or something. And just go right back up to rapport again and start all over, because obviously they're not in the mood right now. They're not in a good place. But you just keep this relationship going. And in the long run, they'll also love this. They'll respect you for it. They're like, wow, they didn't ruin my day by trying to sell me, or I was having a bad day. It seems like they felt it, they understood it, and they read it, and they were like, hey, man, no problem. Why don't we talk about that new Harry Potter movie, like that you were posting about? I want to go see it too. Whatever. Well, I don't know if there's any Harry Potter movies, but just as an example, they love that kind of stuff. Okay. So that being said, when in doubt, you go back to rapport. You have the follow-up strategy. You know what to say if you kind of lose them. Make sure you show up to the calls. Make sure you send me DMs, or anyone else, one of the other coaches or support people, DMs on the school platform. If you're lost, if you're stuck, you want to send a screenshot where you should go next, and keep practicing. Keep getting good at it. The conversations, I would say, is about 80% of why I was able to scale to six figures as just an affiliate, right? Like, I didn't have my own program or anything, just someone else's program. It's really in how you approach people and how you talk to people, and you have to get really good at it. So I don't want you to feel like you have one conversation, it goes south, oh man, this doesn't work. It takes time. It's have like thousands of conversations and then come back and talk to me. You will be a lot better, and you'll see a lot more results, right? I'm the infamous Joel. I'll see you in the next lesson. Okay, infamous Joel here, and this is kind of a bonus module. You don't necessarily need to do this triage call, but I will say I can probably trace it back to like
I don't know, maybe like tens and thousands of commissions as just an affiliate, like a lot. So I mean, I probably is, besides like the neutral language and the being patient and warming people up over time and just like playing the tortoise instead of the hare, all of those things attribute definitely for sure to making a crap ton of money as an affiliate. But what has probably set me apart like leaps and bounds, and even when I was an affiliate for ClickFunnels, or when I was an affiliate for like one or two gurus that I used to sell their courses and everything, I was in a sea of competition. So that idea there's so many people selling, there's even so many people selling the same product, doesn't matter. I've been in there, I've still flourished, I've still been on leaderboards, top affiliate, all that stuff. Doesn't matter. Here's what matters. What matters is that you are doing what 99% of other affiliates are not doing. When you separate yourself, when you pull yourself apart from the pack, when you're doing something completely different, and there's all these prospects, right? There's all these people looking for help online, but you are doing things in such a different manner that you immediately just stick out in their mind. They're not going to forget you. So with that being said, the triage call, I call it a triage call. It's kind of like, you know, when they bring some kind of a emergency patient into the hospital, it's like a triage, right? They're seeing like what's wrong with the patient. They're checking their blood pressure. They're running around trying to figure out like what are the signs, what are the symptoms, what's going on here. It's a triage. Same thing on a call. What's going to separate you here is literally nobody's doing this. I've done them all. I promise you. You won't find a program out there. This is a guarantee. You won't find a program out there, an affiliate program, any mentorship, coaching, course, anything that's going to tell you to jump on a call with your prospects. It doesn't happen. Okay. It's not something that's taught. I learned this literally through trial and error. Literally, I just learned this after like thousands and thousands of conversations and just being in the trenches. And I noticed, I was like, hey, that guy really couldn't understand where he was coming from, how the conversation was going. So I just kind of boom, just like light bulb moment. I was like, why don't we just hop on a call so I can understand better? And the call went really well. I ended up with a sale. I got a $500 commission that time. And then it just kind of another huge light bulb, right? It was like, well, I mean, if I jump on calls with everyone, I wonder how this will go. And I promise you, it goes extremely well. Even if you go on these calls, like you might have reservations right now. Oh my God, I've taught this to some people, and they're like, I don't want to talk to strangers. They're not strangers because you've talked to them already. So ideally, once you jump on the call, they kind of already know you. You've already had a conversation, right? You've seen their wall, you posted. You kind of had a little bit of a back and forth. It might be right away, and sometimes that happens. Sometimes I get on a call with someone and I've only known them for like 5 minutes. But it's still just a friendly, normal conversation. They're not complete strangers, and it's not cold calling. They're not expecting your call. They've agreed to the call. They're expecting your call. They want to talk to you. So it's a whole different conversation. Now, I will say the triage call is like an extension of the transition phase in Messenger, where you're taking that doctor frame. It's part of why it's called the triage call, right? You're taking the doctor frame. You're not a salesman. You're not here to give them life advice and tell them what to do or what courses to buy or what. Relieve all that pressure from yourself right now. There's none of that. You don't have to be some master persuader. None of that stuff. All you're doing is figuring out what's going on and if they're looking for help. And if they're open to checking out this thing. That's it. It's all you're doing. But because you've separated yourself so far, like miles ahead from the pack, they're going to jump in. This works like, I would say like 90% of the time. Like it really does. Like you have someone that's like on the fence, whatever. It's going to work like 90% of the time. You're going to get your affiliate link out there and selling and getting people all warmed up, super warmed up. It's like time travel. They go from kind of warm to super warm in like the matter of seconds because they've never had anyone to actually talk to. Think about how secluded they feel. They're getting into, let's say in this case, affiliate marketing. Doesn't matter what your niche is. They're getting into it. They're looking for a solution. They are probably on their own. Their family probably disapproves of what they're doing. You know, they don't have many friends in the space, and they're kind of chatting with people, networking. Most people so far have just already spammed them, sent them a bunch of links, told them what to do. They're horrible, right? You're the only one that's been really polite, that's been really interested in what they have to say, that's been commenting on their posts, getting to know them, talking about family, friends, activities, hobbies, and then really just asking them what they want. And then you jump on a call with them, and it's just more of an extension of what you've already done, where it's like you're very helpful and you're just asking them what they want to do, why it's important. It feels like such a relief. They're going to love you. They're going to love this. And they're going to choose you ultimately. Whatever you say, whatever you recommend, they're going to say, yep, I'm going with you because I had such a great positive experience. Okay, it's going to work really, really well. It is optional, but I highly, highly encourage it. So what is the situation? When do you jump into a triage call? They said something that sounds like a maybe, right? At the end of your transition phase where you're like, well, is this something you might invest in, blah, blah, blah. And they say, well, maybe it depends, or I don't know, or I don't know. I've kind of already invested so many things, blah, 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 blah. Or I'm trying this, or I'm trying that. It sounds like a gray area. It's not a clear yes, and it's not a clear no. So you would transition into a triage call instead of like trying to guess what they want, right? Or they say, or they aren't being very clear about what they want, their goals, their pains, their solutions, their whatever. And this can happen anytime in the conversation. It might be in the transition. It might just be shooting back and forth about what they're doing, what's going on. And they just seem confused, right? They seem like they're just jumping around doing a bunch of different stuff. And this is when they've kind of cracked the door open and subtly said, I need help. I don't know what I'm doing, right? Whichever way you kind of take that, because they can say it in multiple ways. One of the things about these high level skills is you're going to have to be able to read between the lines. You're going to have to be able to know what someone's saying without saying it, right? Kind of read people's minds. And over time, the more you are in conversations, why I stress so much getting the exercise in, getting the reps, do the push-ups, is because you really do start getting really, really good at this stuff. Like really good, like scary good. You know what I mean? So what is the response? You'll say something like, gotcha. Well, if you feel it might be appropriate, would you be open to hopping on a quick 10-minute call to see if I can point you in the right direction, or can't point you in the right direction? All right, this is like the open kind of language there. If I can't point you in the right direction. That if I can seems a little bit more push. Can't seems more pull. It's like, oh, you know, if I can't point you in the right direction, I don't know. Maybe I can, maybe I can't. And then, well, if you feel it might be appropriate, there's that neutral language again, right? If you feel it might be appropriate, would you be open, neutral language, to hopping on a quick 10-minute call? It's a micro commitment, right? That's the word I was trying to think of in the other video. Micro commitment. Don't make giant commitments where it's like, well, you're totally terrible at what you do. You're obviously confused. Buy my program. That's a giant commitment. Remember, you're kind of nudging people towards the ultimate goal. Think of it like golf, right? I'm terrible at golf. I'm sure you're probably terrible. and I probably, I'm just really bad. So if you've ever played mini golf, my strategy is usually just kind of nudge the ball closer to the hole ever so slightly every time I go up to hit it. I'm not good enough to like always get a hole in one, right? So just think of it like that. Your conversation and your flow with this potential lead is just like playing that mini golf where you're just tapping it ever so slightly to the ultimate goal. You're always thinking, what is the next step this person needs to take in order to work with me? What is the next step? And that next step is usually not buy, right? That next step is usually just something very small. Those small steps eventually lead to a purchase, but they take small steps first. Get these micro tiny commitments first. So you say, hopping on a quick 10-minute call. It doesn't feel so abrasive. It doesn't feel like it's taking a ton of time. It's not so intrusive. Like hopping on a long 60-minute call. Is that okay? No. No, I have other stuff going on. But hopping on a quick 10-minute call, see if I can't point in the right direction. What do you think? And they'll usually say yes, because you're the only person all day, all week, all month that has ever even asked them that. Nobody cares. Everybody just sends them their affiliate link and just like, here, buy my thing. Nobody cares to actually talk to them, right? So they're going to be kind of excited most of the time. So what's the purpose? The purpose is to help the person, bottom line. If you're a helpful kind of person, that's your personality, great. Triage calls are for you. Right, but I'm going to explain here what help means, because the definition can be a little funky. Sometimes people think jumping on a triage calls means helping and sitting there and like running through the whole course and teaching them step by step what to do. That's not helping, right? They're not going to do what you tell them to do anyway because they haven't invested in anything, and B, you're not going to make any commissions because you just literally just gave away the farm. But I'm going to explain what I mean. Number two, you make sure they got what they purchased. Actually, this is not supposed to be in here. Make sure they got what they purchased. I think that was an afterwards kind of thing. So you're going to get this. And I've used this for so many different trainings that I had to update it. Okay. So offer a piece of private client training, pull from the asset sheet. Now I haven't created this yet at the time of this recording, but underneath this video, if I've created the asset spreadsheet, it'll be full of like my YouTube videos, stuff that I have in the group. In order not to lose that, because some people get concerned. They're like, well, what if I don't send them my affiliate link and they're not tagged to me and they go from your YouTube video to, purchasing, and I don't get credit for that sale. And I get that. That's a legit fear. So what I would do, and since it's my program and I do what I want, right? So what I would do is go ahead and do that anyway. And if you can offer some kind of proof, like you've had this conversation, you're the one that sent them to the YouTube video or the Facebook group or any other content I have on the spreadsheet, and they come out, they've purchased, and they say, hey, Bob referred me, or Steve, yeah, and they agree and they say, yeah, that's how I found you, is such and such referred me to the program. And that is not a problem. We can always supersede this technical mumbo jumbo. I don't really care about I looked at the stat thing on System.io, the affiliate thing, and it says, there's no referral here. You didn't send them your affiliate link. Shame on you. I'm obviously not going to penalize you for that. I don't really care. It's like, you sent them over, you did the work, you got them on a triage call, you did all this stuff. You should be rewarded for your work. That's my program. That's what I would do. I cannot control if you are promoting something else and they tell you you're out of luck. I don't know. I can't tell you what they will do, but I'll tell you what I will do. If you can offer, you can show me like a screenshot of your conversation or whatever, because I won't know, right? That's just fair. I'm not going to know. I don't know where this lead came from. I don't know. I'm just going to assume maybe they came from my YouTube channel. I don't know. But if you see them say, hey, they bought the program, that was me, I sent them over, I told them all about you. It's like, oh, okay, well, can you show me that? You show me. I was like, okay, I'll talk to the person and say like, hey, did this person send you over? Did they refer you? It's like, yeah, I remember that. We were talking in Messenger. Okay, no problem. You get your commission. No big deal. Okay, so never think like, oh, if I don't do this exactly like it doesn't really matter. It's a referral. You did your job. You did what you were supposed to do. You deserve to be rewarded. Okay, and trust me, I've been in programs where it's like a shit show, where it's like I'll send someone all these trainings and things, and then some other affiliate comes in, swoops by, and just plants their affiliate link, and they didn't do any work, and it's like, well, that's not fair. Anyway, so triage is to figure out what they do, what their problem is, help, but do not solve their problems, provide insight. So let me explain what the difference is. If you feel the urge, it's like, well, you should do this and this and this and this and this, always refer back to rule number 1 of all this whole philosophy, this whole thing, those whole high-level communication stuff is what? If they say it, it's gospel. If you say it, it's just good advice. It's not going to work. Don't even bother. Just always sit back, listen to what they're saying. And if you cannot say the next thing that you're going to say in the form of a question, it's probably bad, right? It should always just be a very short, open-ended question to get them on the mini golf course nudged towards the ultimate goal, right? Towards the hole. You're just putting very slowly and surely. Do not sit there and get on your soapbox and say, oh, well, I think you should do this. And this is like, Facebook organic is the way to go. Blah, 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 blah. No. More like, what would you be open to maybe doing it differently? Or are you good with doing TikTok? I mean, I'd be open to it. You see the difference there? You're not saying it. They're saying it. You're kind of just like opening up a hoop for them to jump through. Okay. Vet their timeline, getting help, ability to invest if they have a partner, etc. Personally, I wouldn't go this far. I'm going to erase this. That's like extreme. Vet their timeline and getting help and ability to invest. Yeah, I would do something like that. That's okay. As just an affiliate. Their timeline meaning like, okay, well, I mean, is this something you want to get resolved like sooner rather than later? Or like you can just kind of wait like 6 months. I mean, if I could do it sooner, you see the difference there? Like they said it, so it's like, oh, okay. So you want this, like, okay. So I just wanted to make sure. Now, I mean, if you would get some help with that, is that something you might be willing to invest in? And they'll pause and they'll think like, well, yeah. I mean, it depends on how much it is. Like, there you go. You got a referral. That's all you need. That's all you need. They're open to it. They're thinking about it. They're like, well, yeah, I mean, I could. If I could, yeah. I mean, I want to see what it's about, obviously. And then you go, if we can help them, if we can help them, they want help and the stars align, send them your affiliate link and say, would you be open to watching a video of my mentor's program to see if it might be a good fit for you? Or it might be a fit for you. I don't even like good because it's a little push. Let's see if it might be a fit for you. Or if they haven't said they're willing to invest or all this other stuff, just send them the asset. So you're kind of just doing the triage call to see, is this a good candidate to get into the program, crossing off all the T's, dotting the I's, or is it like they're kind of just like messing around? They said, yeah, I'm going to work on this for like a year. Would you rather it be resolved sooner than later, or you're good to wait like a year? Nah, I'm good to wait like a year. I'll just wait around. That's not a good candidate. Just send them something from the YouTube channel or whatever, or wherever you get from the asset spreadsheet. Okay, that's it. One of the big rules here, I wanted to put it in giant, enormous. I think this should even be like a different type of. No, I can't find it. I don't know what happened. I messed it up. Okay. Heading 1. I just want to point this out so giant because I know. How about like that? Okay. I know for like new people, this is going to be the most intimidating question in the world, whether it be in chat or it be on the triage call. Sometimes you'll get the dreaded, well, how much is it? How much are we talking about? How much does it cost? Ignore this. Like, seriously, this is a really bad question to jump through. Do not jump through this loop. Do not get into an entanglement and get into a rebuttal war about how much it is. You should invest in yourself, and it costs this much. But really, does it really cost anything? Because an investment, blah, 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 blah. Like, don't get in there. That's what they're trying to do. Okay? And I put down here, this is just a normal reaction the brain does to keep it in the comfort zone. I should put the value has not been explained yet. And what do I mean by that? I mean that the human brain is not built. It's not built for success. I repeat, it's not built for success. Why? Because success is extreme. Doing things that you're uncomfortable doing, speaking in front of crowds, right? Doing like YouTube videos and like, not saying you do that in this program, but like doing anything beyond what you already do is uncomfortable because your brain only cares about food, water, and shelter and clothes, right? It only cares about survival. That's all it cares about, right? Consciously in your frontal lobe and all this like scientific mumbo jumbo I can get into, you want more. You want a yacht, you want a Lamborghini, you want this other life, but subconsciously down in your reptilian cerebral cortex brain that's like a mammal, all you really care about is survival. So as long as you get into a comfort zone where it's like, well, my bills are paid, I eat, I sleep, I'm good, right? You're never going to break out of that comfort zone because your brain is not designed for that. And anything that seems scary, anything that seems foreign, anything that seems like it's outside of your comfort zone, you're going to immediately shut it off. It doesn't matter if someone comes to you with a Lamborghini and says, hey, you want this Lamborghini? Here's the keys. You're going to question it right away. So you're like, well, what's the catch? Because outside of your comfort zone has never happened before, right? So it's too early for their brain to buy into this idea that like you can do this, right? Their brain is already programmed to this rinse, wash, and repeat, 9 to 5, pay the bills, eat, go to sleep, blah 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 blah. But they're in their comfort zone. So one of the ways the brain reacts to this idea of a new life is it creates a barrier. You ever heard that your mind's playing tricks on you? Your brain's playing tricks. That's real. It actually is true. Your brain will actually try its best to keep you in the comfort zone because it's always going to choose survival over anything else. It doesn't care what you want. It's like, my brain, I want survival. I don't care what you want. Everything's good right now. Why are you trying new things? New things are scary. So they'll say, how much is it? How much does it cost? Depends. What's the price? Because all they're really doing is offering a piece of resistance, a challenge. All they're really doing is trying to stay where they are. Doesn't matter if you say, well, $10. Well, I don't have $10 right now. You don't have $10. Come on. They're just trying to get into a price war with you so that they can ultimately say no. So don't answer it at all. My way of answering this is great question. It really depends on your needs. If you feel you might be open to this program or the program, schedule a call with the team and they can walk you through it. I usually end this with cool because I want an answer, right? It's not a demand. You never do that. You always leave with a question. Great question. It really depends on your needs. If you feel you might be open to the program, schedule a call with the team and they can walk you through it. Cool. And they'll usually say, okay, I'll do that. It doesn't feel like it's a micro commitment. It doesn't feel like there's some giant thing. Well, I don't know. It might be this, it might be that. I mean, you talk to the team, you schedule a call with them, you can talk about it, see what they can do for you. Cool. As long as they get to the call, they're in a whole different arena. And down here is a basic script. I should forewarn you, no conversations go exactly the same on the triage call, and that's why I call this the basic script. And up here is just kind of guiding you what the purpose of the call is, what's supposed to be said, what information you're supposed to extract. And it's not for you, it's not for me, it's for themselves, right? Once they say it, it becomes true, it becomes gospel. So you're always trying to get them to say what is true to them, what do they want. So I'll just walk through this real quick because I don't want this to go on like forever, this training, but it is a very important training. It's literally going to make you a lot of money, this part of the training, if you do this and you get this right and you get the reps in. So you're going to open the call by just saying, hey Bob, it's Joel. We were talking on Facebook about the affiliate stuff. Notice the inflection in my voice. You see how it went up? It's going to make them pause. It does this thing to the brain where it like kind of shocks the system, where it's like they have to stop and think about it. Obviously they wanted this call, right? You ask them, would they like to get on a 10-minute call? Would they like to quick talk about it? And they might say, well, I'm at work right now, or I have this going on. Okay, cool. What time works for you? Tomorrow? Around this time? Or what do you think? Let them schedule a time. And if you have an app, like a calendar thing that you can schedule a time, great. If you don't, write it down or remind yourself somehow. If they give you their actual number, I moved on to just give me their actual number. that I prefer that, but if they're not comfortable with that, or if you're not comfortable with that, it's cool to just do a messenger call. It's just that a lot of times they don't answer a messenger call. That's why I just prefer their own personal number. Okay. In case you ask that question. So the next thing is, whatever they say, oh yeah, I remember you, blah, blah, blah. Is it still a good time? And then they say, yeah, it's still good. Yeah, it's a good time. Yeah, I'm free right now. Okay, cool. Just wanted a quick touch base with you, see if I can't put you in the right direction. Can you tell me a bit about what's going on with the affiliate thing? It's very open-ended, and they will go on. This is the part right here where, oh my God, you literally just became the most important human being on the planet to them, because they're pumped up about this thing, right? They're new. If you got your avatar, right? Doesn't matter. You can put this whatever here, fitness thing, whatever thing, right? But they're really excited about it. They're looking for a solution, and you ask them that, they're going to spiel onto you. They're going to just dump onto you, like everything, just all kinds of emotions. Tell you all the whole story. Well, it all started when I did this and this and this and this, and now I'm doing this and this and this, and this is why I'm doing this and this, and prepare for that. Prepare for them to just dump on you. But that's what makes this triage call so easy, and you maintaining this kind of doctor frame, is that you don't have to do any convincing. Let them talk. Let them just dump on you. Don't let them dump on you too long if you're busy. Like sometimes they'll go off into the weeds and start talking about the government and start talking about like something they did back in 1962. And it's like, okay, well, I don't cut them off. My advice, I don't want to get too far into the weeds. I just want to make sure and they'll kind of come back down there. Oh yeah. I just want to make sure we're talking about the affiliate thing. It's like, I just want to stay on track here. I don't want to keep you too long, and that way you're positioning it for them. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I start rambling sometimes, and so you get back into it. It's like, got it. So what have you looked into? We're trying to figure out what solutions have they touched on, right? What are they looking at? They might have already bought some stuff. Well, I bought like 3 courses, and blah 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 blah. Okay. Well, do you like what you're doing now, or I didn't put that in here, but that's in case they say like they've already solved the problem, because nobody likes anything 100%. Nobody. Think about it. Do you like everything 100% or anything 100%? There's always that teeny tiny 1% of something. You might be married and be like, oh, I 99% love my husband or whatever, but it's like that 1%. But he always leaves his drawers on the ground. It's like whatever's going on, where it's like it's just this one thing that's always annoying. All right. Okay. Cool. This is an advanced training, but like, what would you change if you could? If they say they like it, but you get good at this stuff. I promise you. You'll figure out how to phrase things as questions. You never be the one that's like, you should do this. And it's simple stuff. This whole philosophy extends from the messenger training. So anyway, you figure out what they're doing. Okay, well, would you be open to some kind of mentorship maybe? They say, yeah, that'd be good, blah, blah, blah. Well, why though? If they haven't already expanded on this. So there's a lot of times they will. A lot of times they'll be like, well, yeah, I want mentorship because, the one-on-one, like having somebody there, walk me through it, blah, 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 it would be so good. So you don't really need to ask this. They already told you why. But if they just give you a flat out yes, because this is kind of a yes or no question, they're just, yeah, okay, why though? Oh, because blah, 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 right? Whatever they say, it's for them, not for you. Okay, cool. There would probably be some kind of investment with that. Is that something you could possibly do or nah? And this is like the finance question, right? Like you're trying to figure out where their finances are. And this is like one of the pivotal things. They want mentorship. They're looking into getting help. That's great. But if you get to this question and they're like, nah, man, I'm flat broke. Like I have negative $800 in my account. I'm like dead. I'm like so gone. At this point, it's kind of like, you don't be rude. You never be rude. You never do any of that stuff. It's like you kind of can cut it off at this point. You're just kind of like send them an asset, right? A YouTube video. Maybe you have your own video. Maybe you have something you recorded that can kind of help them in the meantime. It's like, all right, cool. It's no problem. How about I mean, I can send you some training. Is that okay to kind of like guide you, in the right direction? Yeah, man, please send me that. Blah, 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 blah. And you can kind of keep them in your back pocket. It might be a lead for the future. They're interested. They want help, but their finances are just messed up right now. Okay, so just play the long game. Okay, great. Now, if they say yeah, I mean, I'd invest in it. Depends. Okay, I'm in a program. I'm working with a 6-figure mentor one-on-one. Would it be okay if I sent you a video with details about how the program works? This is going to lead to your affiliate link. Okay, or anything. Or maybe they don't want to check that out. Maybe they want to see the YouTube videos. Maybe they want to join the Facebook group. Maybe they want whatever. And you follow up with them. Or you just kind of like, whatever. This is the best path, though. This is what I used to do all the time. I'm working with a mentor. Would it be okay if I sent you a video with the details about how the program works? And they're like, yeah, send it over. And that's it. That's pretty much the end of your call. And just kind of, all right, cool, man. I'll send that over in Messenger. And, yeah, you check it out, see if it's for you, and let me know. All right? All right, cool. I appreciate you talking. And they're going to leave that call and be like, wow, that was interesting. That was somebody actually gives a crap about about what I'm doing and what I'm into. And it's going to feel very personal. And all these affiliate links and people trying to pitch them and all that, you're going to stand out so far ahead of the competition. It's not even funny. They immediately won't even remember any of those other people. And anyone new that jumps into their inbox who's like doing the same crap, they're going to immediately push them out. They're going to block them. They're like, I have my person that's helping me. You've already won them over. You're the one. You know what I mean? You're Neo. Okay. So that being said, this lesson here, and I'm going to have this document underneath this video. But this lesson here is like going to make you such an enormous amount of money over time, because like you're the only one out here doing these quick triage calls to kind of like touch base and get to know people and let them talk. And no one has a voice. Nobody gets to talk anymore. Nobody listens to anybody. So that alone is so valuable to most people. Okay. All right. See you in the next lesson.
Now, I know you enjoyed that long A to Z video, full training, affiliate marketing on Facebook, no ads, no spend, nothing. Start using those tactics. Start using that strategy. Go back through the video and study it 100 times if you need to, and use it to make yourself some money. I'm the infamous Joel. Thanks for watching. And I got other videos and other free stuff, other free tactics and strategies on this channel. Make sure you subscribe. I'll check you out later.